The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000. Ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket.
Bumrah wants it. No. Yes, they're going to head upstairs to find out. Out. Bumrah gets McSweeney early. Faces up to Bumrah. He edges and he's out. Kawaja, regulation edge to second slip. Kohli hangs on this time. And Bumrah is wreaking some early havoc.
Outstanding bowling from Jaiswal Bumrah.
Bumrah on approach though. Smith wrapped on the pad. Stone dead. Out LBW first ball. Bumrah's done him cold. Bumrah's got 3. Australia in disarray. Bumrah bowls to him at the stumps. Edge caught. Cummins is the next to go. Australia pitifully 7 for 59 on the first day of the home test summer.
There's no surprise that he's been a fantastic bowler across the formats for a long time. And again, his skills were on show today as to how good he is.
Jasprit Bumrah has to be in the top 3 fast bowlers to ever come to this land. He's not just kept India alive in a game, I think he's put India well on top.
Jasprit Bumrah produces one of the great spells by a visiting quick to ruthlessly rip open the fault lines in Australia's batting. It leaves the home side scrambling to avoid a historic and undignified low against India. Mitch Starc is in operation. He's bowling to Jaiswal, who drives, and he's caught at gully. McSweeney straight into the action.
Bowlology goal there from Mitchell Starc with the new ball.
Hazlewood bowling and edging and caught behind. That is spot on from Josh Hazlewood. Hazlewood into him and Kohli. Rising delivery, fended it from first slip and he's out. It's Hazlewood who proves the danger. And Kohli has gone for 5. Starc delivers. KL Rahul has edged it. That's the question they're asking.
There is a noise.
Umpire Kettleborough keeps the finger down. Snicko. Yep, it sure has. So it's a second wicket for Starc. He's been immaculate this morning. Australia are on a roll. They've got India 4 for 47.
Yeah, he can't believe it.
I thought unlucky. I thought there was not enough evidence there for it to be overruled.
Just apart. Oh, he got down on one knee, flicked it up magnificently down to fine leg for 6.
Describe that, Gerard.
He's lying on the pitch by the time he's hoiked it up over his shoulder.
Oh, this is as cheeky a shot you'd ever get.
Cummins in, bowls here, edging, taking a second slip. Cummins gets punt. Bowling to runner on 7. Again into the cordon. Oh, wide on the deflection. Ends up with Labuschagne. It's the assist from McSweeney. Cummins bowls ready. Hoiks it up. Kawaja going back. Can he make amends? He can. India bowled out for 150.
Obviously a good day to be a fast bowler. Obviously a fair bit in the wicket. The game's very much in fast forward. And yeah, I think both teams bowled fairly well today.
The batting squandered a fine display of quality fast bowling to open the series as Australia's pacemen set an early tone of dominance over a threadbare Indian batting lineup. Soon enough, they'll need to do it again.
I don't understand why we haven't played more Shield games at Test players. That's one thing I can't quite work out. Whether they're going to be extremely fresh or underdone, I'm not sure what it is, this Test match. I mean, they've had the opportunity to play a lot of games, but they're managed or rested. I'm not sure what the term is or who puts that in place, but they don't seem to play a lot of cricket league for the matches.
31,302 here at Perth Stadium, a new record for a single day of Test cricket in Western Australia.
It's not mandated by the ICC. It's left up to each individual member board whether they want it or not. Cricket Australia then leaves it up to the host broadcaster, and Fox believes it's too expensive, and it's debatable whether it's precise enough or not. That's why we don't have hotspot today.
And Perth rises to the occasion as the West Test opens to a record-breaking crowd amid the carnage and controversy that will set a tone for the 5-Test series ahead. With the debates in full cry, Cricket Australia Chief Executive Nick Hockley joins us. This is Day 2 from Perth on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
There hadn't been a day of cricket like it to open a Test match on these shores in more than 70 years. 17 wickets, 217 runs, and the team that won the toss, elected to bat, was skittled for 150, ended up taking the honours
by stumps. Australia is 7 down and trailing by 83 runs when play resumes in a hot Perth today. Gerard, Wheately with you. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. It was a day for bowlology. I imagine Damien Fleming spent the night watching those 17 dismissals and drooling over some of the craft that we saw. Hello to you, Fleming.
It was bowlology gold, Gerard. Cato and listeners, watching the highlights last night again, it was hard not to, as an ex-fast bowler, just enjoy the work of particularly Big Hoff, just Josh Hazlewood, and you think, wow, that's man of the match type of fast bowling there, the Hazlewood hallway of hesitation. No, it wasn't, because the Indian captain, Jasprit Bumrah, it was the Bumrah Boulevard of bewilderment. It was as good a spell as I've ever seen. And there's a confidence in Jasprit Bumrah. You wonder, he's a filling captain, so and a tour of India, they've just lost 3-0. But his press conference, he was lighthearted, he was smiling. I think he's got a lot of confidence in his own ability, but also in his own leadership. Because you can see Virat Kohli, the ex-captain, he's so excitable, he's running up to him. I wouldn't be surprised when Virat runs up to him, he just tunes out. We'll just be polite. Yep, no worries, Virat. But no, he'll just keep doing what we're doing. And having a look, we'll talk about the pitch a little bit later. Might not be 17 wickets lost, but there's going to be a lot. There's real incentive for the fast bowlers in this pitch. It's well grassed. It'll only get quicker. So if I'm the slippers, I'll be doing a lot of work this morning.
If you want to see the test match in Perth, best be here today.
Yeah, but let's beat 31,000, Gerard.
Yes, yeah, it's a good start.
Come on, Western Australia.
I tell you what was missing yesterday is in the lead up to this series, Fox Cricket has been replaying all the old Australia-India test matches. I watched Simon Katich make his first test century. Grit, determination, didn't matter how it looked, just any which way. Dig in, Simon Katich. They need a bit of old school grit.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem and all our listeners. Well, you needed it yesterday, and I think we saw it at times from a number of batsmen. India in particular, I thought Rahul was sharp with his footwork early. Whilst he didn't get a big score, the balls that he soaked up and the pressure he soaked up allowed Rishabh Pant and the young kid Reddy on debut to play nicely for his 41 later. And I think that's what was lacking yesterday, was just that little bit of game awareness to assess the conditions and realise, right, we've got to dig in here for 30 overs, get through that period, and then let's see what it's like after lunch. Because then when Rishabh Pant and Reddy were going after lunch yesterday, it looked like a completely different wicket. And it's purely because of the ball. And that's what these sort of wickets produce. Produce hard work for a couple of hours, but once you get through that, you can get a score of 60 or 70. You might not get a big 100, but a score of 2 to 250 on this sort of wicket, that wins your games. And that's probably what was lacking yesterday, not just from India's perspective, getting rolled for 150, but probably more importantly, the home batsman. And the worry is that there are a number of dismissals yesterday that could be replicated not only in this test, but throughout the series because of the quality of this Indian attack. They've got some pace, they've got some skill with the seam movement, as you say. It was great to watch yesterday. It was enthralling test cricket, but the batting needs to improve. And I think both teams will admit that they were probably, and that can happen. First day, a lot of nerves around, a lot of young players playing for the first time. Obviously, McSweeney on debut, Jaiswal first time here, Patakal first time here. So there's a lot of young players out there, but other players did it. We saw Reddy dig in. He was brilliant. KL Rahul did it. So you can make runs on this wicket.
We've asked Simon Katich to prepare the 3 biggest concerns with the Australian batting lineup, which we will unveil 3 up to 1 in a moment's time. But the only appropriate place to start today is just with the greatness of Jasprit Bumrah and his place in the scheme of things, producing a spell like that to open a series. He's averaging 20, so long term he is one of the all-time greats statistically. And to watch him is to realise he is a unique threat. He is a unique proposition.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, there was that stat, over 150 test wickets. There's only one faster bowler, but the great Sydney Barnes at the turn of the 20th century. But I got the feeling he was more a spinner. So there's no fast bowler that's averaged under 20 in the history of the game. So if he gets under there, he is one of the greatest fast bowlers of all time, because around 20 is Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner, Glenn McGrath, those types. But it's also, I love the uniqueness, because, when you're coaching a young fast bowler, he doesn't do a lot that you're actually starting to, with your run-up, you get, you want to build momentum, have about 15 strides, 60%, 70, 80, then you jump. He's a stuttering all along. But what I love is that pre-step to his jump, there's real momentum going to the target. So when people say that it's not coming from anywhere, it's that jump just before he takes off that there's real momentum. And then we've talked about before, the uniqueness of the action, the front arms going out towards gully. There's a lot of hyperextension in his bowling arm. So, that's like lag in golf. So that's just generating an extra pace. And then there's also his wrists are also bent backwards as well. So big body parts going forward. That last one of the flick of the wrist. As a bowler, you're not getting a good look at that ball all the way through. It's delayed and you're waiting for it to come. And then he's got the brace front leg. So he's stopping, then it's a catapult over. And add on that his skills. He swings the ball both ways. He bowls scrambled seam. He can challenge you with a Yorker or a bouncer that's not that short. It is bowlology gold. There is no weakness. And he's resilient. He can bowl a lot of overs. And it actually is an advantage for India that he's captain, I think. And they might have, if they win this test match well, they may well consider whether an ageing Rohit Sharma comes in and captains or they just keep it the way it is. Because for me, he looks like he's thriving under the captaincy.
You've summed that absolutely superbly, Flem. The one thing to add from a batting perspective about Bumrah is that I reckon that average is significant, obviously, because he gets so many wickets and he's got a great strike rate. But the other significant part of that number, I think, is the fact that he just makes it so difficult to score. Hence the reason why the average is so low. And that's why those guys are the greats, because batsmen don't know how they're going to be able to, one, survive against him, but then also put him under pressure scoring. And that's what we saw yesterday. He did both at once, much like the great Warne used to do. Tie up an end, but then obviously attacking at the same time. And it was enthralling to watch.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Strike rates can be low. Waqar Younis, Dale Steyn to a degree, because they show Shoaib Akhtar. Low strike rates for wickets. Brett Lee, but their economy rates are high. Do you know what I mean? So you're scoring runs, they're getting wickets. But with Bumrah, he's a great offensive bowler, but he's an equally great defensive bowler as well. So you mirror that up, an all-time great.
All right, Australia's batting. So listening to the new ball this morning, I feel like we're on the cusp of a national batting crisis here. One innings, or not even a full innings, into the series. So the fault lines were laid out last summer, where we lived through 4 for 16, 5 for 54, 4 for 89, 4 for 81, 4 for 107, 5 for 80. This top order has a tendency to collapse, and they were getting one great innings in the middle to salvage things, and that was against Pakistan and the West Indies. Today, it's 7 for 67. It was 4 for 31, and it was 7 for 59. So this is not a singular event. This is the pathway of Australia's batting over a period of time. Simon Katich, this is your portfolio. 3 up to 1. Outline for us the greatest concerns you have with Australia's batting.
Well, starting at number 3, and we sort of alluded to it yesterday in the pre-game when we interviewed Travis Head. I think a few of these guys have come in underdone in terms, and we heard it from Steve Waugh in that clip beforehand when the show started. I think what we saw yesterday, there's a couple of them have been on paternity leave, fair enough, and that's been mapped out obviously with the management, but to only play one Shield game leading into a big series, one of which you're facing some of the best bowlers in the world. Obviously, when you look at the rankings, there's a lot in the top 10 at the moment. A couple of them aren't playing in Jadeja and Ashwin, but when you look at Bumrah, he's up there. Siraj's quality, and this young kid Rana's got a bit about him as well. So I was concerned around Head and Marsh with their lack of cricket, and you can't judge them just on one innings yesterday, but if it's a slow start to this series, you don't get that back. And once the opposition get the wood on you, it's very difficult in a 5-match series. So that's the slight concern there at 3. 2, I'd probably say what I saw in Marnus yesterday, I think highlights where his mindset's at, because he spoke about it before the summer that he wanted to be like Pujara. Well, that was disrespectful to Pujara yesterday, the way he played, because there was no intent whatsoever to even lay bat on ball. And we'll find out later what the percentage of shots he was trying to play to actually hit the ball. But out of those 52 balls he faced yesterday, I can't imagine there's probably more than, 12 or 15 balls that he actually hit. It looked like everything was being left or he was getting hit himself. So that mindset's a concern, because he's a better player than that. And it just reeked of being really negative. And it looked like he just thought he was going to nick everything. That's why he's letting everything go. And I get that it wasn't easy out there. No dramas there. But he's a better player than that. So that'll be the next concern. Probably the big one is it's a tricky one, because they've both been fantastic players. But when you're facing someone like Bumrah at this age in Test cricket, you could split it between Khawaja's going to turn 38 in December, and he's been brilliant these last 2 years, and then Smith's 35. But Test cricket at the top of the order against that quality bowling is not easy, and that's going to be the other concern moving forward in this series.
So at 1, Khawaja and Smith, and our ageing icons 2, Marnus Labuschagne and his mindset, and 3, the batters are underdone coming into the series.
Yeah, but for me, there's opportunity as well. Like, I think it's going to obviously be a fast bowling dominated game, but the opportunity is to play a great test knock. And back in those seasons where it was just run-itis everywhere and everyone's getting hundreds, and the man of the match was a batter, and it was hard to give it because 150, but who do we give it to? But it might be a 40 to 60 score here that gets you man of the match. And you've got to find that balance. You can't be Jaiswal, the Indian opener, who the first stock ball Stark bowls, he tries to hit him on the up through cover. But on the other hand, you can't be Marnus as well. Marnus is waiting for the bad ball. It is not going to come on this pitch unless you start to show intent. Because we talked about it yesterday. When I'm bowling and someone's playing like Marnus, I think it doesn't matter what line of length I'm bowling at the moment. He's not going to hurt me. I can just keep seeping forward, and eventually I'll just bowl a good enough ball that he'll get out to. Whereas if you're bowling to someone, I thought Rahul batted really well. Like that, just those half chances he got, he drove them safely, but his head was over the ball and they were check drives. All of a sudden, I'll bring my length back a little bit. So that's a win. So how do you get a win as a batter? Win the next ball. And by the time you've won 10 deliveries, and you might not have scored necessarily, but all of a sudden momentum's shifted. So that's my challenge to the batsman here is know your game plan. You've got to look to score and back yourself.
And the thing that gets forgotten with looking to score, it's more around the singles. And that's probably the point I missed before with Marnus, is that when you're not looking to hit the ball, you can't get off strike unless it's a leg by or something happens behind the wicket. You basically get stuck down one end and you just have to keep absorbing. And as we saw yesterday, it becomes too much. And you have to work as a pair.
It's annoying. Reddy and Rahul played some good big shots, boundaries, but they also did get singles. And it's just, I've got to change my line. I'm coming over the wicket to the right-hander, around to the lefty. So, yeah, you can get clever, but there was nothing in that with the Australian team.
Marnus's only 2 runs were from dirty short balls, which were just easy to tuck around. He got nothing in a conventional way. And there were balls that up to drive, and they confounded him. He's completely lost his game, which is an interesting... This had happened by the end of last summer. And that's how he started this summer. That's a long time in between not to have resolved whatever his issues are in his own mind. That's not very encouraging.
No, and Kat, I don't know what you think. When he first come into the surprise selection, number 3, I'm not sure if he's good enough. He was an offside player. Then he went to Glamorgan before the 2019 Ashes, and he moved across and he become more, I'm going to hit through the leg side and straight drive, and then when I get some, and cut when I get some width. I don't know what type of player he is now. He's neither of those, is he? He's not the one that was used to just manipulate the ball through the leg side, is he?
He was so strong in his prime at letting the ball, and I remember seeing a graphic on it on the coverage years ago, where anything around off stump or just outside, probably fourth stump line, which is the corridor of uncertainty, as you know, he was so disciplined in letting those go. And that's the key to making big scores, is to be able to know, okay, that's dangerous, I'll let it go, won't flirt at it. Let the bowler come to me, which is off stump through the leg, and he'd just clip them, whether it was straight or leg side, as you say, Flem, and then he'd wait till they drift a bit wider and use that width to either get through point or cover drive. We're not seeing that at all. He just doesn't want to hit the ball.
And just also, you can have intent in leaving. Sometimes you get left. I remember the first ball I ever bowled to Brian Lara in Trinidad, and I thought it was a cracker, swung in a bit, seamed away, fraction short. And the way he went forward and just left the ball and not even phased, I went, I've been left 10,000 times. That's the most impressive leave. And I did go, I'm in trouble here. But there's intent with the way you leave. And Marnus has even got to get on the front foot, leave it, and get those look at the bowler and get into his head a little bit. Where's Crazy Marnus? We all loved Crazy Marnus.
And that's spot on, because Rahul did that beautifully yesterday. Even when he was leaving the ball, he was getting his front leg out towards the line, his head, and he left with purpose.
The pitch report for Charisma potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma potatoes with 25% less carbs. So, Damien, Fleming, you've had a study of it all. A strip can get a bad reputation, giving up 17 wickets on day one, but I'm not laying any blame at what's out in the middle of Optus Stadium.
No, it's a proud pitch. I had a little chat to it today, just a little whisper, and he or she feels like there's no way it should have been 17 test wickets there. It's going to say, listen, the batters didn't look after me yesterday, so I'm going to gift a bit more swing and seam to the faster bowlers. It'll be a bit quicker, so it might not swing as much, but intense everything. I think if you'll be able to play your shots, and you may get one that's just too good for you, but we just keep talking about intent. So, no, the foot marks are a little bit abrased, but stump to stump, I think it's reasonably good.
You got the stat on the ends?
Oh, yeah. So that was
which might
interesting.
be a little bit skewed because Bumrah took all his wickets from this members' end, but...
Well, I think the reason it's probably skewed, but, yeah, at the members' end, 12 for 81 off 39 overs, and then at Justin Langer's stand end, 5 for 136 off 38, which is appropriate because it's a batting end with Justin being named. So, but it might just be an anomaly given that Hazelwood bowled really well yesterday. He was at this end at the members. So too was Bumrah. So you just wonder whether it was because of who bowled there, but I don't think it was anything to do with the wicket at that far end.
There's nothing different there. The only thing is if you're bowling at the Justin Langer stand, if the game goes long enough, there is cracking. That if we get, it's hot today, but then hotter tomorrow, later tomorrow, that crack may come into play.
All right, we'll play with our scenarios as we get to the first ball of the day. Australia 7 for 67, trailing by 83. The number of indignity is 83, where Australia was bowled out against India at the MCG back in 1981. So that's one threshold, but low-scoring test matches can develop into thrillers. I just feel that's what we might have on our hands. So we'll run some scenarios with each of you early in the day's play. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming get us underway. We'll be downstairs. Actually, Flem, you're due downstairs because Mitch Marsh is about to join us and Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, to join us in our pre-match. It's for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
The BMW Black Friday sales event is now on. Enjoy complimentary factory options across the BMW range. T's and C's apply. Visit your participating BMW dealer today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
The sun had gone behind the horizon. The small band of clouds and the sky behind it just went the most incredible light orange, dark orange, light pink, dark pink. It was really spectacular.
Pretty much any sunset that's from my mum and dad's house is a beautiful sunset to me. I just love going home, especially in summer.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Planning a stay in Melbourne? Look no further than Brady Hotels and Apartments. It's their Black Friday sale where you'll save up to 35% off accommodation stays for the next 12 months. Imagine experiencing Melbourne from the heart of the CBD and being located only minutes away from Marvel Stadium, the MCG and Melbourne Park. Don't miss out on Brady Hotels and Apartments' biggest sale of the year with up to 35% off when you book via bradyhotels.com.au. But hurry, sale ends December 4.
Trade up and drive away in style at Chadstone Toyota.
Looking for a sleek sedan or a spacious SUV? Drop by and make a deal. They'll beat any trade-in price.
And check out their competitive finance offers today. Your dream car awaits.
T's and C's apply. MMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the Isuzu D-Max. Life reinvigorated. And Beaumont Tiles helps stylers get the job done.
Australia 7 for 67 in reply to India's 150. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers. It's a beautiful Saturday here in Perth and a big crowd expected again. What's in store? Let's check in with the Australian camp here for Smarter Light. Adam Collins and Damien Fleming are downstairs with Mitch Marsh.
Mitch Marsh, thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket. What a wild day, 17 wickets. You couldn't have possibly imagined that when you got here yesterday.
No, not at all. Look, it was an incredible day of cricket. Anytime 17 wickets fall on day one, it's I guess it would have been exciting to watch, but and it was exciting to be a part of.
I suppose the calibre of fast bowling, let's start there, outstanding from both teams.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, it's probably the two best bowling attacks in the world, going at it on a fast, reasonably spicy wicket. So they were certainly on top yesterday, and it's going to provide a lot of challenges for the batters over the next few days. But we go again today.
How do you prepare for the unique proposition that is Jasprit Bumrah with the way he lets the ball go and the extra pace he generates with the release position?
Yeah, I think with Jasper, it's one of those ones where it doesn't matter how many times you face him, it always takes a little bit to get used to. And, I mean, looking at that yesterday, I thought it was quite possibly one of the better spells I've seen in person in my Test career. He was certainly up and about, and fair play to him.
Where there has been criticism is that a lot of your top six haven't done an awful lot of batting in long-form cricket in the build-up to the first Test match. So how do you see that as a member of the top six?
Look, I felt really well prepared. I played 2 Shield games and was, trying to get my body right to be able to bowl a bit. So I think we've all felt really well prepared. There is different ways of going about it, and I think it's harsh to probably judge us off one day when you come up against a spell like Jasper and the rest of their bowlers as well. So 17 wickets fell. I wouldn't put that down to our preparation.
50 Test wickets now, Mitchie. Welcome to the club. At what age did you realise you were the best bowler in your family? Was it at birth? Swampy and Sean are horrible.
Yeah, Swamp. I'm not even sure what Swampy bowled.
Did he ever get you out, even as a 3-year-old?
No, never. And Sean was actually a handy medium pacer back in the day, and then realised that it was too hard. I probably should have done that. But it's always nice chipping with a few wickets for him.
Now, you bowled a lot when you were young, so you have that fast bowling mentality, nice quick outswinger. Going forward with your Test career, how many overs per innings do you think you'll be budgeting on?
Well, I've got 250 Test wickets to get to, so if you're going on my career, I'm going to have to bowl about 4,000 overs to get there, so got a bit to go.
What about batting? Colo talked about the preparation. We were talking years ago with Simon Katich in our commentary. If you haven't played for a couple of weeks, you'd feel like you're out at a bit, but it's a different generation. Preparations are different. So in particular for your batting, how much work do you have to do leading into a Test match?
Yeah, I think preparation-wise, it's not 3 weeks of a couple of hits and away we go. It's we're preparing as best we can. For myself, I played those 2 Shield games and then had 2 weeks off to welcome our baby into the world.
And congratulations! How is it going?
Yeah, it's been a big week, no doubt about it. But little Olive, she's beautiful. As everyone experiences with having their first kid, it's a life-changing experience. So my build-up couldn't have been any better.
Oh, well done again.
Just on your dismissal yesterday, there was a bit of interest in Mohammad Siraj's shoe coming off. Now, I mean, did you see that at all, just to get the definitive word from you?
No, I didn't see it at all. I think the rule's a towel, or I don't know if it's a shoe or whatever, but it didn't put me off. So
there's no shoe gate? We can just erase that now?
Look, I'd love to use it as an excuse, but unfortunately I can't.
All right, Mitch, it was an extraordinary day yesterday. Best of luck today. See if you guys can get somewhere near first innings parity.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck, Mitch.
Mitch Marsh, thanks to Smarterlight, 80% less energy and carbon usage, battery-free, always compliant, huge savings, Smarterlight environmental exit signs. When play resumes, Alex Carey is 19 and Mitch Starc is 6. The deficit is 83. Pete Lawler and Bharat Sundaresan are going to join us in our pre-game show next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hijaz. Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Need a great apprentice? Trusted by over 250,000 Australian businesses, MEGT makes apprenticeships easy. So to build a winning team and grow your business, sign up with MEGT. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Lights Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Escape the weekday worries on a Royal Caribbean short getaway. A game of pickleball or cricket in the middle of the ocean awaits, or serve it up on the Flow Rider surf simulator. You can relax with a couple's massage at Vitality Spa, or a dip at the adults-only Solarium Pool, followed by a robot-crafted cocktail at Bionic Bar, or a beer at the pub, followed by a free slice at Sorrento's Pizza. It's the ultimate getaway in just a few days. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
Get behind the wheel of luxury today at Waverley BMW, the 2023 Winner Major Metro Dealer of the Year. Whether you're looking for exceptional service or your dream car, our expert team is here for you. Visit waverleybmw.com.au.
LMCT 8953.
Gerard Wheately here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel, and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
All right, first game of the season. Openers, ready to see off the new ball?
Yeah, nah.
Middle order batters, ready to pile on the runs?
Yeah, nah.
Bowlers, ready to run in all day?
Yeah, nah.
And 12th man, got any ideas on getting the boys home safely after a couple of beers at the end of the game?
Yeah, nah.
For a zero alcohol beer that looks, smells and tastes like beer without the booze and lets you drive home safely, the choice is as simple as yeah, nah. Play on this summer with yeah, nah. Available in Coles and Coles online supermarkets.
Yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Good Oil for Cobram Estate. Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles, for Tylers. The warm-ups are underway. India in the blazing sun here in Perth in the early morning for Ream, steady, hot and strong and in the box. How do you distill 17 wickets and 217 runs into 800 words at the end of a day's play? They both had a go at it. Bharat in the Australian. Pete, direct to your inbox with Cricket et al. It was deeply satisfying on both fronts. Peter Lawler with the Good Oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Hello to you, Pete.
Extra virgin Pete. Thank you, Gerard. You know, last night I was sitting there at the typewriter next to my batting partner, Gideon Haig, and we were just concluding our articles and about to send them out, and I said, have you mentioned Nathan McSweeney? And he said, no. I said, neither have I. How on earth does an Australian batsman make their debut in the first test of a Border Gavaskar Trophy, start it with a brilliant catch, be involved in a sensational catch, and barely elicit a word from observers? That was just cricket at warp speed. Yes. There was so much going on, honestly. I think even people without ADHD would know what it's like to have ADHD watching a game of cricket like that.
Bharat, Sundaresan, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Morning, Pete. Yeah, in the last couple of years, thanks to baseball, Test cricket's been played at speed, right? It's cricket in speed. And it's generally had to do with, batters and scoring fast and playing outrageous shots. But yesterday, two fast bowling captains decided, no, we'll show you what cricket at speed is, or cricket in speed is. That was what? This could not have been scripted better than two fast bowling captains. The fast bowlers dominated from both teams. But the story of the day for me was Australia's batting decline. I mean, we saw signs of it last year, and it seems it's set in. It's something needs to be done. I don't know whether it's just going to come down to a couple of senior players saying, okay, we'll do something about it and have a good summer. Because the problem is, we did the show this morning, Tom and I, Gerard. The question is like, okay, why can't we bring in new players? Who do you bring in is the bigger question for me.
Who's the poster boy for the Australian batting crisis, Pete?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of eager candidates there, aren't there? But it's Marnus Labuschagne, and you know that. You know the answer to that question before you've even asked it. He is in a terrible decline, isn't he? Averaging in the mid-20s across a 12-month period, well off that peak of when he was a batter who touched 60, didn't he? He's dropped right back now to an average of when I say touch 60, that he was averaging 60 in Test match cricket. He's down to 49. That's a fair decline in not many years. Great concern. And I thought Virat Kohli had mellowed, but I'm afraid that Virat Kohli is still a very nasty man. Dropping that catch did Marnus a terrible disservice.
It's a wicked irony that he would have been much better off being out second ball than being 90 minutes on excruciating display.
Yeah. Usually batsmen, when they're out of form, they hide it because they're in the dressing room. Bowler's out of form, there's nowhere to hide, but yeah.
Not only did he drop that catch of Marnus, I saw this clip doing the rounds on social media, caught on stump mic. When Marnus was in the midst of that torture, Virat runs past him and says, Marnus, do you have a bat? Why aren't you using it? And it was telling, coming from someone who himself is struggling to score runs. And Virat and Marnus have sort of a bit of a relationship over the last couple of years. For someone who enjoys nothing more than batting in his life, I've never seen him look so unhappy out there in the middle. Like, it was going nowhere, that innings. And just as he walked off and he spat the chewing gum, and it felt like that was a symbolic of that innings. He was stuck in gum.
Yeah, so it's not reactionary to one innings. This has been building for a period of time. And it was the key thread for Australia's batting yesterday morning when we first spoke. Is Marnus's place in the team secure? And to watch him, the answer is clearly no. This all swings on his second innings, and whether he can bat in a different manner, a manner that would see him likely to score. And then the second element is, does Australia win or lose this Test match? If Australia wins, there's breathing space. If Australia loses, then it has a very real question to answer come Adelaide, is who is more likely to make runs for Australia to win a Test match? Is it Marnus Labuschagne, or is it the reserve batter Josh Inglis, who's in great form? If Australia loses this Test match, that is the number one question that will have to be answered.
It's an enormous call, Gerard. It's a hard one to argue against. When Inglis had started to sniff around the camp, we felt like the pressure was on Alex Carey. And Alex Carey, who's a not-out batsman in this situation, has emphatically reasserted his possession or his place in that side. But you're right, there is another place in that side, and Josh Inglis is the in-form batsman in Australia, or he's certainly in better form than the man we're talking about right now.
And losing makes those questions very sharp, is how do we win the next match? And he's already in the squad.
Yep, very much so. And how long can you leave someone in that kind of form on the bench when the others are not firing? And I know the question will be, but wouldn't number 4, number 3 be too high for Josh Inglis? You might just have to shuffle the batting deck around if that it comes down to that. Because who else can Josh Inglis come in for? Can't be Travis Head. I don't think it can be for Mitchell Marsh. And obviously Steve Smith's not going anywhere. So the only place open right now is that, unless obviously they push McSweeney down and they take a punt with Inglis at the top. So, so many question marks. And also what happens when you have an iffy batting lineup up against the genius of Jasprit Bumrah, though, Gerard. I mean, what he produced yesterday was, it was like, one of those things you get goosebumps just thinking about it. And to think that was his first spell of a tour. I mean, that's how you set a marker, don't you? This could well be the summer of Bumrah.
So this is immediately in revered company with spells like that. So that's in our imaginations. That's Curtly Ambrose. That's Richard Hadley. Is Jasprit Bumrah is this generation's version?
Yeah, he is. He's one of the great bowlers of all time. And to give the batsman, some out here, that the bowling attacks in both these two teams are sublime. They are some of the best bowlers Test cricket have ever seen in this game. Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, Mitchell Starc, Jasprit Bumrah, they're extraordinary. If India had played the 2 spinners, I think the statistic was you would have 6 of the 7 best bowlers in world cricket right now in this match. Something along those lines. Never trust my statistics. But Australia bowled brilliantly to India. India bowled even better to Australia, and it was your man, Jasprit. Leadership becomes some people. Leadership can be a heavy burden on your shoulders. It can weigh you down. It's all that extra responsibility. But some people, like you, Gerard, as the leader of our team, they're lifted by it. And Jasprit's face seemed to be lit up by the fact that he's the captain of the team and that he has this opportunity, that this is his moment, this is what he's always wanted to do. And even better, he can give it back if it doesn't work, They just have a crack.
But if he gives it back, they're going to give it back to him, because I can definitely see him being a long-term skipper. Whenever Rohit Sharma's time comes, it can't be too long now. But I think he was complimented beautifully by the rest as well. I'm sensing a Yashasvi Jaiswal day, Gerard. I just woke up this morning. He'll have the license to play his game. And if he gets away, Australia can't attack him like they did in the first inning. They will be on the defensive. And he's the most dangerous batter out there in modern-day cricket. I know he hasn't scored a lot of runs away from India, but this could be his day.
What's the biggest question that sits over Australia today, Pete, as they start 83 runs behind?
Everything that we've spoken about, Gerard. Can they limit the damage? Can they strike back? How far behind in this match are they going to be by about tea time? Yeah, and they could be a hell of a long way back by tea.
Pete Lalor. Now, Bharat, is a big part of this series is the journeys at the end of Virat Kohli and Steve Smith. And the harbingers of doom were out yesterday with both of their dismissals, with both of their innings. Now, Kohli was there for a little bit longer, and he took a really interesting approach, batting a long way out of his crease, and he set himself up for what happened. And Smith, if there's a question over his eye and his reaction time, it was there in the very first ball. Back on his stumps deep, beaten all ends up by the pace and the shape of Jasprit Bumrah.
They both look like 2 great athletes who are trying to grab onto something, and time is just running so quickly away from them. They're trying to recapture glory, and hope has led to desperation. Like Virat Kohli's innings was so desperate. Generally, it likes to come to Australia and stamp his authority. Here, he just wanted to prove a point almost to himself that he's still good enough, and that dismissal was indicative of that, as was the dropped catch. Virat Kohli is the one who lifts everyone up. Yesterday, when he dropped that catch, rarely will you see him look so sheepish and so apologetic. But that was Virat Kohli. And Steve Smith, that's the 3rd time in 2024, he's been out like that, overbalancing and getting stuck on the pads. Equally desperate. He's so keen to get the game going and to dictate terms. They're not giving themselves enough time. But again, just clear signs of 2 great athletes, definitely on the decline, and hoping for that one final glory shot. Maybe they'll get it during this summer. But at the moment, they both seem to be struggling. Not so much with their games, but of course with their games are also in their head.
What did it tell us about the Indian demeanour? So we've lived this now for a couple of series on these shores. Indian teams for a long time in Australia had a short breaking point. And it wasn't that they didn't have great players, and it wasn't that they didn't have great individual performances, but collectively they couldn't withstand what Australia would bring relentlessly. We saw it when they were bowled out for 36 in Adelaide, and we all imagined that was it. They fight back and win the series. We see, yes, they bowled out for 150. That can set the tone for a whole series. No, it didn't even set the tone for 20 minutes. They fought back. It's so admirable that they are a mightily different proposition on these shores than they were when we were growing up.
Fearless. I mean, it gets spoken about a lot, the IPL and what it's done. It's taken the fear of failure away. But I think it is representative of, India and the way the country is. I mean, you look at someone like Harshit Rana. He's barely played first-class cricket. He's had one IPL season. But the fact that on Test debut, in his first over of his first ball, he bowls the delivery and he charges all the way down to the batter and he's giving him a stare. That is modern India for you. I think that was very impressive from him. Like, yes, Jasprit Bumrah is a genius, but he needed that support from the other end. And I think that's the team that they've become. Back in the day, they were so much more reliant on their batters, pulling off great feats. You go back to 2003-04, Tendulkar making big runs, or VVS Lakshman, or Rahul Dravid in Adelaide 2003-04 again. But now they almost feel like, look, whatever happens, our bowlers can bail us out. Our bowlers can keep us in this game. And we saw that in 2020, 2021. Every time Australia looked like they landed the knockout blow, India just held their own and said, no, we're not going down. And we've already seen it on day one of this series. They won't lie down, this team. Gautam Gambhir, very different to Ravi Shastri. I've spoken a lot about him in the last few days. But there is that feistiness to him. And this is that little comment from Nitish Kumar Reddy saying, the last thing my coach said was, if they bowl bouncers at you, feel like you're taking bullets for the country. That sums up Gautam Gambhir in a sentence, but also sums up a lot of the Indian spirit right now.
The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Bharat, we'll talk to you during the morning. Bharat Sundaresan, part of our pre-game show. Australia 7 for 67, trailing by 83 runs. Scott Boland is the man who's carrying the drinks for Australia. He won't carry them for long because he's going to be part of the PM's 11 game. Liquorland, your 12th man, bringing you the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. The Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, is going to join us in our pre-game next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
Peninsula Skoda's end-of-year sale event is not to be missed. Take advantage of incredible factory rebates on selected models, but only while stocks last. Now is the time to test drive your next European drive at Peninsula Skoda.
LMCT 12366.
If you drive a European car, make it stop as well as it goes. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are designed specifically for European vehicles and feature high carbon metallurgy for superior braking. Their SwiftFit protective coating also inhibits corrosion, so rotors will look great for longer. A direct replacement for OE rotors and tested to strict European standards. Bendix's Euro Plus disc brake rotors are the perfect choice for discerning owners. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Silurian pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
This festive season, experience the magic of sound with the Sonos Holiday Shopping Event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the festivities with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos is also a no-brainer gift for everyone on your list. Visit sonos.com to shop now.
Offers end December 2nd.
He shoots! He scores! Goal! And the crowd is on their feet.
Love Australian football? Paramount Plus has got you covered.
And the GOAT says...
Every game of the Combank Matildas.
The goal is in!
Every game of the Subway Socceroos.
And goal for Australia!
Every game of the A-Leagues.
Beautifully done!
Every game live. A mountain of football. Only on Paramount Plus.
Paramount Plus.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 and soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
The warm-ups are taking place on a perfect Saturday here in Perth. Our pre-game show is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers. On day 2 throughout our test summers, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia is with us, and Nick Hockley takes up for the first time with us. Hello to you, Nick.
Gerard, great to see you.
An eventful day to get us started.
Oh, my goodness. Well, firstly, I mean, it's brilliant to be underway. Gone action-packed. I think head's still spinning. Unbelievable.
31,302, so a new record for a day of test cricket in Perth. Did the West Test meet its marker, given it has the honour of opening?
Oh, absolutely thrilled. I mean, I think the atmosphere, the vibe yesterday was fantastic. I mean, on the numbers, probably I think the best comparator is the first ever test match here at Optus Stadium, which was also against India, so great comparable. And there were 20,000 for the first day. To have over 31,000, and we'll go well past that today, is brilliant. And I think it's just testament to the amount of work that's gone in, but also just the way that WA Cricket, the way that the WA government, the way that Seven West Media is always having the local paper, everyone's just got behind it, and it's great to see Perth embraced it. And I think now that we know for the next at least 3 years that the West Test will be the first test of the summer, it really, I think, will become very much a destination test match, much like the Boxing Day Test, the Pink Test, and so on. So, yeah, we're thrilled.
Is it what needed to happen here, given there had been a lethargy around Test cricket, that it was long-term?
Well, I was speaking to Mike McKenna, who looks after Optus Stadium yesterday, and we were reflecting, this was the plan that we had right at the beginning, and then going into those 2 years, the India series 4 years ago, the Ashes 3 years ago, which we couldn't hold here. So in many ways, what we're seeing is kind of the manifestation of the original vision, but just a little bit later than we could have been. And look, we've been just absolutely blessed with perfect weather. So, great start to the summer.
Are we living in fear of a 2-day test?
Oh, I think it's good. It's a competitive test match. That is for sure. I think the pitch was obviously quite lively, but that's Perth. And I think what we just saw some exceptional bowling from both sides. I thought Bumrah's spell in particular, just like really dazzling, incredible off that action, off that run up. A lot to focus the mind, I'm sure. But the sun's out, so if it flattens out, I think it's game on.
From a commercial sense, in the modern world, what's ideal for a test match? Is it 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days?
I think it's finishing in the last session of the fifth day. I mean, I think probably one of the most memorable test matches I've seen of the recent era was the first test of the Ashes last year at Edgbaston, which I think finished at 7 o'clock on the last day.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Yep. Because I think there's probably been a view that the commerce of day 5 doesn't really work in the modern era, but you're of a different view?
I mean, we don't sell tickets for day 5 because of that unpredictability, but it's great television viewing, and what we typically do is a gold coin donation. So I think the main thing is that we want just fantastic test cricket, a great contest, a fair contest, and as many people to enjoy it as possible. But I mean, from a commercial perspective, you could say, finishing on the last ball of day 4, because it does cost to open the ground. But the primary thing is that we want just one great cricket.
The biggest operational question out of yesterday is, why isn't Hotspot in operation for this series?
So, it's a good question. I think what we've got in place is obviously absolutely compliant with the ICC regulations. I thought DRS was used. The critically was used to good effect yesterday by both teams. Very important. So, I think that's one for the match referees and the umpires.
So the broadcaster is charged with whether Hotspot is staged, and Australia was the last place using it. Should it be a governing body? Should it be the international body who mandates the best possible chance of coming up with the decisions?
I think the use of technology, DRS, is I think a real addition to the game, what we have discussed at ICC whether there's almost a kind of a standardisation of production. It does. It's hugely technically complex, and it is very costly as well. So I think the main thing, and we saw it yesterday, that we're watching the best players in the world bowling at the highest speeds. The margins are so fine. So I think what we have in place just ensures that that we're getting good decisions.
It feels like there'd been a deterioration in faith in Hotspot. Is that accurate?
Again, I think that's one for the match referees and for the umpires.
Your approach to the summer, so it's your last summer in charge as the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. How does that sit with you as you enter it?
Well, very focused on making it as big as it can possibly be. I mean, this is the schedule that we've been, and the matchup that we've been dreaming of. So I think we're seeing more people coming from overseas. I think around 6 times as many tickets have been sold to overseas visitors as that 2018-19 series that I mentioned. So what we're seeing is with the relationship between India and Australia is not only the heavyweight contest on the field, but there's a huge amount of trade, investment, business activity, and I'm just keen that it's as everyone has an absolutely great time. I mean, let's not forget it is the first time in over 33 years when we've had a 5-test series against India, and for me the biggest benefit of that is that it's another city and all the major test venues where everyone gets an opportunity to watch and come to the ground. So really focused on just making it as big as it can possibly be.
Do you feel like the major tasks, so if I was guessing, you'd say TV rights and to fix the schedule and to do the deals with the state governments. Do you feel like you've achieved those major portfolios that you were tasked with?
Certainly I do. I feel like the foundations that are now really in place, and I think what's important with that certainty, it just gives a really great ability to plan and to build from. So, the TV deals are now in place for 7 years, and that's in Australia with Seven and Fox, but also in India with Disney. Same with radio. So it's fantastic to have 7-year arrangements with our radio partners, and now with our government partners and venue partners, all of that's in place. And the schedule, I think we're very fortunate to have a schedule where Test cricket and the Big Bash leagues are really complementary. I think around the world, people are typically looking to find clear air and window, but we find our biggest days are when you have a day at the Test into a really brilliant Big Bash fixture in the evening. So it's great, and all of that means that we've got good certainty about how much we can then invest in community cricket. So really, I think we're really well set up for the next phase, and I've got a fantastic team in place at Cricket Australia. So I will miss it enormously, but really very focused on making sure that this season's an absolute success.
And does your departure date, is that now reliant on the appointment of your successor?
So I think my last, or my end of my contract, I've given notice so that it will be the end of March, 31 March. But I'm really committed to make sure that there's a good handover for the next person who's appointed.
Are you expecting that appointment to be made during this summer?
Obviously, the board and my chair are working on that, but I understand that the process is well underway, and I think it will depend on really who's appointed and their arrangements, with their current role and what their circumstances are.
You mentioned the scheduling, and that was before us with the 2 white ball series that were played. And a lot of this is outside Australia's control, so it's not that we don't have sympathy for it, but was it... Do you feel those 2 series were successful, played when they were, and given the circumstances of player availability?
Well, the first I'd say is I think we came up against a very spirited and motivated Pakistan side, and you can't take anything away from that. I think the notion of white ball in November and freeing up the end of January for the Big Bash for families and all the kids to come in is the right one. I was really pleased, on the Monday, the ODI ahead of the Melbourne Cup at the MCG, we got 25,000 people, which is the highest crowd to an international cricket game in November at the MCG. I think where we got criticised was that the ODI team for the 3rd Test here in Perth are all format players. We felt that we would prioritise this Test series. I think we could have done a better job of maybe explaining that. But some great opportunities for what I think will be the set of white ball players that are going to take us forward for what's a really exciting and important programme. So whether it's T20 World Cups, obviously the LA Olympics, and then obviously the defence of the World Cup that we won last year in India.
Is it a hard sell to your public to say this is the Australian cricket team, but it's the light version of the cricket team because we are resting these players for different priorities?
Well, I think we've become accustomed to having just an incredible set of all format players. I think if you look at other countries around the world, I mean, if you look at India, they've just recently been playing a T20 series in South Africa. You look at England, there's less crossover between their white ball teams and their Test teams, both of whom have been reasonably successful. So, I think we've just got a really incredibly unique crop of players, generational talent, and I think so. What I think we will see is probably more format specialisation as we go forward. I think that's inevitable.
Were you supportive of the team strategy to rest the players for what ended up being the 3rd and deciding game here?
Again, I mean, that's really for George Dodds and Andrew, the selection panel. I think another area where we could look at is make sure that the travel schedule, because it was really that third ODI here at Perth Stadium, make sure the travel schedule is such that we can have a really consistent side for each series. So I think, what was unfortunate is that we made a major shift within a series, and that I think that was overwhelmingly due to travel. So that's something we will look into.
Are those white ball series your key to planting a flag in November?
I think they are, absolutely, and along with the WBBL, which has been just fantastic this year. I mean, still wide open, really close games. I think the shortened tournament has just upped the intensity of the cricket. So yeah, absolutely, November I think for the WBBL, that's its spot. And the women's Future Tours programme has been now announced for the next period, and we've got November as a clear window. And then international cricket, I think international cricket starts, the cricket season starts on the 1st of October. So you're having some great international cricket all around the country. And we've got India here for 5 T20s and 3 ODIs this time next year. In November, so I think it'll be fantastic.
Is it important to have your elbows out with the encroachment, the quite deliberate encroachment of rugby league and AFL down the eastern seaboard, with International Rugby League, the AFL's fixture release and draft, that you do have your patch in what is a traditional time for cricket?
Absolutely. I think that's really important. I think it's what we're seeing here with the West Test. It's having rituals and appointment of you and knowing when things are going to be on. I really like the ODI on the Monday before the public holiday in Melbourne. I think that can be an event that we can grow, we can build. So I think it's having a level of consistency as much as possible in a sport where we're international, we've got lots of world events, and we've got 3 formats of the game. So I think this next period now, the FTP, how everything lines up. We've got tests into the World Test Championship. We've got expanded T20 World Cup, but then the Olympics. And as I said previously, I think the thing with ODIs is making sure that each of the series count as qualification for the 50 over World Cup. And we saw what a magnificent World Cup that was last year.
Is it rude that the IPL auction is encroaching on this Test match rather than nestling neatly between the first and the second?
I think it's not ideal. I think if you spoke to our broadcast partners who have commentators who are also IPL coaches, I think they'd also say that it's not ideal. But that's out of our hands. And I think if anything, they will hold the audience after this incredible Test match into that IPL auction. But we've got I think over-representation of players in the IPL, which is testament to our white ball talent that we've got. So I know certainly our players here will be fully focused here, and it'll be something to think about and talk about after the Test match.
Yes, as it does shape a few lives, that's for sure. Nick, it's great to see you. Let's see where this Test match takes us, and I will catch up in Adelaide.
Great. Thanks so much, Gerard.
Good on you. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, with us in our pre-match. Don't miss the Women's Ashes. See Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January 12 to February 2. Just check those dates for me. And search Ashes tickets. Both teams have completed their warm-ups here at Optus Stadium, so the action's not too far away. The Ream warm-up, Ream Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. So you can search those Ashes tickets with the 3 ODIs, the 3 T20s and the Test match. So a multi-format series that stretches from January 12 to February 2. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and Hijaz Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Kentucky Fried Chicken presents the new original Crispy Burger series. The lettuce is crispy, the chicken is extra crispy, and the mayo is mayo. It's double breaded, extra crispy, and it's out now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, Jason Hodges here. Like me, you know that life happens on lawn. And my mates at Strathair Instant Lawn have been producing world-class grass for over 50 years. Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbie area for your mates, or an outdoors spot for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. From the hardy Tiff Tough Hybrid Bermuda to the greener in winter fescue. Call Strathair for a free quote today or go online to strathair.com.au.
Saddle up and get ready to ride. Sexyland's Black Friday Super Sexy Sale has pulled into town. For a limited time only, get up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of adult toys, couples games, sexy lingerie and costumes, plus loads more. Something real sexy for everyone. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online at sexyland.com.au for 2-hour delivery.
Whether you're buying your first home, upsizing to suit your growing family, looking to invest, or empty nesting now the kids are off, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. That's right, with great rates and personalised support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's really no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Sunday, December 8 in Werribee is as real as it gets. At the Werribee Cup. Feel the thrill of the up-close action and party on a day like no other in Melbourne's vibrant West. With entertainment, fashion and all the fantastic hospitality options you can handle. With Christmas fast approaching, why not book your Christmas party now? As real as it gets, Sunday, December 8 for the Werribee Cup, Werribee Racing Club. Find out more and book now at country.racing.com/Werribee.
He shoots! He scores! Goal! And the crowd is on their feet.
Love Australian football? Paramount Plus has got you covered.
And the GOAT says...
Every game of the Combank Matildas.
The goal is in!
Every game of the Subway Socceroos.
And goal for Australia!
Every game of the A-Leagues.
Beautifully done!
Every game live. A mountain of football. Only on Paramount Plus.
Paramount Plus.
The Barbecues Galore up to 50% off. Black Friday sale is now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off barbecue accessories and backyard essentials. And up to 50% off outdoor furniture and heating. Hurry, don't miss out. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Pests, insects and weeds. Give them a spray. Ian Healy here. Sylvan's Pro-Grade range is built tough for serious gardeners and professionals. With a 5-year warranty, they're easy to operate with multiple spray nozzles for any application. Sylvan, the spraying specialists. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
The field being prepared for the day's play, which is a couple of minutes away. Australia 7 for 67. Carey is 19. Stark is 6. The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's 24 degrees, heading for a top of 29. Tomorrow it's 33 degrees. Little bit of good oil here with Tom Morris before we get stuck in with Damien Fleming as the Indians make their way out towards the middle. The good oil is for Cobram Estate. Hello, Tom.
G'day, Gerard. So I was a bit early there. Just some news nuggets floating around this morning. There is a belief that Adam Zampa, who's only played 6 Shield games since 2017, has been told that he should be playing for New South Wales in their next Shield game so that he's ready to go to Sri Lanka. Now, his first-class average is 46. He does harbour ambitions to play Test cricket, and they've named Zampa in its 11 tomorrow to host Tasmania at the SCG. Tanveer Singh has gone out. It's his first red ball match for 18 months, so he's certainly one to watch. In other games, Queensland will host Victoria in a day-nighter. Matt Short and Xavier Bartlett will play their first Shield cricket for the season. And Will Sutherland, who would like to play Shield cricket as a specialist bat if he's not fully fit to bowl, is playing second 11 cricket as the captain for Victoria, and Peter Hanscom will captain the Vics. The other game is WA versus SA, where Jai Richardson and Lance Morris will play. And I've spoken to Cricket Australia. They're expecting, again, more than 30,000 people today at Optus Stadium.
Let's break that record from yesterday, 31,302. The pitch update from Mole Map. Get a Mole Map, one check, two experts. There was a lot of studying of that strip being done this morning. But the demons were in the bowling and in the head rather than in the surface. Damien, Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, Tom, listeners, no, certainly the pitch seems good to me. Stump to stump, it's going to move a little bit, but we've been talking about the batsman intent all the way through. Alex Carey, surprise, surprise, with very good Sheffield Shield form coming in. Really looked the best Australian batsman. So this partnership's massive. We know Stark can score quickly, and Alex Carey can score big. So can Australia get themselves at least over 100?
What a miserable thing to say.
At least 100. What's the lowest score ever? What was that one in 1981?
83. So I've got a couple of scorecards from the past to dot into our first 20 minutes of the coverage. But the difference between 60 more runs and not is the Test match, I imagine, is 127 and trail by 30.
Well, what do we want to be chasing in the second innings?
Yes, all of this forecast
less than 150.
Rana to open the day's play from the Langer stand end. Alex Carey has the strike. He's forward defended. He's going with the stroke. Tip and run out to mid-off. And Australia ticks it up to 68. So give me a bit of scenario planning.
Well, I asked the question, didn't I? What would we chase in the second innings? Yeah, I don't know if I want to be chasing more than 150.
It's got to be between 210 and 240 on day 3 in Perth. We're not talking a cracked up pitch by that stage.
No, and it should be best batting halfway through today and day 3. There's a lot in what Simon Katich has been saying yesterday. You need wickets in hand when you get to that 40th over, when the Kookaburra flattens.
Rana to Stark, strokes the ball to the leg side and takes another easy single. Australia 2 from 2. It's highly promising.
The strike rate's impressive by Australia.
So they've got to keep the deficit to 30-odd.
That's a lot of runs, isn't it?
These two have got to be good for 50 this morning, I reckon. And then what Bharat said, I don't know if you heard Bharat, but he said this is a Jaiswal kind of scenario. Young kid, let free, see what happens. Carey, big drive, inside edge, past the stumps, down to fine leg. A run, but a risky run.
Yeah, I mean, 30 behind, you have to bowl them out between 150 and 200. So if it's 200, it's 230, but it could be the best batting conditions. And even there, someone will have to play a blinder.
Low-scoring Test matches have the ground.
Yeah, you've talked about it already. Yes.
So what this ground hasn't yet had is a moment in time to go, that's Test cricket at Optus Stadium. This Test match offers that possibility now.
Yeah.
A thriller at the end of day 3 or somewhere in day 4 where all results, ties and wins are in play. Stark ducks the bouncer. Bit of venom from Rana.
Yeah, well, let's hope it's this one and Australia chasing that total down with a couple of wickets in hand. But a lot of these questions, they're intriguing questions. You know, this partnership is just massive. I just can't. Nathan Lyon, he loves the hook shot and pull shot. You know, it's a tough shot to play against this attack. Josh Hazelwood. I'm not backing the big Hoff for too many runs. And Stark's dangerous. Dangerous hitting all-rounder.
Bowls to him. Stark stands up like plays to cover, which has been shut down. No run.
Good signs in this over, isn't there? A few singles. I like the footwork, particularly for Mitchell Stark. He's a tall man. Get a big tall stride going down the pitch. And certainly when it's in his hitting zone, we want him to back himself.
Partnership's worth 11. There's been a 14 and a couple of 12s. There haven't been a lot to rejoice.
And we want, what do we want? Probably a 50.
Yeah, you want 50.
50 from these two.
Runners last ball of the first over. Stark sways out of the way at the bouncer. The Toyota scoreboard don't send the Ute to do a Hilux job. Reads 7 for 70. Bit of scenario planning. 0433 98 11 16. Give us something for the time capsule. Fourth innings chase here in a low-scoring thriller.
No surprise who's bowling this over?
Jasper from the danger end.
What were the stats again on that?
12 wickets from this end. 12 for 81 from the members' end. And 5 for 136 from the Langer end. SEN Test cricket is for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon.
The other thing with short innings, that the bowlers are fresh. Well, Indian bowlers will be fresh, so the Australians won't want to get out there too soon today.
So there's a mission for Bumrah, obviously, to protect whatever lead he can as the captain, but also for this to be enshrined as one of the great bowling displays, it needs to be fifer. Otherwise, it'll just get missed unless you are here to see it. Bumrah starts with 2 slips and a gully, and Alex Carey's on 21 in his sights. Bumrah around the wicket bowls, and Carey nicks immediately. Straight to Parks. Bumrah's got his 5. He's a joyful and dominant figure in Perth. The Indian skipper hailed around the world for what he did yesterday. Begins with a wicket first ball. And Australia still trails by more than they have on the board. 7 for 70 as Carey departs for 21.
Well, there's that fifer. It only took 1 ball that you're asking for, Gerard Wheately. He deserves 7. And I'm backing him for 7. And it could happen in this over because Alex Carey, the established batsman, is out. Nathan Lyon will be on strike. And Jasprit Bumrah has 5 for 17 off 10.1. That was far. No warm-up balls for the Indian captain. On the money straight away. Alex Carey probably could have dropped his hands at that one. But once again, it's that mystique of Bumrah. They are not picking him up at all. So you do play at balls in hindsight you don't need to because of this illusion. And I'm just loving him as captain too. Like he's just leading by example. I've got the ball. He's got a very unflappable temperament too for a fast bowler. And this team, Indian team, I think will thrive under his captaincy.
We've lived through this dynamic with Australia with Pat Cummins coming to the captaincy. Our captains used to shape series across hours and hours and hours with the bat. The bowler can do it with 1 ball. The celebration for the first wicket of the day for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. The Indian crowd is at the back of Bumrah. He bowls, Lyon in behind, defending resolutely to point and run.
It sounds like 50,000 now. Good start there from Nathan Lyon, right in behind it. Fraction short there from Bumrah, so he had time to watch that onto his bat. I don't think he's going to allow that time. They're going to be at least another 1.5 metre full in that 5 metre zone where the batsman's not sure whether to go forward or back.
10,000 in at the start of the day's play. You want to get here quickly. Lyon faces up to Bumrah. He's squared up past the outside edge. That flies through to Punt, who takes it in front of his eyes.
Yep, there's the adjustment. Just 1 metre fuller and that forces Nathan Lyon to spar at that ball outside off stump. He can afford to go fuller now to Nathan Lyon. Lyon just getting back a little bit. Just looking at the dismissal of Carey, it was probably on a 6-stump line, but it did go away on the seam, and Carey followed it. More slips in place now.
Lyon front leg kicked out, 3 slips and a gully. Bumrah's over the wicket. Lyon nibbles at a ball that goes through to punts. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Anything short, he tends to have a dip at.
He's just getting a bit fuller with each delivery, and I think if he could almost bowl a half volley even here to Nathan Lyon, he's going to have a go at it, try and play through the covers. I'm backing an outside edge, so I'd go fuller.
Bumrah barely pauses at the start of an economical run-in. He gets going about 8 strides away, tilts back, flies it down at Lyon, who defends to mid-off. And they were off out of the cordon. They've just got to go and reposition themselves. There's
everyone in the cordon ran then. They thought that was the last ball.
Most test wickets in the calendar year. Bumrah 46 at 15. Ashwin's got 46 as well. His is at 26, and Jadeja 44 at 21. India played more test cricket than anyone else across the year. Bumrah bowls, Lyon hits. He tried to cover everything up. It was angled in the body. A wicket maiden for the Indian skipper to open up. 8 for 70 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a utes to do a Hilux job.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 8 for 70. Stark 7, Lions 0. Carey went from the first ball that Bumrah bowled for 21. The setup here is going to be 2 slips and a gully, a fine leg, a deep square, a mid-on, a short cover, a mid-off, and a third man. Stark lets it pass outside the off stump.
Anything fuller than a good length, Starkey's just got to pin him straight down the V. Yep. We've got to be able to score runs here.
The 2 scorecards from the past, which flashed to mind last night, Flem. So you had to go back to the 5th test in Sydney in 1952, Australia versus the West Indies, to find a day's cricket when 17 wickets had fallen at the start of a test match. 19 fell that day. Australia was bowled out for 116.
Who got the wickets for the West Indies back then?
He's coming from the top of his mark. He's around the wicket now to Stark, who's beaten by the outside edge. That sizzled through. Jerry Gomez took 7 for 55, and Frank Worrell took 3 for 42.
How many did they score?
116.
Oh, they scored runs, though, and lost,
Colin McDonald, 32. Keith Miller, 20. Neil Harvey, 18. And then the West Indies were 9 down by stumps. They're on their way to being bowled out for 78, but they were 9 for 64 at stumps. And the wickets, Ray Lindwall,
legend,
5 for 52. Keith Miller took 2. Runner bowls, Stark back foot defence, sound, away to mid-off, no run.
And what was the RSSC rating on that pitch?
So the course of the test match, Australia all out 116. The West Indies 78 in reply. But then in the third innings, Australia scored 377.
So was that back in the day of you didn't cover the wickets?
It was back in the day where day 3 was a rest day.
Yeah.
So day 1, day 2, Australia bat all day. Day 3 is a rest day and finished their work. So the pitch got better as things went along. Plenty of 60s in the second innings.
It's funny looking at...
Stark faces up. No interest in the short ball.
old scorecards, on unprepared pitches, someone will score 500 in the first innings and then it rains overnight and they get bowled out for 32.
So this was Miller, 69, McDonald, Hassett and Graham Hole all scored in the 60s. And then in the fourth innings, the West Indies were chasing 416 and were bowled out for 213. And Ray Lindwall bowled Australia to victory.
Yeah, Lindsay Hassett and Keith Miller from the mighty South Melbourne Cricket Club.
Stark edging short of second slip. That reared up under the grill. He got it to ground to stay safe.
I bowl faster than you. I got a long memory.
I bowl faster than you, and I've got a long memory.
Yeah.
If you're going to bounce Mitch Stark, there'll be retribution.
He's not getting anything in his half, Mitchell Stark. They know his power on the front foot.
Up off the gloves.
And the way he batted, Rana, he wasn't behind the line of the ball, was he?
He's at 136.5, so Stark is a bit quicker than that when his turn comes. Rana's up for the sport of it. He pitches it in
Good on
short
him.
again. Nice.
Yeah, and look at this.
They come face to face in the middle of the pitch. Stark puts his arm around Rana. It's best to disguise a threat with a calming gesture. 8 for 70, end of the over.
G'day, Jason Hodges here. Like me, you know that life happens on lawn. And my mates at Strathair Instant Lawn have been producing world-class grass for over 50 years. Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbie area for your mates, or an outdoors spot for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. From the hardy Tiff Tough Hybrid Bermuda to the greener in winter fescue. Call Strathair for a free quote today or go online to strathair.com.au.
Jasprit Bumrah to Nathan Lyon, start of the fresh over line, chops down on the ball, runs it through backward points. It gets across the turf. It never races across the turf here, and they'll stop it just shy of the boundary and limit things to 3. 3 for Lyon. There's some hostilities at the start of day 2. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Good work from Reddy, who chased that all the way to the boundary. Flicked it up just before it touched the rope.
He looked like he's another dangerous batter as well. Looking up his career strike rate as well, Reddy. Another one. I wouldn't be encouraging him to drive too much. So this is a big battle, isn't it? You'd think if they're going to get runs, most of them will come off Mitchell Stark's bat. But Bumrah coming around the wicket as well. Not too many of his deliveries would be hitting the stumps, but because of his uniqueness of the action, the left-handers just spar at balls outside off stump. 3 in the slips, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Stark turns the ball to fine leg. Skitties down there and they take a single. 8 for 74. Tom Morris been digging into the Bumrah numbers, which are really something. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Gerard, I'm watching Jasprit Bumrah's bowling average like it's a live ladder in round 24 of the AFL season. So it started the test at 20.57, the 3rd best of all time in Test cricket.
Lyon faces the music. Bumrah over the wicket to him. Lyon nibbles the ball out to point and a run.
So he's gone past, for the moment, Alan Davidson, who is 20.53. Bumrah's bowling average in Test cricket is now 20.08. I'm waiting for it to dip below 20.
But if he gets a wicket now, will it dip below 20?
I'd imagine it would.
I don't want to imagine, Tom.
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
You're the stats guy.
Okay.
And you've been brilliant on debut.
The other element here.
Tell me.
Yes. Hang on. Stand by, Flem.
Just go definitively yes and then apologise if the answer ends up being no. Bumrah to Lyon. Plays the ball from the stumps back to the bowler.
So it's his 11th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket, 2nd versus Australia, the first being that 6 at the MCG in late 2018. So Kapil Dev is the only Indian seamer with more 5-wicket hauls in Tests. Now, he's equal in 11 with Ishant Sharma and Zahir Khan. The thing is, Bumrah's played 51 fewer Tests than Zahir Khan and 64 fewer than Sharma. So he's well on track. And I'll get back to you on that matter.
Because I think they put Sydney Barnes' name up there, who's arguably the greatest bowler of all time, but I just don't think he was a fast bowler. So I think he will be the first quick to average under 20.
It's the crease and bowls to Lyon, who defends.
16.43 with Sydney Barnes. A long time ago, uncovered pitches.
Yeah.
Obviously a very good player.
Did they not find tarpaulin in those days?
What was that?
The uncovered pitch. There's no tarpaulin, a shortage?
I'm trying to find it. Can you find out when we did start covering pitches in Australia?
Yes.
I've got you doing about 4
Yes.
things at the moment.
Yes.
Jasprit Bumrah, last ball of his second over of the morning. He lets fly and Lyon drives straight to the mid-off. No run. 4 from it. 8 for 74 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Jazz?
Yes, Dad.
I was thinking.
Yes.
Let's start our Black Friday Binger deals early.
Have you asked Nana?
Yes?
No. Well, I'm thinking the Bissell Spot Clean, now only $188. The Germanica 8-litre air fryer is hot for just $79. Clean up with a Dyson Gen 5 Absolute Hand Stick for a ridiculous $899.
I was thinking.
No, Lionel. Get in early. Black Friday Binger deals are on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
This first session of play is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Stark is 8, Lyon is 3. Australia is 8 for 74, trailing by 76. Carey out straight away for 21. Rana versus Stark. Now, this is spicy. Rana right at the body, leading edge from Stark. Safely to ground, Rana just prowls up towards Stark. This is a good battle. It's a good battle while the youngster's got the ball in hand, and it becomes totally different when he's batting.
Yeah. Starkey will want to bowl at Rana when he gets the opportunity, but Rana's done a pretty good job. He's kept away from allowing Stark to just plant that front foot down the pitch and hit down in the V where he's so strong. He can play a pretty good pull shot as well, but that shot here at Perth Stadium is a massive hit to get past the fielder at backward square.
Yeah. Stark bat raise ready. Rana pitched up and he got driven. Mid-off is hedging his bets quite cleverly, 2/3 of the way back, and keeps it to 1. Otherwise, that was pure off the blade. Reddy keeps it to a single.
So I'm intrigued in this battle because we've got the hookologist out there, Nathan Lyon. He loves a sweep and he loves to hook the fast bowlers. Surely Rana's going to give him the opportunity. And the boundary's smaller for the right-hander. I think he's got to, and particularly at fine leg, if he can get it fine, I reckon Gaz could hit a maximum here.
Okay. 75 each of 2. Australia has 75 on the board and trails by 75. 2 slips in a gully, 2 deep on the leg side. Rana over the wicket, bowls to Lyon, who pulls across the line. It was pretty hollow. It just trickles out to mid-wicket for a single. So 76 on the board. The other scorecard historically, Flem, that's relevant is Australia's lowest score at home against India is 83, which dates back to the 3rd test match of the 81-82 series. No, the 80-81 series. It was February, 3rd test. Australia was set 143 for victory and got bowled out for 83. And that was a lineup that had John Dyson, Graham Wood, Greg Chappell, Kim Hughes. Bruce Yardley must have batted as the night watchman. Alan Border, Doug Walters, Rod Marsh. Rana bowls, Stark, edges short of Kohli. He knocks it down.
I think it was results like that led to the eventual drop in pitch.
Yeah, you can picture these around the ankles.
Yeah, I remember there was one day where the ball at the end was just virtually rolling along the ground, really.
Yeah. So 48.4 overs, a run rate of 1.7.
Yeah.
So it was just impossible to score. All out 83. And Kapildev, 16.4 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 28.
What happened in the first innings? Was there did they get runs?
237 versus Australia's 419.
Oh, and we lost scoring 419.
Rana to Stark. Bouncer went after it. Shelled it into the deep. Lands short. Lands short of the fielder coming in from the deep. A single taken. 8 for 77. It's Washington Sundar who's on patrol. Stark didn't get it well enough. Had he done so, you're right. There's no clearing that rope. No clearing that rope.
He's a big hitter, but that's a long boundary.
And Stark are engaged at the non-strikers.
Gaz, will he get the opportunity again? Will it be another short ball? You can see even that first shot. He just premeditates the pull shot and hook shot.
Rana providing some good sport. Bowls to Lyon, who gets past the outside edge. That sizzles again through to Parks. Didn't touch the edge. He's got a bit about him, this fellow. 8 for 77. End of the over on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
G'day, Jason Hodges here. Like me, you know that life happens on lawn. And my mates at Strathair Instant Lawn have been producing world-class grass for over 50 years. Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbie area for your mates, or an outdoors spot for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. From the hardy Tiff Tough Hybrid Bermuda to the greener in winter fescue. Call Strathair for a free quote today or go online to strathair.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. 8 for 77. The deficit is 73. Jasprit Bumrah, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 21. He's got Mitch Stark, who's on 10 in his sights. Bumrah bowls. Stark back foot plays down the pitch. Where Bumrah is below 20 is his average against Australia. So this is his 8th Test match. They've all been on these shores. 37 wickets at 18.94.
Yeah, I mean, that's just elite. Elite. Away from home, too. That's what you rate. That's why I rate Glenn McGrath so highly, that his bowling average is very good everywhere in the world.
Bumrah's just about to touch 140 in terms of speed. He lets fly, bouncer. Stark got down away from it.
Beauty.
That's nasty and challenging, and well, Stark's there for the 22-year-old. He just lets matters be with the more experienced captain.
Yeah, probably don't have a word to Jasprit Bumrah, I wouldn't have thought. But I think that's, the really great players, if they do better away from home, it's such a tick for their career, isn't it, the way you're analysing them.
Bumrah trying to dislodge Stark. He nearly did. Stark had a swish at a ball outside. Stark all off balance, no footwork. Which Stark, there's gallows humour to that as he just has a laugh now.
But I like Bumrah. He doesn't engage. Yep. He's got a bigger job to do, so he doesn't smile at, oh, God.
He can get out any which way there.
I'm just going back to my mark. I'm in the zone. I've got a bigger job to play. He really does deserve these last 2 wickets, Bumrah.
As 5. Bumrah to Stark. Returns him to leg. He'll find a run wide of mid-on. Gerard gets around to do the fielding. 78 on the board for Australia. Damien Fleming in the experts chair for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat Sundaresan joins us as well. Hello, Bharat.
Good morning, Joe, Flem. And just on Bumrah, Flem, there's always talk about his action and his genius, but I'm sure you would appreciate how much he thinks about his bowling and how he goes about setting up batters. Often gets lost in just what he does and how freakish he is.
I have a repositioning of the slips, but that's been aborted. So there's 4 at distinct intervals. Lyon faces up. He just again has a little swish as the ball goes by. It's very hard to lay bat on ball.
Still, this is one where I think he needs to go fuller. Nathan Lyon's missed 6 out of 7 occasions, I reckon.
Yep.
They're actually too good for a number 10 to nick. Just a fraction short.
Off now. Is that what you're thinking? Bumrah bowls to Lyon, who drives out to cover. There's a run to be had. You can say it was through the covers, but any which way. The Biz cover. For on the go cover. Biz cover. That's the end of the over. It's 8 for 79.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Sinopec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hejaz Halal Financial Services. India with the luxury for the time being of just using the 3 quicks in this innings, which has reached the 34th over. Flem, they're stacking the leg side field. We're going to have a leg slip for line, the fine legs coming squarer, and the backward square moves the other side of the umpire.
Gaz won't care. He is pulling or hooking if it's short.
Runner over the wicket, digs it in short. It's down the leg side, so there's nothing Lyon could catch up with.
He'll be disappointed. That one was there to hit. I think it's going to go for 6. If he can get inside the line, the problem will be if runner bowls a good one outside off stump, can't keep it down, and a bit of a top edge. This could be scoring opportunities for the Australians if runner bowls badly. Nathan Lyon's going to take him on.
Yep.
Whereas the last ball, the previous over, he beat him on the front foot, and I think that's where you'll get him out.
So don't get obsessed with the short ball attack. Runner, Lyon popped it up straight to gully. He's out. He was just offended a venomous short ball. Rahul takes the catch. Lyon departs for 5. Rana has his second, and Australia has just 1 wicket remaining with only 79 on the board.
And that's where the premeditation of the short ball hurts, because it was short of a length, not a bouncer. So he couldn't take it on, and in the end, he's committed to going, I'm going to play a shot at this, and all he could was bump the ball to gully. So good bowling there from the youngster. He didn't need to go any shorter than that. Another wicket down for the Australians. They're going to have a substantial deficit here.
Already so far behind in the game, Australia, and also means that the Indian top order have the license to play with a lot more freedom. And we've seen across the 4 sessions so far, if you don't look to score on this pitch, you'll get out. I mean, it's not, I don't like the whole, there's a ball with your name on it concept, but still, you have to keep trying to score. And Indian fans, you just heard the roar around this ground. There's something about, even though it was Nathan Lyon, a tail-ender, an Indian fast bowler getting an Australian to fend at one and getting him caught at gully. Extra joy in that, because they've seen Australian bowlers do that to Indians for so long. I think that's been the biggest takeaway, Gerard. The fact that this era of Indian cricket has bowling attacks and young bowlers who just have the ability to keep India in the game, which we didn't always see in the past. We saw it 4 years ago, and Harshit Rana looks ready-made for Test cricket.
Poor old Josh Hazlewood out in the middle as number 11 in circumstances like this.
I'm not backing him here.
No, this is probably brief, isn't it?
Still have a fly slip for him, though.
He does back away, Josh. He's not taking him on through the leg side.
Rana looks to wrap things up. He bowls Hazlewood, has a swish and a miss.
Yeah, he continues to back away. And maybe just go for it.
Yeah.
The only thing is Stark's at the other end. Can you get through? I mean, there's 3 balls left.
Just on Rana, Flem, I mean, during your playing career, you would have seen so many young fast bowlers come here from India and take time to settle. But we saw Siraj and Saini last time around, and now
they just look bigger and stronger. Looks like he's got a bit of attitude. But once again, it's nice to introduce someone when you've got Bumrah and Siraj in the team.
Rana steams in, bowls. Hazlewood pushes at a ball and misses.
He's not getting LBW, is he?
No.
So Rana, this is going to be pitching outside leg if he gets hit.
Exercise on debut. Is he going, okay, so knock him over.
Well, that's the skill set I haven't seen in Rana yet. I haven't seen that ability to just bowl a Yorker or even a slower ball. Yep. I don't think Josh is going to hit that. So I'd be going. He plays a lot of T20 cricket. Yep.
That's where he made his name, really. This IPL with death bowling.
Even slightly fuller than a half volley, I think is going to hit the stumps.
Yeah. Shamar Joseph got Hazelwood clean bowled at the Gabba to finish that off. Hazelwood, well, that's a bouncer. That's a waste. Right over the top of Hazelwood.
I know if I'm bowling, I'm thinking wicket. So I'm not bowling now. I don't know how I get a wicket there.
4 on the stumps. One of them's bound to hit.
I think it could be a big ball for Australia. I mean, it's a big call to say that Stark can take on Bumrah, but it does give him first ball of a new over that potentially he can do that. So if Josh can survive this, Stark, even if he needs to show Bumrah his stumps, I'll be swinging hard.
Last ball of the Rana over. He delivers it to Josh Hazelwood. It was at him. He fends it down safely to the leg side and survives his first 4. The end is nigh for Australia. 9 for 79 on the Toyota scoreboards. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Gingerbread.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra. LMCT 12710.
Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Indeed, this must end soon, I suspect. 9 for 79. They resumed this morning at 7 for 67. Lost Alex Carey, caught behind from the first ball he saw of Bumrah for 21 to give Bumrah his 5th wicket. And then Nathan Lyon was out, shoveling a ball into the gully for 5. Bumrah continues away from us. Gets a crack here at Stark on 11. On the way, bowls here. Stark gets in behind it. Got Damien Fleming with me. Got Bharat Sundaresan as well. I wonder where this Bumrah spell will sit when we think about great overseas performances from bowlers in Australia.
I reckon one more wicket helps.
Yeah.
Just that 6-for. There's a lot of 5-fers, but you get to 6-fers and 7-fers, you're right up there. I'll put, a lot of currency on the first test of a series as well.
As acting captain as well. Bumrah from our members end bowls to Stark. Short ball leaves it alone. He spoke in the pre-game, didn't he, Baz, around the idea that Test cricket is very, very difficult, and as captain you need to absorb that pressure and find a way to deal with it. Well, getting rock and rolled for 150 on day 1 at Perth, having won the toss and batted, that's an immense amount of pressure to take on, and to respond the way he did yesterday and indeed this morning.
I thought even the decision to bat was a positive one.
Positive.
Yeah, he gave his batters the chance to impose themselves.
That man Bumrah. 2 back on the leg side. We'll start take on the short ball. This is Fuller and worked out to the square of those 2.
Yeah, and I did like he was unwavering too when he was talking to Ravi at the toss. There's the batting pitch. Everyone does that. I'm just worried about. I just can't see Josh scoring, and I know I think Mitchell Stark's got to, back away and swing. We need some runs.
He declined the single then to fine leg, I should say as well. So they're playing that game, protecting Hazelwood. Stark facing up to Bumrah, full and straight, dug out. It's that Bumrah Yorker that's made his millions in T20 cricket and earned so much success for India. Stark equal to it.
But it doesn't look like there's an intent to do what I'm talking here from Stark. He's just playing every ball on its merits, but you just can't wait for that bad ball. I think that the second delivery was one. At least it was a good length that you could have actually tried to hit him back over his head.
Upper left in the over for Bumrah. Bowls to Stark, plays and misses. Half an appeal from second slip with Kohli. Then Bumrah follows him.
not out from Kettleborough, but Coley heard something or another. But I don't think that Boomer is going to consent and go upstairs with it. 5 seconds to go, and he's already on his way back to his mark.
Yeah, they might have a Bharat DRS.
Oh, it's missed by
he's missed by a mile.
An absolute mile. It's missed by 3 ball widths. Don't know what Bharat's
a Bharat DRS rule. Yeah.
Something about the greats, isn't it? That they have a volatile relationship with technology.
Yeah. Now he just needs a single now. now it is changed. He needs to get down the other end and take on Rana.
Still got 3 back for it. Bowls here and Stark pushes down the pitch and Boomer collects in his follow-through and gestures to piff with it the non-striker stumps. But Hazelwood's backing his ground. Into the over, Hazelwood will be exposed at 9 for 79. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Need a business loan fast? On Deck have business loans ranging from 10K to 250K that can be funded the same business day. With On Deck, approvals and funding are lightning fast, so you can focus on growing your business. Don't let slow funding hold you back or keep you up at night. On Deck, lightning loans for small businesses. Visit ondeck.com.au and spark your success. Apply today. Business loan approvals are possible within hours. T's and C's apply. All loans are subject to lender approval.
Day 2 is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Harshit Rana, 2 wickets, including Travis Head yesterday. Crucial moment. Continues from the Langer end. Bowls here to Hazelwood, backs away and doesn't make contact, trying to fly him through the offside. That's his approach. Don't get hurt.
And just do it, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Just do it.
I didn't get the previous over at all. I wasn't sure what Mitchell Starc was trying to do. There's no point them just hanging out there. And he is, like you said, Flem, the one capable of scoring runs.
Yeah.
Back away, try to put Bumrah off his length or even flash at one. Maybe an edge flies over the slips.
So they've got...
I reckon they could almost put all the slips on the boundary.
Well, they've made a change.
The way
here.
that he's swinging at it.
Well, they've already got a deep third man who's essentially a fly slip, right, here at Perth. They've got a deep backward point who's so fine that it's almost like a deep gully. Right? Again, that's the reason he's there.
I'd just be trying to nail the stumps.
Harshit Rana around the wicket, bowls to Hazelwood, gives him the stumps, plays and misses over the top of the middle peg.
He's getting into Bruce Reid-like territory here, Josh Hazelwood. He used to love playing with the whacker, and he'd back away and miss, but then his practice stroke would be as if he's behind the ball and, shadow bat and go, how did I miss that? It's because you were almost off the pitch. They were facing Big Merv Hughes.
Just saw Windies flash up on the screen for what it's worth. It's saying 50-50 at this point for those that follow these things. I suppose in a low-scoring game it could be a thriller. Probably will be a thriller.
There's nothing in that.
But so much more to go, I suppose. That's to do with past performances fed into the algorithm and all the rest of it. Flem won't abide by it. There you go. The final word with Flem. Rana to Hazelwood. Crowd's involved. Can he finish it here? Bowls to him. Fraction shorter. Defends into the offside after backing away.
Flem Viz says, if you can't say that India have got an advantage here, 50-50, what? That's insane.
No ball signalled retrospectively. That might pop it up to 51 for Australia. 9 for 80.
A free hit here.
They could do it a free hit, indeed. Comfortably over the white line. So,
Flem Viz, I'm going 65% India. That might be unders.
What the lead that they have.
70%. It's just gone.
They're 70 behind Australia. As Rana bowls here to Hazelwood. Again on leg stump. Does get a single. Gets off the mark out towards the mid-wicket. 9 for 81. Every run counts. Every run cheered. There you go.
Oh, nicely played. He was just a little bit more still then, wasn't he? And it just gave him a chance to do that. If you're moving too far across the crease or backing away, it's hard to hit the ball.
So now Starc has 3 balls to find a single himself. We go back to that cat and mouse game. For that,
I'll be trying to find the boundary.
Yeah.
Just have to.
This ball.
So we've got a man back at deep backward square, 20 metres inside the rope, a fine leg. They're gesturing towards the fine leg. They're getting a helmet, I think, for a short leg, possibly. Yeah, that's the request. So they'll make an amendment here, but no, they won't. They've sent the subfielder back off the field. Shawan, who didn't get picked for this test match, wearing the high-vis vest. Deep backward point as well. for the slash. Rana bowls to Stark, and he gets it fine, just fine of Richard Punt. Takes some pace off the ball, gets down the other end, gives a strike back to Hazelwood. Stark 12, 9 for 82.
The previous ball from Rana to Hazelwood was a slow one. Maybe that's why he was in a good position to make contact, Flip. I'd be surprised if he throws in another one, maybe slightly fuller.
I just think the quicker Yorker, even if you just miss it, there's a good chance to knock those stumps over.
It will be a short leg.
Yeah, they're going to go at his body. Josh isn't going to like this.
Manukau going in there under the lid, wearing the long sleeve jumper. On a warm day.
So if he does give him any width, I'll be throwing the bat at it.
Over the wicket as well to Hazelwood. On the angle though, outside the off stump, he fends at it from a full length, and it ends up in the gloves of Punt, but it looks to have done plenty judging by the reaction of the cordon and the bowler. We'll wait for the replay here. Pay.com.au screen. Talk us through it, Flem.
It's just angle.
Yep.
Because the big Hoff gives himself some room. It can look like it's doing more. I wish he'd swung the bat at that. With that field, that was a poor delivery.
Well, he's got an acre to work with between conventional...
It's probably the fullest ball he's got of Rana as well.
A huge gap on the offside, right? That is where he can score. No one between mid-off and backward point. Last ball of the over. Rana bowls over the wicket. Hazelwood tries to uppercut it over the cordon, but misses once more. So it'll be Stark on strike for Bumrah. 9 for 82. And that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Stark 11, Hazelwood 1.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes Big Sale must end soon. Flem's jumped out. Bharat stays with me for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food. Changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello, Baz.
Morning, Adam.
Bumrah, can he make it 6 and make it, as Flem said, a truly great spell statistically as well? Bowls here, hits Stark on the pad via the inside edge, spills into the offside. So, I mean, there's some standouts, right? There's the Hadley 9 for. We're talking here overseas bowlers in Australia. Overseas quicks, it's limited to that. Maybe get involved. 0433 98 11 16. Let us know what you remember as the great spells from overseas quicks here. Any thoughts initially, Baz?
I think this is right up there.
Yeah.
There were a few from Dale Steyn.
Yep. Steyn at Perth in 2012. That was the Ricky Ponting farewell test match where Steyn was just extraordinary on that second day. Bumrah. He's got 5 bowls for you to Stark. He leaves alone a ball that swings away into the gloves of Punt, taken in front of first sleeve.
There was Bumrah himself in Melbourne.
Yeah, 6 for 33.
6 for 33.
There was the Kirtley Ambrose 7 for 25.
Yeah.
That was also in Perth, the 1993 Test match where it was all on the line.
Kapil Dev took 9 once. Yeah. Sarfraz Nawaz took 9 at the MCG.
9 for 86, the best figures at the MCG for a visiting bowler. Kapil Dev's 5 for 28 when they beat Australia in 81 at the G, which I know it wasn't bulk wickets, but it's seen as one of the great performances, defending about 120. Bumrah over the wicket, bowls here to Stark, change of angle, works it out towards mid-wicket and says no to the single that's on offer, wide of mid-on, so continuing to protect Josh Hazelwood where he can.
And there was a 5 for Patrick Patterson at the MCG.
Yep.
So there have been individual performances like that, but the way Bumrah has bowled and just the impact, like Flem said, he's already had on this series. Now you always look ahead.
I missed an obvious one here. Shamar Joseph, straight away on the text line. Shamar Joseph, just 10 months ago, guys.
Oh.
Good point.
My man.
7 foot. You documented so brilliantly. Bumrah bowls here. Short ball, taken on by Stark. Out to deep backward square. They take the single, throw it on striker's end. Had it been on target, they would have been going upstairs, but it wasn't just. Stark's through. He's 12 with the single. 9 for 83. It was Nitish Kumar Reddy who had the chance from just behind the square leg umpire to ping the stumps down and didn't quite.
Yeah, you can say he was firing a bullet at that stump.
Military background.
And did bring up the piece of advice that his coach had given him overnight. If ball bouncers at you, take them like bullets for the country. Is what Gautam Gambhir apparently told Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Yes, I did hear that. It's an interesting framework, but anyway. So Bumrah gets another crack at Hazelwood here, and the field converged. Short legs in, and the fly slip. Technically deep third man, but he's only there to take the catch. Back in position as well. Bumrah away from us to Hazelwood, and he beats him outside the line. Hazelwood again giving him the stumps and prodding, but not making contact. I mean, there are others as well, I guess, in the early 20th century, in the pre-covered wickets era, which is different, I think. Like, that's almost the dividing line, isn't it? Pre and post covered wickets for these ridiculous spells, like George Lohmann's 8 fers and even Frank Tyson's 7 for 27 at the G. That was still uncovered wickets.
But I think we should also probably distinguish them from subcontinental bowlers producing spells of notoriety, like the ones we mentioned. Sarfraz Nawaz, Kapil Dev, and Jasprit Bumrah.
Bumrah. Last ball of the over. Edge and taken. No, it's not. It's put down. Punt got to the contest all right in front of first slip. It would have reached the hands of first slip. That much is certain. Instead, it goes for 4. It'll be an interesting replay watching it back, how that's all transpired. It completes the over. We'll come back to it. 9 for 87. They trail by 63. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Get Stark up to 12.
Welcome to Silverwood Yarrawonga on Lake Mooala's tranquil shores. Premium lots starting from $308,000 and ranging from $399 to $858 metres squared. Located on the Victoria-New South Wales border, Silverwoods offers lakeside living where every day feels like a getaway. With the Seabull Yarrawonga Soul Wellness Centre, renowned Blackpool Golf Course and more. Experience it firsthand at the Seabull Yarrawonga. Have your stay reimbursed upon purchasing a lot. T&Cs apply. Secure your exclusive offer. Mention Resort Living. Visit silverwoodsyarrawonga.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Hazelwood gets a life, so I'm not even entirely sure it hit Rishabh's glove on the way through there. If it did, it was the edge of the webbing. So bisecting the keeper and first slip denies Bumrah a 6th. Stark back on strike at 9 for 87. Run around the wicket to him. Down the leg side, and this time Punt manages to get all the way across and drag it down.
How good was the delivery, though?
Screaming delivery.
Unbelievable delivery. Just looking at Josh Hazelwood's reaction as well.
We'll get another look here on our replay screen. So he backed away, got the edge, which meant that Punt was already going the other way towards leg side, owing to the way that Hazelwood moved, and he had to adjust and dive. And yeah, Bharat at first slip would have had a decent look had he left it.
And it's safe to say it was too good a delivery for the batter and the keeper.
Got some suggestions flooding in on the text line. Best overseas spells. Bowling here is Rana. Driven is Stark out long off, wideish long off, but once he gets 5 paces down, he realises, no, we're not running at the moment, and they take a dot ball. Dean Headley, 6 for 60 at the G in 98. What a day that was.
What a day that was.
That's from Andy on the Central Coast. Jack Moore, just repeat Sarfraz Nawaz, 9 for at the G. Kirtley, 7 for 1 with the Frank Worrell on the line. Good one there from Tim and Tassie. Hadley at the Gabba, says Damo. So, yeah, they all stand out. I'm sure the Bumrah spell will, whether it's 5 or 6 wickets. This has been of a different class altogether. Rana trying to get his 3rd to finish it. Bowls to Stark here. He's on 12, and Stark swings across the line. Over towards mid-wicket it goes. Hasn't got all of it, but it still manages to go for 4. It plugs and trickles over. Stark to 16 with a rare boundary in this innings, indeed this test match for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 9 for 91. It all helps. They trail by 59.
Yeah, use the angle. There was some space for him to just swing those long arms of his. Again, like you said, it didn't make great contact, but it went square enough away from that deepish square leg fielder to avoid him.
I've seen Stark play important roles like these in the past when Australia have been in strife. Can he keep swinging? Rana to him here. Stark decides to leave this outside the line of the off stump.
And just on the Bumrah thing, Adam, like when we speak of Shamar Joseph or Dean Headley, there's a bit of unknown about them, the fact that came from nowhere. But when you are Jasprit Bumrah, the expectation that he's going to do something special and then he delivers. I mean, just the fact that he took a wicket off his first ball today. Like, we all cover sport and you talk about it and write about it. talking cliches, don't we? Or we bring up these things. Oh, Bumrah, it always looks like he's going to take a wicket. And then he just does it. I think that's what makes him so special.
It was a good line from Gideon Haig last night on Cricket at Al, describing the Bumrah first spell as Rana bowls here to Stark, and he turns him into the onside, and this time he'll take the single for it is the penultimate ball of the over. 9 for 92, Stark 17, where he said what felt more unusual, if you like, was when Bumrah didn't take a wicket. Like every ball yesterday felt like it was a potential wicket-taking threat.
And he's so confident with his own bowling about not being, even when there's a catch that goes down, or even in the last over when the ball, he knows he'll get the batter out anyway. And that's the level he's operating at.
Yeah, Mitch Marsh put it well when we interviewed him this morning, saying no matter how often you face him, the challenge doesn't diminish. Whereas with some bowlers, the more you face them, the more you're conditioned to duking it out with them. That's not something they've identified with Bumrah. It's always something that takes adjustment. Over the wicket to finish to Hazlewood. Here is Rana, and he plays it straight of short leg out to mid-wicket. Now it's Hazlewood declining the single. 9 for 92 after 38. Remembering that India were bowled out for 150 yesterday. Hazlewood 5, Stark 17. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
The 7-seat Isuzu MU-X. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
First session is for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts. A couple of other big bags in Perth. Andy Roberts, his 7 foot here in 1975, where he was clocked at bowling 99 miles an hour in that spell. Very early primitive technology, but, you know, still a thing. Our colleague on SEN a couple of years ago, Ian Bishop, 6 for 40 in the second innings at the Wacker in 1993. Bumrah, can he make it 6 as well? Bowls here, first ball of the over to Stark. Played into the onside, no run. And Michael Holding, 6 for 21 in 1984 when they routed Australia here. Well, not here specifically, but in this city.
Just on Jasprit Bumrah, chatting with Fleming about it earlier, just the impact he had on his first tour of Australia 6 years ago.
Here is Bumrah. Delivering to Mitchell Stark, round the wicket. Big swing, doesn't make contact. He was trying to pop that through the goals at deep mid-wicket. Instead, it lands with punt.
That's the first shot in anger he's played against Bumrah, but I think in many ways Bumrah paved the way for other Indian fast bowlers, young fast bowlers coming here for the first time, as to how you go about it. And you know, we spoke about the 6 for 33. That was within the first 12 months of him being a test cricketer.
It was an extraordinary start in South Africa, then in England, then in Australia. He arrived and he was immediately untouchable. He wasn't taking his time to get into it. Bowls here again, and Stark is beaten, trying to play into the onside, and it just moved off the seam. Again, my recollection of that day at the G, the Shaw Marsh ball and so on, but it was actually Coley going up to him as he was leaving the G and doffing his cap to his fast bowler as a sign of deference, and just how extraordinary that was, finishing with 9 for the match on a featherbed.
And you speak of that, and I often bring up this incident from a Zimbabwe tour of 2016 when Bumrah's 5 months into his international career, MS Dhoni pulling me aside and telling me he's a future captain.
Future captain? Quick. Halfway through the over, he's got 5 for 28, bowls here to Stark, who plays conventionally out to cover, no run.
And that's where I think it's at times unfair that, yes, he has a freakish action. Yes, he does things that most other fast bowlers don't do. But there's also the brain. I think probably his greatest strength is that. And that's pretty much what MS Dhoni told me. He said he was captaining this young side to Zimbabwe, 3 ODIs, 3 T20Is. This was probably after the second ODI, where obviously Bumrah was already used in the depth by MS.
2 slips a gully. Man back at third man, and fine leg. He takes on the short ball. It's full here from Bumrah. He edges it with soft hands into the slips cordon. There won't be any concerns there. Played with soft hands. It actually hit him on the hand. Did it get high enough to...
It sounded very fleshy.
It went very slowly to second slip.
Yep.
Yeah, got up to the glove. Indeed, the left glove as well, which is always a bother for a left arm quick. Let's see it again. Left thumb. Left thumb. We see it there on the pay.com.au replay screen. Looks okay though. He's had a chat to Josh Hazelwood. Regroups.
And just to finish on this story, and he pulled me aside, MS Dhoni, and he said, hey, keep an eye out on this kid. He's going to be a captain. I said, why do you say that? He's young. He's barely played cricket.
Last ball of this over, we'll pick it up in the next. Bumrah bowls here and Stark. Quick single to mid-on and he's through. Mid-on was set back too far there. That's not good cricket from India. 9 for 93 at the end of the over. Stark retains the strike on 18. And that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a highlights job.
Sexyland's Black Friday sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a great apprentice? Trusted by over 250,000 Australian businesses, MEGT makes apprenticeships easy. So to build a winning team and grow your business, sign up with MEGT. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
And Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Message in here saying Stark's faced more balls than Marnus. He has indeed. He's faced 55 deliveries for his 18. Come back to Bharat Sundaresan about that first interaction that he had with Jasprit Bumrah when he was predicted to be a future captain by MS Dhoni. Rana to Stark. Singles on offer if he wants it. 3 in the cordon, round the wicket, inside edge onto the pad. Into the offside it goes. Baz.
Just to finish on that, so I said, what do you mean he's played like 6 ODIs and maybe 5 T20s? And he said, no, every time I walk up to him with the field in mind, in the death overs, before I can say anything, he's asked for the same field. So he's 2 steps ahead of me. And I've been captaining this team for nearly 10 years at this point. And he said he doesn't need captaining, he captains himself. And imagine being that good that you can captain yourself just 5 months into your international career, Adam.
That's a special cricket brain. Big engine. Last over of the first hour of day 2 here. Rana delivers Stark, short ball, ducks it comfortably. Question in here, have any South Africans had bowling figures of note in Australia? Yeah, a few. Hugh Tayfield took it 7 for in 1952, the series that we were talking about earlier today, the great South African off-spinner. Sean Pollock, 7 for 87 at Adelaide in 1998.
Sure, Peter Pollock had a great spell here.
Joe Partridge in 64 took 7 for 91 at Sydney, so they're the 3 South Africans who've gone very, very big here in Australia. 6 or above, for what it's worth. Rana. Round the wicket to Stark. Bowls here, hits him. What's it hit exactly? We're behind Stark at this end. It wasn't bat, I think it was lid.
It was helmet.
Yeah, it was lid. They're going to go and have to go through the protocol here. So he sort of braced for contact. One of those where he mustn't have known where it was actually going to hit him. And Mitchell Stark, he looks fine. He's standing up. He's actually smiling, talking to the Indian fielders. It'll be the prompt for taking drinks. Let's just watch it once back on the replay screen. Yeah, hit him right near the badge. Pay.com.au replay screen. And as they do the concussion test, it will be the catalyst for today's first drinks break. So 2 wickets in the first hour. Alex Carey was caught behind, adding 2 runs to his overnight tally for 21. It was the first ball of Jasprit Bumrah's morning. His 5th wicket, 8 for 70. It became 9 for 79 when Nathan Lyon bobbled one up into the gully, caught by KL Rahul from the bowling of the debutant Rana. From that point, they've taken it to 9 for 93. Stark's on 18 where they're doing the concussion test right now, but he will be fine. I'll stress that point. Having a drink, having a chat, just going through the formal process. And Hazelwood down the other end on 5. That's all on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. And our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. On the other side of it, Gerard Wheately will be in to replace me.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepec's Premium Lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Check Kilmore Toyota's website for all stock available. It's not just Kilmore Toyota, but Seymour Toyota is also in our stable. Visit the range of demonstrator models available for test drive and sale, including Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
Bumrah around the wicket bowls, and Carey nicks immediately, straight to Parks. Bumrah's got his 5. He's a joyful and dominant figure in Perth. Rana, Lyon, popped it up, straight to gully, he's out. He was just offended a venomous short ball. Rahul takes the catch. Lyon departs for 5. Rana has his second, and Australia has just 1 wicket remaining.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Australia still has that 1 wicket remaining. The deficit is 57. The partnership's worth 14. Stark 18, Hazelwood 5. Stark struck a nasty blow from Rana, whose short pitch bowling has been quite excellent. So it's a prolonged drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Ravi Shastri is back with us. Hello to you, Ravi.
Morning, Gerard. What a fascinating first hour we've had here, and you can see the buzz around the ground. Everyone's in anticipation. They want to know what lead India would get. Australia just eating into that deficit, and it's great to see someone like Mitch Starc showing some spunk there, some fight. 18 runs what he scored there could be invaluable, and Australia know it. If they can cut that deficit to under 50, psychologically it makes a difference. Then look for 40. It's going to be a cat and mouse game. There's not much there. Though India know if they can start their second innings, anything over 50 for no loss, it makes a big difference.
Tell us about the Indian bowling display you've witnessed.
Fabulous, especially when you have someone like Jasprit Bumrah leading from the front. The others want to emulate him because he's the premier fast bowler in the world at the moment. But what I liked was he was not looking to over-try too much. He was sticking to what he's good at, and the others followed suit. I thought Harshit Rana there, showed a lot of promise. In that 1 hour spell that he bowled, he showed he's a feisty customer, can be aggressive, and yet at the same time he brought some control. It was not that he was all over the shop. He was thereabouts all the time, and it was good to see teammates, him and Mitchell Starc, when they played the IPL. But there's no love lost there. It's great to see. This is Test match cricket, and that's why people want Test match cricket to survive, because that is the ultimate test.
I bowl faster than you, and I've got a long memory.
Yes,
it's just been dinged on the helmet by him too. So
yes,
it'll be quite the battle across 5 Test matches. And Bumrah's individual performance, he's got his 5. He's been revered around the country, and I imagine around the world.
Around the world, I think there's no batsman who doesn't have respect for him, because he's come through the ranks so quickly. 2018 was his debut, 17-18, and to achieve what he has so quick, not just the number of wickets and what he's got at, but the reputation that he commands around the globe is tremendous.
Mitch Starc is ready to resume his innings. Rana's at the Langer stand end. He's got 3 left in the over. Starc readies himself. He's on the back foot, guiding the ball to point, which is vacant, and able to take a single. 19 for Starc, 94 for Australia. The deficit is 56. So Australia got past the indignity of 83, which was the lowest score against India on Australian soil. Now trying to get to the 100 threshold next.
Yeah, 56, 5 runs at a time, bring it below 50. Then you feel as if, it's just a number, it's just a 1 run, but there's a big difference between 48 and 52 psychologically.
It's all in the maths as you try to calculate what a 4th innings chase might look like. Rana around the wicket bowls. Hazlewood flicks him down to fine leg. This is no to the single. There's one left in the over. Starks face the bulk of the strike. 19 from 59 and Hazlewood 5 from 14. They survived pretty well in the partnership. 15.
This is where Australia has been good in the past at Perth. 9, 10, 11. They contribute more than any other team that has played here. When you look at the 9, 10, 11s of the other teams, it's Australia who are the best. It makes a difference.
Rana trying to end it. He bowls. Hazlewood full face of the bat out to cover. No run. 9 for 94 at the end of the over on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew. Bundaberg ginger beer.
First bowling change of the day we're about to see. Mohammad Siraj. Australia might force him to use a fourth bowler, which has not been required yet. This session of players for MEGT build a winning team with apprenticeship experts, and a little red-faced to say that this is actually the biggest partnership of the innings. The 15 that they put on for the 10th wickets.
Invaluable.
Yesterday was just the most extraordinary day. 17 wickets in a day's play.
To describe it in one word, I mean, difficult, but was chaotic. Let's put it that way. Just at the pace at which the game moved. We all know the pace and the pitch. No one expected it to move in that fashion. 17 wickets falling in one day. And tribute must be given to the bowling as well. You know, as much as you might want to question the batting, the surface, it's some world-class bowlers in action there.
Siraj 2 for 17 in the work that he did yesterday. He bowls to Stark, who defends, elbow raised, straight back down the pitch.
Let's get the feeling Siraj starting his spell. Stark's been around for a while. It might cross his mind that he might take that extra calculated risk. It might come soon. It might come in this over. Might target Siraj, who's just starting afresh.
6 maidens in his work yesterday in the 9 overs. Bumrah's 16 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 29. To Siraj, who's over the wicket and bowling. Stark again defends straight back down the pitch.
It's been a courageous innings up to now. He's not thrown his hand. He's quite prepared to defend. I think at some stage it'll be in his mind that he'll have to take that extra risk. Look to try and get a boundary, take that deficit to closer to 50.
2 slips and a gully. Stark plays away from the body, out to cover, no run.
The Indian bowling, it's been very disciplined. Not given much away. I think the bowling right through this test match has been first class. Hasn't been too many loose deliveries. You saw that when Australia bowled. Same when India is bowling. They've targeted the stumps a lot. So look at this game. You can't think of too many square cuts or pulls. It's just been relentless.
Siraj bowls full, driven by Stark. Wide of mid-on and a single taken. Deficit reduced to 55.
And normally by now you would have seen a lot of straight drives, cover drives, cuts to the point fence, all hooks, pulls in Perth. Just not seen enough of that. Because of the quality of bowling and the lengths that the bowlers have bowled, the lines have been straight. Targeting the stumps, off stump, more often than not.
Jadeja's the substitute fielder out at mid-on, having been left out of the side. Hazelwood faces up to Siraj. It's full. It's stroked away through cover. Oh, they didn't take the run. There may have actually been two there.
They should have.
Decisive.
This should have been taken. They would have got 2 runs here. These runs are so important. Mentioned psychologically, 55 becoming 53 here. Got to take that.
It was well wide of Jaiswal. They've counted balls in overs and been quite careful about it. That's probably the first error that they've made together, Hazelwood and Stark. Hazelwood's got one more to survive. Plays the ball out into cover again to do just that. 9 for 95 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Nitish Kumar Reddy is about to get his first bowl in the Test match. It's the 42nd over of the innings. Bumrah sent down 16, Siraj 10, Rana 15. And now to the all-rounder, who was terrific with the bat. Now we're about to see what he's got with the ball, Ravi.
Yes, he impressed one and all with his temperament yesterday. And just with his composure. And this could be a real find if he can string in 8-10 overs a day and be disciplined. It will be a great help for India.
Stark is 20, Hazelwood is 5. Right arm medium fast. He's taken 56 wickets at first class level, including 2 fifers. Ready in from the Langer stand end. He bowls to Stark, who watches it go by.
See the concentration on the face of Mitchell Stark. Joss Hazelwood, they know every run is important. They've got to bowl on this surface. They've got to come out and try and bowl out India cheaply. So they know the closer they get, the more the opportunity they have when they have the ball in their hand to get Australia back into this contest.
Reddy's pace starts at 127.5. So it's a little bit of a reprieve from what's been coming from Rana and Bumrah. Reddy's around the wicket, bowls, Stark on the back foot. Reddy tumbles over in his follow through and then fields. Centre of all activity.
A lot of people might be wondering, what is Nitish Reddy? Is he when he says an all-rounder, is he a batting all-rounder, is he a bowling all-rounder? I believe as his career progresses, he'll be known as a batting all-rounder. His job as a bowler is just to come and give a break to the fast bowlers, bowl 3-4 overs in spells and keep it tight. If he gets a wicket, it's a bonus.
Plenty of leg side protection in the deep. If Stark looks to tee him up. Reddy bowls. Stark swishes well away from the body outside the off stump and misses. So mid-on's most of the way back to the rope. There's a mid-wicket who's just outside the infield, and then there's the deep forward square. A fine leg, a third. Covers up the infield, and mid-off is hedging a little as well. There's singles on the straight hit, but they're looking to protect the boundaries. 2 slips in place. Stark has the strike. Ready to him. Strokes it back down the pitch. Right down the follow through.
The reason I mentioned in the last over is Wood should have taken those 2 runs. It's for multiple reasons. We talk about the psychological edge. Australia 95, 9 for 95. You want to get past that 100 in the first innings of a series. That is a 5-test match series. People psychologically bowled out under 100. You know, that can play on your mind if you're at the receiving end at the end of the first test.
Stark readies himself. As Reddy hits the crease. Stark swings across the line. It hangs in the air. It'll land just beyond the mid-wickets. 10 short of the rope. Scamper through for a single. It was hollow off the blades, but it was going to land safely in the outfield. 54 is the deficit.
Yes, he was looking to hit it, heave it away on the onside. There was a man in the deep, though. Deep square leg, so in a way good he didn't time it the way he would have liked. It's landing safely. No man's land.
Yes. On such a wide surface, there is a bit of no man's land, isn't there?
It's a big ground. If you walk across it in the morning, you realize it's a big ground.
Reddy's first over about to come to a close. And he bowls to Hazelwood. Plays in defence soundly. Partnership's worth 17. It's 9 for 96 on the Tyre Power Scoreboard Holiday Getaway Sale.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 9 for 96, the deficit 54. Stark is 21, Hazelwood is 5. Ravi Shastri is in the experts chair for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food, and Simon Katich in to join us as well. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard and Ravi, all our listeners.
Stark has the strike. Siraj bowls to him. Bouncer. Got down underneath. Have you seen it so far?
Yeah, once again, a very good start by India. Bumrah first ball. Took care of Carey, and then I thought it was a very good piece of bowling from Rana. Yes, they were going to target Nathan Lyon with the field they had set, but just the fact that he got it in the right line. There's one thing running in, bowling short and bashing it into the wicket. But there's another thing that plans to get it in and make it as uncomfortable as possible with the line that you bowl, and I thought he cramped up Nathan Lyon beautifully and got the right result with it ballooning into the slips.
Start upright in defence.
And now these two are showing what it's like to face a ball that's now 42 overs old, and I think that's summing up how the conditions will change in this test. Looks like it's going to be a new ball wicket throughout. Hard work early, and then if you can get to this period, hopefully got someone set in the top 4 or someone in the lower order that can really start to put some pressure on with some stroke play, as we saw yesterday from Rishabh Pant and young Reddy.
Stark has faced 70 balls, swings and misses outside the off-stump.
Morning, Simon. I just feel that something's telling me this is a new ball surface. You know, if you can weather the storm early doors, 15 to 20 overs, not lose more than a wicket, even 2, I think could be in a good position to score some runs, especially when the bowler's tired. The ball gets about 35, 40 overs old as it is now. You need to be 4 down by now so that you have an opportunity to get another 100, 120 runs.
Siraj flows in, ball start jammed up, lands on the popping crease safely enough.
Yeah, you're spot on, Ravi, and I sensed that yesterday with Rahul's dismissal. He'd done all the hard work. He's an experienced campaigner. He weathered the storm early, looked really good, sharp with his footwork. He was starting to play some nice drives, didn't try and overhit the ball, placed it well. And then the way he got out, you could see he was so disappointed. He thought it wasn't out, and that's fair enough. It's never quite conclusive, but in terms of that reaction, it probably spoke volumes about what you just said, the fact that it is a new ball wicket and you can reap the rewards later when it gets a bit softer.
Stark was hit again by the bouncer as he couldn't quite get down underneath it. Not on the head this time, he wears it on the body.
That's been a gutsy performance. He's not giving anything away. As a fast bowler, he knows, cut this deficit now, let them earn my wicket. Runs are premium here. It's going to be a tight game.
He's a tough competitor, Mitchell Starc. Ravi, you wouldn't believe what he looked like when he was 17 years of age playing club cricket. He was a beanpole. There wasn't much of him. And he's grown into the big, fearsome quick that he is now.
Another bouncer. Got out of the way that time. A maiden over from Siraj, his 7th maiden in the 11 that he's sent down. 9 for 96 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sale.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Stark's 21 has him equal with Alex Carey as the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. 9 for 96. The deficit is 54. Hazelwood is left with the strike at the start of an over. So can Reddy keep him pinned and then remove him? Reddy rolls in and bowls. Hazelwood plays straight back down the pitch. There's a single to be had. Just wide of mid-on. Bumrah had a lot of work to do to get straight. Hazelwood sensed the opportunity and took it. 9 for 97.
A big crowd once again today, and every run being cheered. I think the biggest cheer will be when Australia reach 100. If a boundary is hit here, that'll get one of the biggest cheers we've heard so far. Stark's biding his time. This is an invaluable innings. 21 precious runs.
Reddy bowls to Stark, who swishes and misses outside the off stump.
And I think it's more than just the runs, Ravi. Yes, they're important in the context of the Test match, but I think it's also the message it sends to the rest of the Australian batsmen is that, look what we can do here. Yes, they've had a little bit of luck, but you need that. But if you can hang in there long enough and apply yourself, that you can score runs when it gets a bit softer. So it's sending a pretty strong message to the Australian top order that they have to get out there in the second innings, learn from the first innings and be better for it.
Stark tapping away. When he bowls to him, Stark plays the ball out to point, which is what he was searching for, but Hazelwood says no, not off the third ball of the over.
It's a big run. Just talking about it, 3 men in the deep. You can see they're all 10-15 yards in from the fence. Look at the ground from here, sitting in the commentary box. Reminds you so much of the NCG.
Dimensions for the football field were chosen to mimic that. Stark bat raised, ready to go. 40 comes in defence. Well pitched from Reddy.
India will be now. What this does, it frustrates the opposition as well. Apart from sending a message to the dressing room, is here we got Alex Carey out, first ball this morning. Everyone's mind would have been, especially the opening batsman, they would have been thinking we should be batting the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. They've been held at bay for almost an hour, a little over an hour. Mitchell Starc.
11th over of the partnership. Stark plays in the air, out to cover, lands just safe. And more on that, he would have spooned the catch in the infield to Gerard.
Well, there's been a chance too. The nick that split the keeper in the slips.
One thing for sure, this test match is far from over. There's plenty of cricket to be played here. There's going to be absorbing stuff. Nip and tuck at the moment.
Last ball of Reddy's over. Stark be able to find the single. Dead bats the ball to cover, takes off. Jarrell picks up, throws it on strikers, misses. Stark beats it home. And he keeps the strike. All the little things. 9 for 98. Ravi, we'll see you later in the day. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon.
Every day for 3 weeks, Red Energy is giving away 100,000 Qantas points to 2 lucky winners. That's a total prize pool of an incredible 4 million Qantas points. Plus, there's a last chance draw of 100,000 Qantas points for all Red Energy customers. There's never been a better time to switch your household energy to Red. Call 131 806 or switch online. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 10 December 2024. Fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
Pay.com.au replay screen. Mitch Starc, tip and run. Gerard picked up, fired. Starc had probably beaten it home, even if it hits. Well judged by the big man. He's faced 79 balls. Cat, so by comparison, we know Labuschagne faced 52 in his torturous innings, 31 for Carey. And even Hazelwood at 19. There's only a handful, or there's only a couple who face more. That's the same as Khawaja and Marsh. New over begins. Starc plays the ball out to cover. Doesn't take the single off Siraj.
Yeah, leading in this series, when you look at all the career averages and all that, I know that's historic, but it sort of points in a direction that you can get a gauge as to what someone's capable of with the bat. Australia have the advantage in that respect compared to the Indian lower order, but what we saw from the Indian quicks earlier, it looked like they could really go through this Australian tail, but these two have applied themselves well now. Partnership at 19, it's crucial.
2 runs away from triple figures. 2 slips and a gully with Starc on strike. Short arm jab out to point. He doesn't take the single for the moment. Jaiswal does the fielding. Three in the deep on the leg side, 2 slips in the gully. Third man cover is conceding the single. And mid off. Are they doing enough to find the wicket here, India? You can sort of get a bit stuck in this phase, can't you?
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation, this.
Siraj around the wicket. Starc drives to long off. Doesn't take the run.
Just the trouble with it is you're reluctant to give away too many runs. And then you spread the field like this, and then the batsman's able to play without any pressure with the field spread, and he starts to feel good because he's hitting the ball, hitting out the sweeper, starts to get a few away, maybe the odd 2 here, maybe take a single late in the over, and before you know it, they're set.
Siraj sets in. Oh, Starc back foot defence. Not yet. And they can't bowl Washington Sundar because that's when Starc will tee it up. So they've bowled the hour with their 2 opening bowlers. Then they've moved to Siraj, ready, gets a go.
Yeah, look, I think when you say he can't, it's a valid point. But I think you can also say, well, let's be aggressive here and go, let's give him an over.
Yep.
And Starc might, hit one up in the air, or you get Hazelwood on strike, you knock him over.
Yep.
So it's worth a try, at least try it, and then if it doesn't work, you can go back to what you've been doing.
I guess you live in fear of a 16-run over.
Yeah.
Starc pulls across the line. He'll land safely to square. Didn't get it particularly well. It's fielded in the deep, and a single taken was Gerard. From his deep position, the deficit is now 51, and Australia all the 9s. 9 for 99. One to survive for Hazelwood. So even when Hazelwood's on strike now, what are they? You want the field up. No, he's not taking a single. I mean, he might get it through the field, but they've gone the leg slip and 2 slips. Fly slip. Siraj bowls. Hazelwood. Oh, that followed him. That was a rearing delivery and ended up doing the limbo to get out of the way of it. That was a ripper from Siraj. 9 for 99 at the end of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard holiday getaway sale.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellosteak.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. We thought that of this innings when I jumped on an hour ago. It's still going. This pair have batted for, I think, 62 minutes we're up to now. Partnership of 20. I suppose it's all about marginal gain. Stark's faced 84 balls. That's a match high in terms of deliveries seen off. It was 74 from KL Rahul yesterday. It's back on strike here. Ready, round the wicket. Stark pushing out to the offside, no run. It's worth noting that Josh Hazlewood this year, Kat, did play a very important role batting with Cameron Green at Wellington, where made 21, but it was more about the number of hours and number of balls he occupied at the crease. So he has got some recent muscle memory to draw down on there.
Yeah, it's so important, as you know. Every run counts, and the fact that India thought they're probably going to finish this Australian innings off quickly, and it hasn't happened. It's frustrating to be out in the sun longer. The bowlers are bowling a few more overs under their belt. We know it's a long series, 5 tests.
Ready, his third over in Test cricket. Bowls here, Stark in behind it defensively. So the field's somewhat spread now. Well, quite a bit spread, really. A fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, not quite all the way back. Long on, deepish mid-off where there's a single there. Deep backward point as well, in addition to just one man in the cordon, which is odd given the scoreline 9 for 99.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's the tricky part that Bumrah's got. Now he's trying to preserve the lead that they've got, 51, but he's also trying to get this last wicket. And I think the important thing from Australia's perspective is these two are showing the way that you can survive out there once you get the ball old enough.
So here is Ready. Langer in, bowls here to Stark, back of a length, ridden down to backward point, deep backward point, no single, and the crowd, oh, what? It would have been triple figures if he'd taken the single. As I welcome Damien Fleming into the expert chair as well. Morning, Flem, or afternoon, Flem.
Hello, Cato, listeners.
To the extent to which, with the point Kat made about a long 5 test matches in a short space of time, you know, the marginal gains of making India maybe bowling for another session, does that really mean anything? Like just making them bowl one more time?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. And like the reverse, if India could have knocked over Australia early, and all of a sudden the Australian quicks are bowling consecutive days early as well. Like mentally and physically, it fatigues you.
So Ready in, bowls here to Stark, who turns it into the onside, and there is the 100th run. Behind square leg it goes, and how about the ovation? To think we would have said or predicted such a thing, that 9 for 100 would prompt them dancing in the aisles, literally, in the case of one bay of men in gold shirts. Stark has 24 of those, instrumental in getting Australia to that rather strange landmark. Here we are, Kat. What a test match.
Oh, it's a remarkable test match, but it's intriguing, and there'll still be plenty more twists and turns over the next day or two, dare I say longer.
Yeah. 19 for 250, the match analysis so far. I think what's been done in the first innings here over the last 4 years. Ready now to Hazlewood, who's beaten outside the line of the off stump for the umpteenth time.
Just shows again, good line and length. You're in the game. You can see Big Hoff's got more confident. His footwork's a little bit better, but just, that could have been an easy outside edge.
Just didn't quite cover the line of the ball.
And that fatigue factor, it's not as bad. There's a big gap between the first and second test, but then the last 4, that's where I think we'll see some rotation in the Australian quicks.
Tweak to the field, square leg moves to mid-wicket for the final ball of the Ready over to Hazlewood. Round the wicket, bowls here. Hazlewood steers down to deep backward point, doesn't take the single, gives the strike back to Stark. 9 for 100, Australia trail by 50. Stark 24, Hazlewood 6 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sail.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Light's Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Our stats on SEN Test cricket for Yun Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming with us. Mohamed Siraj, 2 for 19 from 12. 2 important wickets yesterday. One which got a bit of a mention in the press conference for the boot that came off. But we cleared that up with Mitch Marsh in the interview before play. That wasn't a thing. Anyway, here he goes, away from us. Bowls here to Stark, who leaves alone. It's so different having those tests compressed as they are. Like, you go back to when you guys were playing, especially you, Flem, in the 90s, where a 5-test match series might sort of take a better part of 3 months.
One-day games in between tests. But I think for India, the worry is Jasprit Bumrah. You know, we're saying with the Australians, Boland will come in. You know, the longer this series goes along, you know, Bumrah's going to have a massive workload.
Well, one way that might change. Last year they predicted rotation. They didn't need to do it because they won every test in 4 days. So if this is over in 3, one way.
Oh, that can change it. Yeah, definitely.
It might help with that workload management. We're seeing Washington Sundar warm up, the off spinner. Hasn't bowled as yet. Siraj into Stark, leaves well wide of the off stump.
I think it's worth finding out from India's perspective. Finding out whether Sundar gets some spin and bounce. He's a tall bowler. He likes to bowl into the surface. He's confident at the moment, coming off a good series against New Zealand. And he did well here last time when he played his test at the Gabba when India got up and won. An absolute thriller.
Yeah, what a great partnership this has been, though. Like, even now, Stark, you know, just letting go the balls he doesn't need to play at.
Siraj delivers. Stark right in behind it, like he's a top 6 player, elbow nice and high. He said in an interview before the series, Cat, that his greatest regret in Test cricket's actually the Test 99. But I suppose when you look at his overall numbers and the number of times he's got to 50, that he might have expected to have reached 3 figures at some point. Improbable, sure, at this point of his career, but it demonstrates that he can absolutely bat.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. It's a ball sweetly. When he applies himself like this, Australian top scorer.
Here is Siraj again, bowls to Stark into the onside. It's the 4th ball of the over, so they'll take the one to deep square leg. One of the 6 men out in this umbrella field. 9 for 101, every single being cheered. Stark has 25. Just looking back at that first test at Wellington earlier this year, the partnership for the 10th wicket. Hazelwood was in for 20. Make that 32 overs. 32 overs he batted for there for 20 odd. Now, a long way to go, 22, sorry. So, but still, it just sort of reinforces that this kind of effort, if they get to parity, improbable as it is, that would definitely change the psychology of this match.
Nice little acknowledgement there, Mitchell Stark, raising the bat for 25. Australians batting 9, 10 and 11. I know Simon's a big rap for that.
Siraj bowls and Hazelwood gets out the way, ducks. Is that part of the fast bowler cartel constitution now?
Oh, we tried it back in the 2001 tour because we got the raise the ball for the 5, and I suggested raising your bat for 25. That got a big no vote from the selfish batsman. And then Nathan Lyon did it a couple of summers ago, and now it's well and truly entrenched. I know Cato's a big rap for it.
You don't see the part-time bowlers raising the ball after getting, 1 for? Just lowering the standards for it.
I'm talking about 25 runs from 9, 10 and 11 and raising your bat for it. Some acknowledgement from,
Cato is a hard taskmaster. And I'll come back to this in a sec. Siraj bowls and defending here is Hazelwood down the pitch, which completes the over. 1 run from it. Stark gets the strike back. He's 25. It's 9 for 101. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday, getaway, sail.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, out come the helmets, because it's going to be spin for the first time. Washington Sundar, he's got a great record at Test level, which started at the Gabba back in 2021. 6 Test matches, averaging 24, but 11 wickets in his most recent Test match, albeit in a losing effort. So out come the pads. The point I was making before the break about Cat being a tough taskmaster, well, you're on the quiz today. You get a chance to beat someone 5-0, as always. So beat Cat in the lunchtime quiz. That's your task if you really fancy yourself.
What's the topic on?
I'm going to make it India in Perth. India in Perth. So do your homework. The call-out number will be issued nearer the time, but it'll be for a wine voucher and so on, but that'll be the second half of lunch today. So they're going to have at least one man in close as the box and the shin pads and so on are gathered. We've got Tommy Morris with us as well, the good oil for Comparable Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tom.
Mitchell Starc has faced more deliveries than any other player in this Test match. Would have been long odds at the start of the Test for that in the first innings, wouldn't it?
By some way as well. 92 for
89.
Starc and 74 for...
If he faced 89 balls, I would predict him on 65. Normally, the way he normally plays.
Sundar's first ball of the Test. Round the wicket here. Starc goes back and rides what bouncer is out to cover. So a slip, a short leg, and everyone else is spread. They're quite keen for Starc to play the game early in the over. He's never really consented to it so far. 3 out on the leg side if he tries to go big against the spin. Bowling here, Starc defends a flat delivery again to cover.
He's not giving him much yet. Firing it in.
92 kilometres an hour, so they're darts.
Good pace.
They're darts. Not a huge spinner of the ball, is he?
No, but he does generate some bounce. He's a tall man.
Sundar on the approach. Bowls here, Starc lunging forward, smothering what spin there is.
There's a little bit of a resemblance to Ashwin. He comes from Tamil Nadu, Washington Sundar.
The load up, definitely.
And the load up with the little shake of the bowling hand.
Sundar passes umpire Gaffney wide of the crease, round the wicket. Another dart to Starc, who plays it out to the bowler in his follow-through. I wonder how quick that was. Out of the hand, whether we get it on telly. 97 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, he's not trying to beat him in flight.
Straight back to his bowling mark. Sundar got the spot today ahead of Jadeja and Ashwin, 2 all-timers. Bowls here. It's flighted up a sniff to more, and Starc does exactly the same thing. Front foot defensive prod out to cover.
Yeah, it was a massive call, particularly Jadeja. He's been brilliant and very good in Australia, averaging over 40 with the bat. Did well here last time.
Sundar's got 16 wickets at 14 this year. Upon getting recalled, bowls again to Starc, and he does take the single. Being the last ball of the over, he's played that beautifully. Another over checked off, 1 over closer to lunch. 9 for 102. Starc 26, Hazelwood 6. They're 48 away from parity. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sale.
Gerard Wheately here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
It is only appropriate that Jasprit Bumrah has brought himself back into the attack. He's been running hot for reams, steady, hot and strong. He's got 5 for 29 from 16 overs, including a wicket from the first ball of today. That was Alex Carey. If anyone's going to finish this in a hurry, it's going to be the best bowler in the world, Cat.
Just wonder whether he's going to use his slow ball a bit more in this over, Flem, to set Mitchell Starc up.
A couple of these bowled, they've landed too short.
Couple of slips in a gully. Bumrah round the wicket to Starc. It's line and length to begin. So a fine leg, deepish square leg, mid-on, mid-off cover. And the man at, well, third man, let's call it.
Yeah, it just feels like Mitchell Starc settled into the normal on-speed delivery. I just wonder whether he will consider going off-pace for a bit more of the set to
Well,
then set him up for a quicker ball.
bowled early on when he bowled one, but it was just short of a length.
He's our player of the day already, that's for sure, for Bing Lee. Better living every day, Bumrah. In here, bowls to Starc, who steers out towards steep point. Maybe Starc's the player of the day, actually, come to think of it, so far, but the player of the match, at least, with that reference to yesterday.
Oh, well, yesterday he's batted beautifully here.
Yeah. So Bumrah 5 for 29 so far.
I just wonder whether there's been a bit of damage done on his thumb, because he caught one earlier, just ripped back his left thumb, which is his bowling hand, and I've seen plenty of them over the years, fracture thumbs. ball straight after it happened, he sort of shanked it into mid-wicket and he looked like he was in a little bit of pain, but he's soldiering on.
In comes Bumrah to Stark, wider on the crease, plays out to mid-on. I might get Tommy to check, because when Stark broke his hand at Melbourne a couple of years ago, was that a thumb or a finger?
Give me 1 sec.
So he missed a couple of test matches in India and came back later in the series, missed one at Sydney as well.
In 2022, there was a finger injury.
Finger, right, yeah.
Pretty messy at the time, I remember. It was the tip of the middle finger on his left hand.
Halfway through Bumrah's over. Field remains the same. Can he tempt Stark into something here? He's faced 101 balls. Bowls here, full, that's the slower ball. Pace off, just as predicted by Simon Katich. You're very good at this, Cat. Out to mid-off, no rain.
Well, Starkey just indicating as well. The thing is, he's well set now. I reckon there was an opportunity to get more in early on when they were worried about the ball moving around. And it's in that territory you were talking about now, Cato, isn't it? The 49th over. You know, there's still a little bit of movement, but it's definitely easier for batting.
11 minutes till lunch, but 9 down. They'll have the option to extend, which should be interesting, given where the game's positioned currently. Bumrah bowls, and playing and missing is Stark, one that's taken off after pitching. One of those deliveries that we saw throughout his opening spell. In over 49, he could still do it. Talk us through it, Flem.
Yeah, it's just straightened enough. Because the angle in, if it continued on, he would have hit it, but he's missed it by a fair bit there.
And the movement after.
So there's still enough there.
Yeah. He just got reeled into thinking he could work that to mid-on. Whereas if he'd been looking to probably hit that to mid-off, and he probably would have presented a different bat plane, but geez, it was a serious ball from Bumrah.
Bumrah to finish. All dots so far, and Stark plays that out the middle of the blade towards mid-off on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sail, Australia 9 for 102.
You've got to love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? You'll be bowled over with the range of air conditioning solutions to suit any home design. Switch to a Dakin this summer and transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au for more info. Dakin, perfecting the air.
One man who's been doing it with ease with Dynabreeze since joining the SEN Combox this week is Tom Morris, industrial strength heavy-duty fans. You got something for us?
Yeah, just the Australian women's squad has been named for the upcoming one-day international series against India and then the limited over series against New Zealand that will follow.
Sunda round the wicket, new over begins. Here to Hazelwood, defending back to the bowler.
Key points are Alyssa Healy, as expected, won't play against India. Instead, Talia McGrath will captain again. Ashley Gardner will be her vice-captain, but they're expecting Healy, well, they're hopeful that she'll be back for the New Zealand series.
Sunda to Hazelwood, 6 from 25. Make that 6 from 26, defending again.
And the other main point is that Georgia Vole has been included in her first Australian squad. She's a Sydney Thunder batter, and she's had a great start to the summer.
Tom Morris.
Very good.
The women's Ashes following in January into February. Sunda bowls, and Hazelwood again's able to get forward and defend. He's not minding the change to spin, clearly.
I'm surprised they've got a deep mid-on to Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not up and enticing him to go downtown.
Pace is 93 kilometres an hour. Bowls again here. That's more flighted up. It goes straight to cover. Crowd catch. Right, Coley in there, the distinctive beard. That was 85 kilometres, an hour. I'm so used to commentating in England with miles an hour.
Going out now. Happy for him to take the single.
2 left in the over. Field spreads, as Flem says. Sunda bowls, and lunging forward is Hazelwood, defending to mid-on. 29 balls through 6. Playing a role here. Throw this one up. We'll dart it in. Flem.
With that field, I'd probably be darting it, and they're happy if he just gets a single.
And they're pushed back deep mid-wicket. 6 back. Don't make that 5 back, my apologies.
Might as well have cover back as well.
Yeah. Sunda delivers, and Hazelwood defends a quicker delivery to short leg. He's done well there through the maiden. We're only 8 minutes away from lunch. Not many boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 9 for 102.
Get on the SEN win page. Here's why.
In 2025, Sport Next Melbourne returns March 12 to 14. Global and domestic leaders tackle the biggest issues, trends and opportunities sport will face in the decades to come. As the largest sport conference in the Asia-Pacific region, you have extra incentive to book now. If you purchase your tickets by Friday, December 20, you could win an ultimate SEN corporate box experience for two. Sport Next Melbourne 2025.
Enter now. Head to the SEN win page.
Have celebrated 2 wickets this session for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Carey for 21 and Lyon for 5, but since then a partnership has blossomed. They put on 23 in the better part of an hour and a half. Stark. The test continues against Bumrah. Arrives at the crease, wide on it, bowls here, and Stark, who's seeing them really nicely off the front foot, pushes out towards extra cover. No dramas at all.
It's wearing Bumrah, it's giving him overs too, which is going to hurt him at the back end of the game. The captain getting the ball, just wanting to finish this, but Starkey, besides that one player miss, providing a full face of the bat.
Classic not giving an inch, making the opposition work as hard as possible for that final wicket, and it becomes a mind game.
Stark facing Bumrah here. You hear it at the effects mic. That is right out the middle of the blade to mid-off. It's like hearing Viv Richards smack it down the ground. It sounds so beautiful, echoing.
Did you just see that? That's a first. I haven't seen that for a while on the cricket field. Hazelwood's just gone to the dressing room. He needs a new set of gloves. I've never.
That's a crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. Make no mistake, New Farm. Bumrah bowls and Stark plays more expansively, but it's cut off by the man at cover. Did you ever have to call for the gloves, Flem? Your 70-odd at Brisbane, second pair?
Was it that or the 65 against Zimbabwe over there?
Got done pulling, didn't you? Caught out, deep square leg. Trying to...
Well, Steve Waugh, they were giving me a single to get Steve Waugh on strike. That was the problem. He was in not-out mode.
6-3 field. Will the slower ball come? Bowls to Stark here, short one instead. Ducks the bouncer.
So, no, a couple of times. I just haven't seen Josh do it too often.
He started his test career with a relatively long innings at Brisbane in the heat.
He got a few not-outs early, didn't he? His average was okay.
He played a crucial hand at Dominica, getting Adam Voges to a test 100 on debut.
I don't know how much work he's putting in it, but with Greenie, you said, important partnership. And this today, in the context of the game, this has been a fantastic partnership.
24, but a lot of time. Bumrah bowls, Stark defence. I suppose they're able with so much time in the game and the game within a game, absorbing the pressure before lunch, that the actual score they're on is almost irrelevant, right? It's how much time they can take out of this.
And it shortens their time in the field as well. Like, you don't want a full day in the field after day one, do you? And even though they'll be expending some energy batting, it's not the, if they got knocked over in the first 20 minutes, that they can have a whole day in the field.
So Bumrah's got 2 more opportunities in this over. There was a front foot no ball in there as well. Bowls here and Stark defence. So they've advanced the score by 1 to 9 for 103.
A lot of it's about making the opposition work hard every single wicket. Like, that's the nature of Test cricket. That's how it should be played all the time. And if you're just gifting wickets away willy-nilly because you think you're in a good position, that's a dangerous mindset to be in, particularly against a quality opponent like India, who've beaten us here the last 2 times.
How long can Stark wait? Last ball of Bumrah's set. Delivers here and Stark does go for it. Sneaks under the bat, misses the off stump, ends up with punt. Extra pace from Bumrah to finish. 9 for 103. Stark 26. Hazelwood is 6. No third umpire required so far in this session. 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
If the third umpire is called upon, it's Richard Illingworth, and that's for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13-IMAR today. Some time being taken out as those gloves get changed. Flem must make you ever so happy. 3 minutes till lunch, and the way that they might have anticipated Sundar bowling the penultimate over and thus getting an extra one in, but now they've got it to 3 minutes till lunch. Harshit Rana's bowling, 6 balls, they get a sandwich.
Yeah.
So the gloves things worked on that front, that's for sure. Rana, so impressive that first spell yesterday, wasn't it? Knocking overhead with one that straightened up. We were behind it. I thought he'd gone through the gate, but it straightened up a treat, hit the top of off, stuff you dream of.
I thought his bouncer to line was very good too.
Yeah.
Got it right on the money.
He's got a bit going on. From the Langer stand end, bowls here to Hazlewood. Hazlewood drives out towards cover, gets the single they want to get Stark back on strike. That should be it, all things being equal for Hazlewood until lunch. He's 6 from 31, 9 for 104.
I reckon they could have run 2 there, Flem.
I'd just take the runs now. If you get bowled out by a cracking delivery, don't worry, but just take the runs.
I suppose they've got their game plan right. They've played the game with Hazlewood the whole way through, batting for an hour and a half and only having to absorb 31 deliveries. So that has worked for them. Partnership 29 from 109, so he's faced about somewhere between a third and a quarter of the ball since he's been out there, Hazlewood. Stark's turn. Just a slip in a gully. Fly slip as well. Round the wicket. Stark straight in the air. Tried to pull across the line. Punts under it in front of gully. It's innings over. So having done so much hard work to get to this point in the final over before lunch, kind of from nowhere, Stark has been caught for 26, which means that Australia have been bowled out for 104. A 46-run deficit from India's 150. An important partnership that added 25, but with 4 balls to go until lunch, Stark's hit one straight up in the air. Your thoughts, Simon Katich?
Yeah, look, he'll be disappointed with that. Just didn't execute the shot. He's played that shot previously in his innings. It was a innings full of application. Faced 112 balls, top scored for Australia when all sorts of trouble coming back today. I thought he's handled this first session really well. But my point was, Flem, Josh Hazlewood probably could have got to that ball before and he's back on strike. And this is the hard part about it all. It's easy in hindsight, but...
Yeah, overall, just fantastic partnership. Yeah. They've made India stay out there. They've got the deficit under 50. They could have got to lunch and then India, we've got to go out there and bowl again, and then he could have attacked. And even there, bowling change, do you have a look at one ball, just go, that's the angle, that's the pace, okay, I will take him down. But if you were trying to get to lunch, I wouldn't mind them getting a lunch and forcing India out there to bowl again, because they're starting to get into 15, 16 overs each. That's wearing on you. You've got to come back and probably bowl late tomorrow.
You force the batsman having to go out there and have a quick turnaround for 10 minutes, whereas now the Indian batsman can get settled for 40 minutes, have some lunch, prep, be ready to go straight after break.
But when Big Hoff walked out there to where we've got to, I'm taking it every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely on that front. That extra marginal gain of making them go out there again won't be. The crucial moment really for New Farm Australia through and through was Alex Carey getting out first ball to Bumrah in the session, Cat. And that gave the opening that India required, and it meant that the probability of getting the parity went through the floor at that juncture.
Yeah, and I think we'll find out soon how that 46 runs plays out in the rest of this test match. But it's a significant amount of runs at the moment, given the way it is played against the new ball. Yes, this wicket will be harder today, so potentially the new ball will get softer quicker today compared to yesterday. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out today. But I still expect the Australian bowlers to get some help out there with the new ball after lunch.
All right, thank you, Simon Katich. An eventful test match so far. India all out for 150 on the stroke of tea yesterday. Australia dismissed in their first innings for 104 on the stroke of lunch on day 2. Stay up to date with everything in the BBL on the Big Bash app. Live scores, exclusive content, player stats personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. We'll take our break here on SEN Test Cricket. On the other side of it, we'll have our lunchtime conversation, and later on, it'll be Simon Katich back with me for the quiz. Australia All Out 104, back in a moment.
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The barbecues galore up to 50% off. Black Friday sale is now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off barbecue accessories and backyard essentials. And up to 50% off outdoor furniture and heating. Hurry, don't miss out. Only at barbecues galore.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
Need to reno? Beaumont Tiles Black Friday bargains make every reno affordable. Aussie-made tile specials, a massive 44% off the marked price at your local Beaumonts. Hybrid flooring up to 25% off. Yes, a massive 25% off hybrid flooring at participating Beaumont tile stores. Overseas tile specials under $20. You'll be so happy you chose Beaumonts and saved. T's and C's apply. Limited time only.
Ring-a-ding-ding! All aboard! It's time to set sail with Tasman Butchers. Shop at Tasman for your chance to win a 10-day ultra-luxury Silver Sea cruise voyage for 2 people. Worth $23,000, you'll be sailing from Melbourne to Fremantle aboard the ultra-luxury Silver Nova. Stay in a classic veranda suite with butler service, gourmet dining and premium beverages all included. Just make a purchase at Tasman Butchers and complete your entry form online. Com closes Sunday, December 1st, 11:59pm AEST. T's and C's apply. Full details, tasmanbutchers.com.au.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Bumrah around the wicket bowls and Carey nicks immediately. Straight to Parks. Bumrah's got his 5. He's a joyful and dominant figure in Perth. Rana Lyon popped it up, straight to gully, he's out. He was just offended a venomous short ball. Rahul takes the catch. Lyon departs for 5.
Stark's turn. Just a slip in a gully. Fly slip as well. Round the wicket. Stark straight in the air. Tried to pull across the line. Punts under it in front of gully. Its innings over. So having done so much hard work to get to this point in the final over before lunch, kind of from nowhere, Stark has been caught for 26, which means that Australia have been bowled out for 104.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
Australia all out 104, trailing India by 46 runs. It's lunch at day 2 at the Optus Stadium. Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan taking you through the next few minutes. The quiz isn't far away with Adam Collins and also Simon Katich. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we will bowl you away with our better prices. Send us a text, 0433 98 11 16. What are your thoughts on the first session and what are your thoughts on what's to come? What are your thoughts of the first session, Brad?
Well, my thoughts are that once the ball gets a little older, it's not that difficult to bat here. If Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazlewood can survive for as long as they did, it should tell. There should be a message to the Indian and the Australian top orders for their respective second innings. And also, look, if the only batters who've been able to survive and score runs are those who've tried to play some shots. If you just focus on, being in your crease, not showing any intent, not trying to put the bowler off what they're doing. These are 2 world-class bowling attacks, and they'll just eat you up.
So this is the battle, isn't it, though? How do you survive the new ball and get to 50 overs? Equally, how do you play enough shots so that you can score? And that's the distinction between the two sorts of batters at the moment. Marnus Labuschagne tried to survive and got out. But if he goes out and slashes first ball and edges to second slip, then he looks like a silly batter as well.
And I'm not even talking about someone playing a wild shot. Yashasvi Jaiswal, for example, that was a bad shot. Like, he paid for a mistake. KL Rahul showed that, like, you can show commitment, you can have the patience to survive, pick and choose what balls you want to play at. And every time Cummins or Hazlewood went slightly full, that's when he leant into it and just pushed it. He wasn't playing a wide, expansive drive. So I think it's about the intention to score runs, which a lot of batters have lacked across both teams.
Virat Kohli had intent in the first innings, and we'll
too
see
much intent.
Yeah, too much. We'll see him at some stage this afternoon. The last wicket partnership was 25 runs, a very important 25 runs. Mitchell Stark in the end faced 112 balls, which is more than any other player for the match. He was dismissed for 26. Josh Hazlewood made 7 off 31 balls. Just the second time in 5 years that Josh Hazlewood has faced more than 30 balls in an innings. It's important, isn't it, that they could hang around, and it means the deficit is 46, not 65.
Very much so. 46 is still a big number based on how the first 2 innings have gone. But it's not as 70 runs. I know 46 and 70 are not too far from each other, but psychologically that's so much bigger though. In a match which you expect it's going to be close, unless India really come and score a lot of runs, which looks unlikely at the moment, but. Very crucial, but we'll find out. But also from an Indian perspective, they'll say, okay, Stark and Hazlewood have been out there in the heat for a long period of time. Yes, they get the lunch break. So it can work in 2 ways. A, they're warmed up and they're ready to go. Mitchell Stark's been hit on his body a couple of times, so he's fired up probably. Josh Hazlewood is Josh Hazlewood. He'll always do what you expect of him.
Did Jasper Bumrah bowl a bad ball? 5 for 30 off 18 overs, and I can't remember him erring once. Not even once, not slightly full, not slightly wide. He just landed it on a dime.
That's what he does, doesn't he? He does take the pitch out of the equation. He takes the match situation out of the equation. That's why he's so special. Like, it's the Jasprit Bumrah show when he has that ball in his hand. And it is only about whether whoever the batter is, whatever their score is, can they survive? And most times they can't.
Player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee, Better Living Every Day. No surprises here for your player of the day?
No, I'm going to go with Harshit Rana. Yep. I was really impressed with, on debut, what he provided for this Indian attack. I thought he outbowled Mohammad Siraj, to be honest. He can bowl different lengths. He was always at the Australian batters. And he was rewarded for us. He got 3 wickets, that outstanding delivery to get rid of Travis Head. I mean, not too many bowlers in the history of the game have bowled a better ball to get their first wicket, to be honest. So I think I'm going to give it to Harshit Rana. And he kept running in. He was in Mitchell Stark's face. Yes, they're teammates at KKR, but he let him know that he is in the contest.
Yeah, that was a good moment, actually, wasn't it, when two fast bowlers go. What was Stark's line? I've got a long memory.
Yeah, and I bowl faster than you.
Yeah, and I bowl faster. We'll wait and see what happens over the next 24 hours there. So he ended up dismissing Mitchell Stark. He also got Nathan Lyon. What's been the Bendix big break, big moment, Bendix, the best known breaks in your mind?
I think it would be the wicket of Alex Carey. He was supposed to be the enforcer. He was the man in form. There was one Australian batter who could have taken this game to India and away from India. And that man, Bumrah, it takes him one delivery and he's like, maybe not.
Were you surprised that he played at it?
Well, it was such a tentative shot, right? I think, often they say that cliche, play the ball, not the bowler. I think he played the bowler and paid for it.
Because Bumrah's coming around the wicket. He thinks the ball's coming into him, so he hangs his bat out to dry. In the end, edges it through to Rashad Pant. He's dismissed for 21 off 31 balls. He looked very solid yesterday, Alex Carey, as well. That intent you speak of, he had it. And that was a big wicket for the Indians to get. And in the end, Bumrah starts the day with a wicket first ball. Like Gerard Wheatley's commentary as he was running in was, geez, he needs a fifer to make the most of this situation, and then he gets a 5 for the first ball of the day. The dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows, lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who are you having a dig at, Brad? I know this is not your style generally, but give us someone or something.
Well, I think it was that moment when Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazlewood could have easily come back for 2 runs, and 2 runs could be handy at the end of the day. At that point, I think Australia were behind by 55 runs. It could have reduced it to 53, and it didn't make any sense. It also kind of put into context the sort of pessimism with which Australia have batted throughout this test match, and the pessimism that seems to exist around some of their batters in the last 12 or so months, where the intent to score is not really there for some of them. There's so much about survival, and I think they're paying for it.
So you wanted them to change their plan midway through the partnership, because the plan was that Hazlewood faces 2 or fewer balls and over, and Stark was the dominant batter. So Hazlewood pushes 1 to cover, they can easily get 2, and they stay to their plan, and Stark gets out next ball. You wanted them to change their plan.
I just wanted Stark to play a few more shots. I know he played a few shots for sure, but especially when you had young Reddy bowling and these guys. I mean, these are young kids, and I thought he would just chance his arm a little more. We'll see. I mean, look, they batted time. Like you said, he faced well over 100 balls. The deficit is down to 46. But yeah, I was expecting a few more edges just flying over the slips and a few more balls hit in the air. Well, it wasn't to be.
This time yesterday, we were lamenting India's top order. 2 of their top 3 batters made ducks. You'd fancy that the Australians, especially Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Stark, would back themselves with a new ball.
Oh, they would. Why wouldn't they? I mean, just their record in the last 12 or so months, all of them have averaged under 20 with the ball. And it is such an inexperienced makeshift batting lineup still for India, like they did in the first innings. And the key is to get Virat Kohli out there early with the new ball, knock him out. And then you have to deal with the Rishabh Pant problem. But if you can get India 3 for not too much, you're in the game. But my big fear for Australia is Shastri Jaiswal. If he somehow survives, he gets away with a couple of plays and misses. Because he scores so quickly, this game can just gallop away from Australia.
A text here coming from Chris and Clyde. I don't think the Australians played bad shots with their dismissals compared to the dismissals of the Indian batters. The new ball is the key in the second innings. The new ball is our show in the mornings, but a new ball wicket is a cliche sometimes, but it genuinely seems like this is the surface that they're playing on.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how Nitish Reddy was batting and the comfort with which he played against some of the best fast bowlers the world has ever seen. And that tells you a lot about what it is like to bat here. And even Josh Hazlewood, he started off playing and missing, was kind of walking away from the stumps, but towards the end of his innings, he was getting in line of the ball. So I think you can give yourself some time, but the only way you're going to give yourself some time out there is not by batting the way Manas Labuschagne did. I think KL Rahul would have taken so much confidence with what he achieved in the first innings, and I expect him to go well as well.
That was the dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows from the job site to your backyard. Lighten the load with Sherlock. How nervous is India's young number 3 at the moment, Patakal? I mean, he made a duck in the first innings, 23 balls, 39 minutes he was out. there. These are anxious times for any player, let alone someone in their second test match.
Yeah, I saw him shadow practicing his front foot defensive at first slip, maybe 40 minutes before that last week it fell. So he's been thinking about his batting, he's been thinking about his dismissal. And a part of him, I think, still can't believe he's here. He was supposed to board that flight back to India after the India A series was done. But he wouldn't get a better chance than here with India ahead in the game. They're not playing catch-up. And hopefully for his sake, the openers give him some sort of foundation to build on. And if he does, he's a free-flowing batter as well. And I think he would have also learned from his first innings. He was either defense or playing some really risky shots. If he can rotate the strike a little more, I think, watch out for him as well.
How do you see this afternoon session playing out? Do you think Nathan Lyon will have more of a role as the game progresses?
He does come into the game a lot more on this pitch, doesn't he? He loves bowling here. Didn't have to bowl too much at all in the first innings. But the little I saw of Nathan Lyon bowl and how India reacted to him, and even watching them practice at the WACA, I think they have come here with this mindset, we're going to go after Nathan Lyon. They don't have Pujara to just blunt him. So I think from top to bottom, I expect them to attack him. Rishabh Pant always does that. But even young Reddy stepping out and driving him through the covers was a sign that that's going to be their approach throughout the series.
And is that the right approach? It'll be an entertaining approach, but will it be successful?
I think just knowing some of the defensive techniques of these Indian batters against spin, that's the best that they can do. I'm sure we'll see once Rohit arrives. He's probably... can't say that anymore with the way he's been getting out against spin. But I think they will try to take him on.
All right, Australia all out 104. They trail by 46 runs. The Indians will come out to bat fairly soon. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. The lunch break quiz, it's up next. It was a big win yesterday. 1300-736-736. One lucky caller will go head-to-head with the great Simon Katich, who I'm told is ultra competitive in these moments, for a $50 Ponting Wines voucher, thanks to Royal Caribbean. That number again, 1300-736-736. Get involved in the quiz. Simon Katich and Adam Collins are ready to go.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The holidays are coming. Buy a 160 kilowatt T60 Max and get a saving of $3,000 off and a free $1,500 gift card to put towards your summer holiday. Hurry to get the T60 Max, backed by a 7-year warranty with a $1,500 gift card and a massive $3,000 off from just $35,990 drive away for ABN holders. Visit a dealer today. LDV. Bring it on. New stock vehicles only. T's and C's and exclusions at ldvautomotive.com.au.
Need to reno? Beaumont Tiles Black Friday bargains make every reno affordable. Aussie-made tile specials, a massive 44% off the marked price at your local Beaumonts. Hybrid flooring up to 25% off. Yes, a massive 25% off hybrid flooring at participating Beaumont tile stores. Overseas tile specials under $20. You'll be so happy you chose Beaumonts and saved. T's and C's apply. Limited time only.
Vinidex is a leading manufacturer of plastic pipes and fittings designed and made in Australia. Vinidex has a wide range of PVC plastic pipe systems, perfect for irrigation, turf watering, water supply and recycled water applications. Vinidex pipes and fittings are 100% recyclable, corrosion resistant, lightweight compared to other materials and do not have adverse effects on water quality. Check out Vinidex's wide range of pipes and pressure fittings at your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Ben, you sure it's a good time to build a house?
Apart from missing some cricket, Henley's house prices bowled us over. Plus, we're saving $40,000 on luxury upgrades I'm using for our facade, flooring and battery system.
What a spell.
It's the Henley Big Sale. Where are you going? The cricket's starting. going?
To get Chloe and go see Henley.
Don't leave, let's enjoy the cricket. Call Henley's property hotline later on 1800 oi oi oi. That's 1800 64 64 64.
The Henley Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 on extras for any new home built. Henley Homes, backed by a $7 billion parent.
Look out for the sun.
Come into your Sunrise local store and check out Sunny's Winter Camper promotion. It's the best within a country mile.
And you could turn your favourite drink into your very own camper. That's right. Buy any 2 bigger participating drinks, scan to enter, and you could win a camper worth over $30,000.
So do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile.
Sunrise, the store locals love.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Gerard Wheatley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 and soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Rolls to Stark here. He's on 12 and Stark swings across the line. Over towards mid-wicket it goes. Hasn't got all of it, but it still manages to go for 4. It plugs and trickles over. Stark to 16 with a rare boundary in this innings, indeed this test match.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we will bowl you away with our better prices. Australia, all that for 104 on the stroke of lunch, which leaves them a 46-run deficit as India begin their second innings. Bumrah, 5 for 30, outstanding. And top scoring for Australia was Mitchell Starc, who was the last man to fall for 26 from 112 balls after he put on 25 with Josh Hazlewood for the 10th wicket. OK, it's time to turn our attention to the lunchtime quiz. Ponting wine voucher is on offer today. Experience Ponting wines with every Royal Caribbean cruise. Our competitor today is Khalil in Brisbane. And Khalil, I hate to break it to you, you're up against Simon Katich. Are you there?
Yeah, afternoon, boys. How are we?
Exceedingly well. So your buzzer's going to be Khalil. Simple as that. Fastest finger first. Fastest finger first. We've got Bharat Sundaresan with me. We're your quiz masters. Are you ready for this challenge? It's going to be about Australia-India test matches in Perth, which I realise now upon saying that rather does tilt the scales in favour of Kat, yet further given he grew up in Perth. Sorry about that, Khalil. That's just the way these things go sometimes. Kat, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Oh, come on. Come on. OK, question 1. Kat versus Khalil. In 2012, David Warner smashed a century in a session against India at the Wacker, finishing with 180 from 159 balls. Who was he opening the batting with?
Kat.
Bang.
Chris Rogers.
Ba-bow. Ba-bow. Here's the chance for the steal.
Was it Ed Cowan?
Bang. 1-0, Khalil.
God.
We're all on board here. 74 out of that 214 stands.
Where was Bucky?
Bucky weren't playing in 2012.
Is that right?
Bucky got recalled in 2013.
Yeah.
This is a big.
It's never happened before.
Moment.
Nobody's gone 1-0 up against Simon Katich before.
Question 2's Bharat. Here we go.
Right. In 1992, famous moment, Sachin Tendulkar made a century at the Wacker as a teenager, but Australia got back on top due to 150 not out from Dino. But who was the Aussie who took 7 for 27?
Mike Whitney.
Oh. 1-1. 7 for
he's
27 for Witt, who we had with us last year at Sydney on SEN Test Cricket. What an absolute delight that was. Right, Cat's back in business. The Mike Whitney 7 for. Question 3. In 1977, Australia won a whacker thriller over India by 2 wickets right at the very start of the World Series cricket summer. Which Australian legend came out of retirement to captain Australia and made a defining 176? Cat.
Bob Simpson.
It was Bobby Simpson. Bobby Simpson out of retirement, straight in the hundreds column. So 2-1 up with 2 to play. This is where we were at yesterday with Tommy Morris and ended up being a 2-2 draw. We went to the tiebreaker.
Khalil, come on, man.
Khalil, it's all over to you. Baz, your turn.
In 2008, Australia suffered their only loss to India in Perth. Which Australian made their Test debut that week?
Don't give
Khalil.
Khalil's gone in first. Who was it?
2008. Phil Jakes, maybe? I don't know.
It wasn't Jakes. It's the bloke he opened with.
Chris Rogers.
Oh.
I was going to say the clue is the clue was going to be, and I didn't want to give it to you, was going to be it's someone we love very much in the SEM box, often our colleague on these calls, the Victorian coach Chris Rogers. So where does that leave us? 3-1. 3-1 with, so it's a, we're not going to get to the tiebreaker.
However, the Ponting wine is so good. We had it for Punter's birthday a few years ago in Adelaide. I'd like to donate it to Khalil.
I'll give you the tip. It's going to Khalil anyway.
Oh, good.
You're not getting the prize. Question 5. In 2018, Virat Kohli made a glorious 123 at this ground. It was ultimately in a losing effort. Which Australian took 8 wickets to win the Man of the Match award?
Khalil. Nathan Lyon.
It was Nathan Gary Lyon. Very good. I'm just going to make my own mind up here. I'm going to do a tiebreaker regardless. Give you the chance to level it up. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. This could make it 3-3. We've got time on our side. Let's play with it. Back to 92. Bharat said it was 150 from Dino that gave Australia the chance to get back in the game. Then Witt took his 7 for. Which WA legend also got a ton that day?
Khalil. WA.
92. Didn't play often.
Not a lot of Test cricket.
Didn't play often in Test cricket. He's tall.
Tom Moody at all?
Yes. Tom Moody, 101. And before he was outrageously dumped 3 Test matches later. I'm sure you remember that as a kid, Cat, that you would have been furious about all of that.
Yep.
Treated dismally. Look, that's it. You've won. Well, in as far as 3-3 and 3-3 good enough today. So you get your, what do we got here? The $50 Ricky Ponting wine voucher. Experience Ponting wines with every Royal Caribbean cruise. Cat, I'm sure you're going to be back once a Test match. Just, sharpen up a wee bit. You don't want to be getting questions wrong like who opened with Dave Warner here in 2012.
Correct. Well done, Khalil. And thanks, Colo and Bharat.
Thanks, boys.
Khalil, great to have you part of it. Be sure to call up throughout the course of the series. We'll be doing this every single day. Baz, lovely to have you back as well. I was bereft when you were doing something else on television yesterday.
I'm back, baby.
Quizmaster. It's SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Are you, as we go to the break in a moment here, Baz, are you a local cricket legend? Text in now on 0433 98 11 16 and tell us why. Tell us about why you love your local cricket legend. Okay, or local cricket club. Better still. I'm not doing a very good job here. I'll try it again. Text why you love your local cricket club. You could win a $100 Liquorland voucher. It's that easy. 0433 98 11 16 to be today's Liquorland local cricket legend. So all you need to do is tell us why you love your local club. 0433 98 11 16. We'll take our leave. Baz, thank you. Great to be back with you. On the other side of the break, it'll be Gerard Wheately picking up commentary for the second half of this Test match, despite the fact that we are only 4 sessions into it. Australia all out for 104. India get their second crack.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Hi guys, Warren Treadray here. If you're dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled, get your adventure sorted with Maverick Campers and Caravans. Check out their wide range of off-road caravans. Maverick's caravans are tough tested on all terrains and backed by an Australia-wide repair network for peace of mind wherever your adventure takes you. Plus, discover your SEN secret deal. Visit their website and find the footy. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.
Oi, Sammy, you see my good drill anywhere?
It's right here, boss. How are you going to get by without an apprentice when you retire?
I'm with Seabus, so I'll be fine. My super's been working hard for years. Unlike some of us.
Righto, big man.
Seabus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Seabus is right for you.
In construction, civil works, mining, agriculture or heavy haulage and looking at the next big project? Don't let paperwork or big upfront costs slow you down. With Yellowgate, you don't have to choose between hiring and buying machinery. Our Rent Now, Buy Later solution lets you rent the gear you need today before deciding what's best for tomorrow. Enjoy manageable monthly rental payments, operational efficiency and better cash flow management. Join the other Australian businesses already using Yellowgate. Visit ygg.com.au.
He shoots! He scores! Goal! And the crowd is on their feet.
Love Australian football? Paramount Plus has got you covered.
And the GOAT says...
Every game of the Combank Matildas.
The goal is in!
Every game of the Subway Socceroos.
And goal for Australia!
Every game of the A-Leagues.
Beautifully done!
Every game live. A mountain of football. Only on Paramount Plus.
Paramount Plus.
Charisma Potatoes. The potato with lower GI for lasting energy. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, lower GI, tastier potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
We're about to get back into the cricket and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyOz.com for info.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session.
A remarkable test match already. 20 wickets through, 4 sessions down. Saturday is beautiful here in Perth. The weather update for Beacon Trade. A tradies' key partner is lighting, fans and electrical. It's 28 degrees. There's not a cloud in the sky. We'll touch our high of 29 in a few moments' time, I suspect. And it'll stay that way for much of the afternoon. 33 degrees forecast for tomorrow. And if we see Monday, it'll be 27. India 150, Australia 104. The 90-minute stand of Josh Hazlewood and Mitch Starc sort of dulled the pain a little bit, but it's a grim scorecard for Australia. 104 bowled out in 51.2 overs in the first test of the summer on home soil. McSweeney 10, Khawaja 8, Smith Morton, Ed 11, Marsh 6, Labuschagne 2, Cummins 3, Carey 21, Lyon 5, Stark 26, and Hazelwood was 7 not out at the end. Bumrah 5 for 30, Rana 3 for 48, Siraj 2 for 20, and Sundar none for 1. The pitch, it's been sporting. It hasn't been spicy or treacherous. The quality of the new ball bowling has been really something to behold. And now that challenge falls to Australia. To Stark and Hazelwood, who've just done all the business with the bat. The pitch update for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map. 1 check, 2 experts. So India look to build on a lead of 46. The mind starts to wander as to what the maximum chase in a 4th innings might be. It's an innings chase that will largely happen on day 3, so the deterioration of a pitch doesn't become a factor really until day 4. So you've got to factor that into your calculations as well. Maybe with something between 210 and 240 might be achievable. Maybe something beyond that. So that means restricting India to fewer than 200 in this 2nd innings. And the batting conditions do look beautiful right now. KL Rahul and Yasavsri Jaiswal. Jaiswal's the young Tyro. He's a 22-year-old left-hander, but I think the circumstances are absolutely perfect for him to pin the ears back. But the pitch and the new ball really hasn't allowed that so far. Will we see the stroke making? I imagine Rahul drops anchor again and sees how far he can get. Patekal, Kohli, Pant, Durrell, ready. Sundar. India's batting lineup. It's not what it will be in Adelaide. Rohit Sharma is bound for these shores to play the Prime Minister's 11th match as his warm-up for Adelaide, and Shubman Gill is hopefully over his broken thumb by then and would bat 3. So there's changes to come. It's not quite the first choice Indian lineup, but they have given themselves a huge chance with a lead of 48. We did see last summer the leads of touring teams were hard to prosecute. Australia would find their way into the fight back. That's the challenge for them as they just stand our side of the rope. Now, Pat Cummins leads the Australian team out. Stark, Hazelwood and the captain. There's much resting on their shoulders. Hazelwood 4 for 29 in the first dig. Stark 2 for 14. Cummins was expensive, 2 for 67. Marsh did his bit, 2 for 12. What role Lyon has to play? We know his record here with the 27 wickets. It'll be a fair way into the innings before you think he will be a factor. The Quicks have got to get it done again, as they did in the first innings. KL Rahul runs up and down on the spot as he heads toward the middle. Jaiswal carries his bat like an axe over his left shoulder. See what he might have in store for us. Mitch Stark he's the man who's chosen the Kookaburra. He'll be bowling from the members' end at the start of this innings. Jaiswal is going to have the strike. First ball of the 3rd over in his first dig. Didn't register. But brought an average of 56 and a bit here with a couple of double centuries in his 14 test matches prior to this. He was quite the sight to behold in that England test series when he utterly dominated on home soil. He's got to learn to do that in Australia. The extra bounce and maybe the extra discipline that's required. KL Rahul's got all the discipline in the world. A modest record against Australia. But he got himself well set in that first innings. Faced 74 balls for his 26, and it's still the source of debate as to whether the DRS gave him out correctly or not for IMAR. Trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13-IMAR today. So play shortly to be called at Mitch Stark, down below our broadcast position. 358 wickets to his name. Turns at the top of his mark, Mitch Stark. Jaiswal readies himself, 3 slips in a gully in place. Stark left arm over the wicket bowls. Jaiswal drives, Stark fields and the follow through. He was over pitched and it was a lovely stroke, but straight back to the bowler. Australia's new fashion cordon, so Carey's the keeper, Khawaja at first, Smith at second, Labuschagne at third. McSweeney has rights to the gully on debut. Lyons at point. Big gap at cover. Cummins is the mid-off. Mitch Marsh is the mid-on. Travis Head is under the helmet as he started in the first innings at short leg. And Hazelwood's doing the warm-ups down at fine leg. Stark big strides as he gets to the pitch and delivers. Jaiswal lets it pass outside the off stump. 46. Crowd beyond 20,000. The hope is that that's going to grow to somewhere around yesterday's mark of 31 and might break the crowd record for a test day in Perth on consecutive occasions. It's certainly a match set up for that. Some of the Australian brigade in their gold shirts have headed to the top tier down at the Langer stand end to find some shelter. And the lights that tick around go from green to gold. Stark bowls. Jaiswal fends it just wide of head at short leg. It got up under the armpit, laid bat on ball, found safety and the first run. There's no bat in it. In fact, it's been knocked away as leg buys. Damien Fleming is in our experts chair for the 4 and 20 pie, Australia's original fan food. Hello, Flem.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, listeners. Very exciting, isn't it? There's still plenty of incentive in for the fast bowlers. You can see Jaiswal playing well ahead of his pads, hoping that the bounce was consistent, and it wasn't.
Yes. It becomes an interesting exercise in who learnt what the first time around and what adjustments can you make day to day.
You know, Simon Katich has been talking about you've got to get to that 30, 35 over mark. You know, the ball will get softer or play better, but you can't just try and get there and not score. It's that balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rahul, he's been the best top order batsman so far. Not that he's got a lot to beat, but he's looked very assured in defence and then scored when he's had the opportunity.
Stark to get at him early. He bowls to Rahul. It's full. He runs the ball with an open blade to point. Ryan Fields no run.
Just even that shot there reeks a bit of confidence. You know, going to the ball, playing with soft hands. So even an outside edge there wouldn't have carried. And it changes the way Stark bowls as well, because the in-swing is his big weapon and he uses the wobble seam to slant away towards the slips. But when someone's playing forward like that and watchful, I think your in-swinger has less impact. You know, he'll maybe try and push him across the crease and then get that later in-swinger after that.
Stark made to wait for a moment longer than he wanted. Rahul is ready now. And Rahul leaps up at a ball that comes to the chest. Fends it to ground safely with the leg side.
All deliveries like that set your in-swinger up, don't they?
Yep.
You know, that's ugly. That's fast and furious at your ribs. So you're sparring, you hope it hits bat, not your gloves or your ribs. But it's pushing you back. You just want to mess with the batsman's footwork, particularly with the new ball.
No short leg for Rahul, only for Jaiswal. The evidence of the previous delivery, I'd chance my arm with head.
I'm not sure why.
For a little while. Stark's first over to close. Rahul beaten past the outside edge. Lovely first over from Mitch Stark. It's none for one. Only a leg by in that. The Holman scoreboard. Holman plumbing for plumbers. So where's the mind been wandering at lunch, Flem? I can't look past 104. Because the Australians batted for 90 minutes at the end, it sort of dulled the pain a little bit. But 104 is a disgraceful score in the first test of the summer on home soil.
It is, and there was a degree of Mitchell Stark's batting that, you know, showed the batsman how to go about it. We kept waiting for Stark just to hit out and just try and score as quickly as possible, but you know, he played most of the balls on their merits, except for the one that he was dismissed on, and important runs. So hopefully the top order can dig in and learn a bit about that.
Hazelwood begins his work. Jaiswal on the back foot defends a ball which got behind him. Had a quick look to see that it wasn't disturbing the woodwork.
But it's still a deficit of 46, you know, which is significant in the context of the runs that have been scored. The pitch will get better, you know, later today and day 3 if it goes that far. But there's still really good reward if you're disciplined to your stock ball.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Hazelwood from the Langer end bowls. Jaiswal on the back foot just gets the bat out of the way. It's a difficult length for him. Hazelwood's bothering him sort of back and across and looks to play. He's in no man's land there.
He got no runs in South Africa. You know, that's the blight on his record so far. And it may be, well, actually, there's probably similar seaming conditions. South Africa seam around, but they're not as quick and bouncy. So you've actually got more pace and bounce to try and nullify, and also the height of these Australians.
Hazelwood's on him again, and Jaiswal's forward and trying to defend. It rips past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carey.
Hazelwood superb in the first innings. That was the hallway of hesitation again on that occasion, and he didn't really change his line. He just bowled a fraction fuller. His length. That was just a line. It was just a fraction fuller. So he's just, you know, unnerving around off stump. Some are just on a short length, some are on a good length.
He looks like he could get Jaiswal any ball right now. Hazelwood bowls again, and Jaiswal runs the ball to gully with the open blade. He felt it on the willow. Couldn't do much with it, though, as McSweeney fields.
He's not confident. He wants full-blooded drives in the V, or he wants width. He's got an excellent cut shot, but this Australian attack doesn't bowl wide. You don't get a lot of cut shots. So you are sweating on that odd over full pitch delivery that you can hit straight down the ground.
And he went chasing it too early in the first innings. So it's a searching examination for the young opener. Hazelwood bowls to him. Jaiswal on the back foot, jammed up, tucks it down to fine leg. But there was nothing comfortable about it. Jumping up, prodding at it. Run at least to his name.
That's an uncomfortable single, isn't it? That's getting cramped for room. He's not trusting the pace and bounce.
It goes into short leg now for Rahul on strike to Hazelwood. So not for Stark to Rahul, but yes for Hazelwood to Rahul.
I think with the way the pitch is playing, I'd just have it
leave him there for 10 overs.
Yeah. Good battle this. Keep saying how Rahul looked very composed in the first innings, but Hazelwood, that late outswinger.
Rahul, it's in on the pads, and it goes away for 4 to fine leg. It'll be leg byes. The only ball Hazelwood didn't pitch for the over. It costs him 4. None for 6 India after the first 2 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman plumbing for plumbers.
Hi, Ian Healy here. For 50 years, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been lightening the load for weekend warriors and tradies alike. Built tough to last, so you can count on them season after season. With a wide range plus parts and accessories also available, Sherlock has everything you need. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, because quality matters. Explore the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Mitch Stark from the members' end. Bowls to Jaiswal on the back foot, prodding at a ball to gully. Bumped it to turf. He's jumpy.
The problem is, too, he seems to be still moving when he hits the ball, like his front foot isn't planted. So that just brings in another peripheral thing that he's got to deal with. Pace, bounce, movement, and then his own, particularly his bottom half. He needs to keep side on, getting squared up.
Stark bowls to Jaiswal under the eyelid, jammed it to ground. Awkward. It's the bounce, armpit, chest, grill, short figure, jumpy.
And he wants to play him, isn't he? Like, he's not dropping his hands. There's real incentive to keep bowling there, isn't there?
Yep.
Like, he can nick, he can glove to bat pad. Tell you what, for his cricket education, if he can get through this, he'll feel like he can get through anything.
Crash course. Jaiswal readies himself. Stark bowls to him. Jaiswal full face of the bat in defence, slightly fuller. So the origins of his Test career, Flem, we referenced yesterday, the West Indies, 171 on debut. And then the Port of Spain Test, 57 and 38. Then the series that you talk about, this is the Boxing Day Test of 2023, Centurion, followed by the New Year's Test in Cape Town. It goes 17, 5, 0 and 28 against the South African attack.
And as we keep saying, you know, about the great play, like Jasper Bumrah's record against Australia in Australia is probably as good as fast bowler that's toured these shores.
Bowls to Jaiswal, has a swat across the line, so that's where the temperament will get hold of you. That's not on, that shot. Sort of diagonal bat, ugly looking swish.
That's just the corridor of carnage, isn't it? From the bowler producing an unbelievable delivery, but for an opening batsman to play that shot, that's not a Rishabh Pant pre-planned ramp of the fast bowler. That's a fight or flight, and I want to score. I need some runs.
And your point is drop the hands, tilt the helmet back, let it pass.
Composed.
On the follow-up, Jaiswal flicks off his pads. Down to fine leg. He got it so well, it goes for 4. Stark will be annoyed by that. Fed Jaiswal, and he was good enough to give it the treatments, the boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito power tools.
Besides a wide ball outside off stump, that's the one area you can't bowl. You know, outside leg stump, easily whipped away. You can see even from that technique what gets him in problem. He's actually fell across, but because it was such a half volley, he could get bat on ball. That sort of length on off stump, it could just go through him.
Momentary relief of the pressure. Stark tries again. Jaiswal jammed up, prods it away to point line, comes around the field. No run. None for 10 after 3 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. India's lead is 56 with 10 runs added in this second dig. Hazlewood bowls to Rahul, tried to defend, pad, bat, pad. Hazlewood says inside edge onto the pads, just as he signals, and there it is on the replay screen, the pay.com.au replay screen.
That's still pretty well played. There was no gap between pat and bat there. That's an excellent delivery again from Hazlewood, but Rahul's fighting. Yeah, good stuff. This is tough Test cricket.
Yeah. It's absorbing. Hazlewood to Rahul, who's edging short of Carey. That might have been the elbow as he just has a look where that struck him.
Even then, he's tight in defence, Rahul, and at the last minute, he takes his bottom hand off the bat.
Yep.
You know, to deaden it, to flake the ball. But having said that, that's probably bounced, I reckon, at least 20 centimetres more than what he thought.
Yep. Maybe glove onto the back bicep. Rahul steady, drives through cover. Didn't get all of it, but there are runs for him. Perhaps 3 into the deep. Cummins arrives. No, they're just going to call it at 2. It's been 3 most of the Test match, hasn't it? So 2 for Rahul. It's none for 12.
Bad. Jaiswal did not run hard for his teammate, and he was the one that stuck his hand up, even though the danger end was where KL Rahul would have been running. That's poor.
Stroke through the biz covers. Biz cover. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes.
That's a shot he played well in the first innings. Head over the ball, cover drive.
To Rahul, past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey. Rahul, he has that technique where he drags the bat inside the line, so he's happy to commit, but knowing that the bat is away from the ball.
His feet are pretty assured, and his weight presses forward. And I think on this pitch, that's the way to go. The batsmen that are playing with a straight front leg, they've got nowhere to go.
Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls. Rahul pulls the short ball down to fine leg. Stark ambles in. They'll take a single.
And even just with the running of the three, Gerard, the right left-hander.
Yeah.
With Josh, he bowled to Jaiswal, and then, he bowled that one down the leg side in the previous over. Even as great as Hazelwood and Stark are, it's annoying when you've got to adjust your line constantly. So, no, there was three there, and look after your partner and keep rotating the strike.
The last ball of Hazelwood's second over. Jaiswal to see it. Just turning the ball to leg where head has been positioned in front of the square leg umpire. None for 13. India with a lead of 59 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Light's Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Mitch Stark is at the top of his mark under the members' stand. SEN Test Cricket is for the Henley Holmes big sale. Must end soon. None for 13. The scoreboard reads under the most perfect blue skies in Perth on a Saturday afternoon. KL Rahul faces up. And he's beaten. Lovely delivery from Mitch Stark. The good oil is with Tom Morris for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Gerard, just the fifth time in tests that Australia has bowled the opposition out for 150 or less in the first innings, but failed to reach it themselves. So New Zealand 2011 was the last time. I think that game was in Hobart. David Warner's first test century. Before that, West Indies 1991, and then a couple of times against England in the 1880s. Very rare feat that I'm sure the Australians would have preferred not to accomplish.
Did Australia win any of those tests?
New Zealand, no.
Bracewell got 6 for it, didn't he?
Start to Rahul, off his pads, finds runs through mid-wicket, just lent on that, sent Marsh out into the deep. They had 2, Marsh arrives and they leave it at 2 again. Didn't go quite as deep into the pockets here in Perth. None for 15.
All handy runs again. Just think this right-left-hand combination, if Jaiswal can get going himself, Rahul looks good.
So they didn't win against the West Indies in 1991 in Bridgetown. Bowled it for 134. When West Indies made 149, didn't beat New Zealand in Hobart. So they haven't won from this position at the earliest since 1888. Let me double check.
Rahul faces up to Stark. From his pads, plays the cheeky single short of Mitch Marsh at mid-on. None for 16.
You've got to do that. Of the strike. Rotation of the strike. Not a bad ball from Stark, but safe shot.
Correspond with us direct to the broadcast box right throughout the summer. 0433 98 11 16. We get a lovely mix on a Saturday. We get some of the SEN traffic to see how Tags and Milo are going, as well as your cricket correspondence throughout, and from all different parts of not only Australia but the world as well. Stark strides in, bowls to Jaiswal, who gets the bat out of the way and lets it pass. Roosterman texts through Boys sitting on a beach in Kiama, listening to the cricket with the waves and 30-degree weather. Loving the coverage on the app. Miss a few overs here or there in between dips. Love it. Kiama's New South Wales?
I don't know.
Just following up, Australia has never won having bowled a team out for 150 or less and then not made more than 150 in the first innings. So 4 losses from that position.
Time to create history. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, Flem.
Like it.
It's a hard position to fight from.
Still got 10 wickets to go.
Yes. The lead is 62 in India's favour. Jaiswal on the back foot, plays to the opening at cover. Sends Cummins scampering back. Cummins slides, misses the ball, gives up a second run as a result. Indian fans take great delight in that. Jaiswal to 7. It's none for 18.
At the back foot punch, he tried to play that off the last ball of the previous over, so I think he's working out. I'm not going to get a lot of room to cut. When I'm coming forward, there's not a lot of half volleys, so he's just trying to go back, play with still a full face and punch it into the gap between Cummins at mid-off and Nathan Lyon at backward point.
Stark strives again. Jaiswal turns from his hip to backward square. Carey heads out. Hazelwood comes up. They can't prevent the single. 6 runs from the over. India none for 19 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your 4-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove and they're super easy to clean, keeping your 4-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian 4-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hejaz Halal Financial Services. Josh Hazelwood under the Langer stance. Jaiswal's on 7. 3 slips and a gully in place. And Jaiswal plays the ball out to point, goes with the stroke. Lyon has to move around to his left field and a single taken. So playing from deficit late last summer, Flem, we lived through these days in the Sydney Test. Pakistan led Australia by 14 runs. And then Josh Hazelwood did his thing. They bowled Pakistan out for 115 and had an easy 4th innings chase from a position that might have been more difficult.
It would have been more difficult if Jamal had opened the bowl.
Yes, that was weird. And the West Indies led Australia by 22 at the Gabba. We know what happened there. Australia couldn't run down a target of 216.
Lead now 66.
Rahul's on 6. Hazelwood bowls to him. Forwards. His defence. Have you got a little bit around the grounds going on? You've got an eye towards the AFLW final series?
AFLW, it's very hot in Melbourne, but Port Adelaide aren't hot, the women. North into the 3rd quarter of 53 and Port Adelaide are 4 points. So Port Adelaide did it to the Hawthorn boys and they beat the Hawthorn girls in a massive last quarter turnaround last week.
Hazelwood bowls. Rahul bat and pad tight together. You could hear the dual noise as it jammed in. As those who know the Flemings know that that's all a bit close to what might have been I was watching
just
with
all about the cricket now.
Astonishment. Oh, what we should do, we should tie up the loose end here, is Flem had the question about uncovered pitches, which I know you did the work on, Tom.
Well, look at him.
We got waylaid by events.
I'm very excited for this. Okay. Put an hour of work into it, Flem.
Nice.
Actually, we can save it.
None for 20. Hazelwood bowls Rahul. Tip and run straight to mid-on. Marsh picks. No, he doesn't pick up. He covered the ground quickly enough, but couldn't grasp the ball. Single taken, none for 21. Tom.
So it was written into the laws of the game in 1884 that no pitches would be covered. Before the game, during the game, it didn't exist. Then gradually, as the 20th century started,
common sense.
Some common sense started to be implemented in the game, more so in Australia than England. So pitches would be covered at each end. So even if the centre of the pitch was wet, the bowlers could still land and the batters could still keep their feet.
Wow.
So it was really a hybrid model for a long period of time.
Jaiswal faces up to Hazelwood. Jaiswal runs the ball with the open blade to McSweeney at gully, no run.
And it wasn't until 1924-25 when it was mandated in Australian first-class cricket that the pitch would be covered in a similar way to what we see today. But that didn't extend to international cricket. And we know that because there was that test match in the late 1930s when Don Bradman batted at number 7 and the order was flipped on its head and they made runs because of the uncovered pitch. Sticky wickets. And it wasn't until the 1960s that county cricket became far more advantageous to batters.
Corden readies itself. Hazelwood bowls to Jaiswal, who turns neatly to backward square. Stark heads in off the rope. He'll keep it to 1.
But even then, I'll hold that.
Pick this up in a tick. None for 22 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Golf fans, need help teeing up your drinks this summer? Whether you're hosting or celebrating, Liquorland has you covered. Shop in store or online and get drinks delivered fast. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Pat Cummins up to Mitch Stark's first 3 is coming into the attack from the members' end.
Time for Captain Pat.
Yep.
Just get a little bit of that Jasprit Bumrah. Inspire your team. You got the ball in hand. Needs to set a tone straight away here.
Stark 3 overs, 1 made, none for 9 in his first spell.
Just getting a bit leg side, Starkey, to right and left-handers. That's where that rotation strike I keep harping on, so important.
Jaiswal's on 9. The Australian captain bowls to him. Jaiswal on the back foot, tucks it away to leg, no run. Tom Morris is recounting the history of the movement from uncovered pitches to mandatory covered pitches.
And I'm sort of disproportionately interested in this now. And I had a chat to Adam Collins about it off air before, because in the 50s and 60s in county cricket, it really depended where you played. And there were some counties that would cover the pitch before the game, but then would not cover it during the match, and others would cover it at one end and not and the other, but not mid-pitch. Anyway, by 1980...
the swinging 60s, wouldn't they want uncovered pitches in the swinging 60s?
Cummins' right arm over the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal, who cuts. It's close to him, but he noodles it away down through backward, point for 4. All on the angles. Jaiswal to 13. The boundary for Zito. Do it with Zito power tools. It's none for 26.
There's been a progression here, hasn't it? He's got no width. The cut shot is a real feature of his play. He knows he's not getting any half volleys, so he's been going back and playing check back foot drives. And even manipulating the face, opening up into the gap. And then finally, he's got a bit of a hybrid. He got a little bit of width, so it's a back foot half cut. So we've got to make sure, the Aussies got to cramp him for room.
Half cut in a good way. Jaiswal, full ball, full defence. Out to mid-off.
To wrap this up, in 1980, it was finally mandated that in all professional cricket, pitches must be covered from start to finish when it's raining. Essentially what we see today. Now, covers...
It took that late.
Yeah, but realistically, grounds were still doing it 15 years earlier.
Okay.
We know this, and we know this progression was gradual, because Jack Hobbs, when he retired in the mid-1930s, said the biggest difference in his career is that pitches are now better looked after than what they were when he started.
He definitely said that.
He said that. I've got the exact quote. I can find it for you. I wasn't there at the press conference.
No.
Were you, Fled?
Well, I didn't have a microphone.
Head's gone into the leg slip.
Okay.
Cummins just making a move. Stark goes wider at mid-on. Jaiswal forward defence as the wave works its way around Optus Stadium.
Last one for you to work on. When was the last sticky? Don't have to answer it now.
Well, I do recall the Sydney Test a couple of years ago when they changed the covers to satisfy a sponsor, and they weren't big enough, and she ended up a bit sticky there in the Test match.
And what about the covers in Sri Lanka that they cover the whole ground?
Yeah.
So
And the hovercraft covers in England are very different to here. Anyway, that's a short history for you, Gerard and Flem. Nice.
The last sticky.
Cummins bowls Jaiswal. Full face in defence. Out to cover. Good play. And they switched sides of the pitch, so he's running around to do the fielding. And a single taken. 27 without loss. 27 without threat after the first sort of 12 balls.
Terrific partnership. I think the experienced man, K.R. Rahul, seems to be talking to Jaiswal a fair bit. And Rahul wouldn't be playing if Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill. But he was very, very handy in the first innings, and he's building nicely here. The right-hand, left-hand combination working well. The Australians now they just look like they're searching a bit for the wicket instead of just letting the pitch look after them.
Cummins to Rahul. Forward, plays the ball to point. No run. So 27 is the partnership, 73 is the lead. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. I just snuck in the back of the box and heard you and Gerard and Tommy talking about uncovered wickets and Jack Hobbs. Love this. Where did this come from? Love it. Nice time to enter. Yeah, nice time for an Australian wicket, that's for sure. Here's Josh Hazlewood round the wicket to Jaiswal, in behind it, knocking it out to cover.
I think, just looking at some old scorecards or reading books on series, you could get this bizarre one. The team batting first scores 600. And it rains overnight, and they're all out for 46. How is that fair for both teams?
That 36-37 test at Melbourne, January 37, is one of the most ridiculous scorecards you could happen upon, where late on day one, Australia not only flipped their order, but England declare 7 down. Yeah, ridiculous. Here's Hazlewood round the wicket to Jaiswal, deflecting into the cordon on the bounce with Labuschagne diving away to his left. It wasn't unusual for that to happen, to see these declarations to get a chance.
Because the criticism of Bradman from English guy wasn't a great sticky wicket player.
He did harden up.
He did average about 40 more than anyone else.
Yeah. He made 270. It was voted the best innings of the century by Wisdom. Anyway, Ravi, Shastri's here. I didn't realise you were joining us. What a joy. Hello,
pleasure. Good to see you, Damien. Very good.
He looks very happy with the situation.
I bet he does.
Of the match.
Jaiswal looking the goods here, facing Hazlewood again, defending right under his eyes. It's been a feature of his play since he's rocked up on the test scene, hasn't it?
It has, so well. Especially when you get out for 0 in the first innings. I like the approach in the second innings. It's tight, yet the intent is there, especially the way they've run between the wickets and rotated the strike. From India's point of view, I think it's important he stays there. He's the danger man for Australia, because if he stays for a bit, that scoreboard will keep ticking along, because he's an aggressive player.
Strike rate of 70 this year, Jaiswal, facing Hazlewood here and leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. Make that 77. It was 70 in his career, but this year he's just been... the back-to-back double hundreds at this age, the way he played against England, but he's a revelation.
There's hunger. There's hunger when you actually meet him or speak to him. You can see the hunger and passion coming through. He's come up the hard way. He's done the hard yards, and really he's earned his spot in this Indian side and could be a man for the next decade.
Yeah. Three in the slips. Gully as well. Hazlewood round the wicket to that man Jaiswal and leaves alone. It might be a bit premature to frame it in such a way, but there tends to be one player in each generation for India who becomes the defining man. Obviously Virat Kohli of the last decade or so, Sachin before him. Do you think Jaiswal has what it takes to be the next?
Absolutely, and across formats. He's very young. He's fully aware of his responsibilities, and I like the way when he came in. People didn't know much about him. Suddenly he started getting runs. He became known quantity. but that didn't change his style of play. The hunger, the approach, the work ethics that he goes through, in the mornings before the start of play, terrific.
Very good to hear.
His 15th Test match. Hazelwood up to him here. Gets him right behind it again. Defending the end of a probing maiden. None for 27 remains the score. 58 overs to come in the day. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
Experts of a 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Ravi Shastri is one of them. Back on SEN Test cricket for the summer. Great to have you with us, and Damien Fleming as well, as Pat Cummins moves away from us. In towards KL Rahul on 7. Bowls here, and he's defending out to mid-off. So that's Jaiswal on one side of the equation. KL Rahul, who's had a kind of a bit of a stop-start career. Of course, he was in the side when you were coaching it. He's been opening, batting through the list. He's had the chance to make 50-ball international hundreds. He's had very slow innings as well. Where do you see him at this stage of his career, knowing that Rohit Sharma's back next week?
I think this is a massive tour for him because he's far too talented to have the numbers that he has.
He's got like 700s
opening. He's got 700s opening, and then he goes through a phase where he doesn't get runs. It's time for him to step up to the plate and be more consistent.
Rahul facing Cummins, close to the stumps. Bowls here, leaves alone.
He came into the side when I was the coach, 2015, and I just saw him in the nets, batting a couple of times, and I said, "You're playing the Test match." And he got 100 in Sydney. And one thought that this guy is the guy for the future, but he just went off the boil. He just tends to freeze in big moments. But I think this is a big tour for him because he's got all the goods to score in Australia. He's got all the shots, and he can play the role Pujara played for India in the last 2 series because he can bat long periods of time.
Well, he batted well in the first innings.
He's got the defense, he's got the tightness and technique.
Facing Cummins here, KL Rahul, and leaves alone outside the off stump. That batting time, he had that 100 he made at Lords a few years ago where he faced 108 balls without a boundary. So the contrast up and down the gear shift, right? That he can do both roles.
Yeah, and he got 100 at the Centurion in the first test of a series in South Africa. I mean, as good an innings you'll ever see. And then suddenly, you get a period of 6-8 innings where he just goes off the boil.
Well, I've commentated IPL, 50 or 14 balls.
Yeah.
14 balls.
Precociously talented, and may well be in the hot seat if Rohit comes back. I'm keen to get your thoughts on where he might fit next week at Adelaide, pending results here as Cummins bowls to KL Rahul. Short leg now in, plays late, under his eyes, out to point, no run. So if they have to make the big structural adjustment of Rohit opening with Jaiswal, might it be that Rahul does get shuffled to number 3 where Padikal's batting this week, or do you think that'll be dependent on what happens?
No, I think Shubman will come in at number 3 if he's fit. Rohit will open, and if both were already there, KL Rahul was slotted to bat at 5 or 6. So I think he'll go back to that number.
So Gerard might drop out.
Unless
one of them.
It'll go on.
Something happens.
It'll go on runs in the second innings, I reckon.
So a bit of a bat off of sorts. Game within a game for India. Cummins in his second over, bowls to KL Rahul and goes past the edge. Classic Cummins line there, isn't it, Flem? Just on the 4th stump or thereabouts. Maybe 5th stump line. Might have pulled inside the line. Described it as playing.
Sort of just went straight on. I was waiting for that Cummins nip backer. He generally works off the seam, whereas Hazelwood and Stark can swing it in the air and off the seam. But the sun's been baking on this pitch. I thought later in the Australian innings it wasn't quite doing as much. So, every over that goes past for this pair, you get yourself into that 15 to 20 over mark, and it's going to do a lot less.
Cummins up to finish. KL Rahul pulls inside the line for the second time in a row. 9 overs gone, 2 maidens in a row. India none for 27. Their lead is 73. Jaiswal 14, Rahul is 7, and that's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Lights Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Tom Morris with the Good Oil, Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. News from the Shield.
Cameron Bancroft's rough run continues. He's out first ball of the match. Spencer Johnson caught behind for a golden duck at the Adelaide Oval.
Hazelwood, new over, bumps Jaiswal. Had to get nice and low to get underneath that one. That was trained towards the badge, but he did just well enough.
Just timing's everything, and he's got no timing at the moment, Cam. He's dominated the last 2 or 3 years. Wow.
Got a feel for him, don't you?
But back to here, you know what they're also going to do? They're going to force bowling changes. Marsh may bowl a couple, but he's not going to bowl 5 or 6. Then you're facing Nathan Lyon, who's got a great record here, but that's not quite as threatening as the Quicks have been.
So up past umpire Kettleborough. Bowling is Hazelwood and defending is Jaiswal. Most straightforward technique.
Just get the feeling it's time for Pat Cummins. Just up the ante. He's a competitor. He's been a little quiet in this test match. Just get the feeling, just seeing that last over. Just wonder what Damien's thoughts are. He just went a little fuller. Just went a further foot and a half closer to the bat, looking for the outside edge. They've been generally looking to hit the deck in this innings.
He jumped wider on the last ball, hoping them to open up the angle a bit, but it was just a fraction wide.
Hazelwood, pick of the bowlers yesterday, bowls to Jaiswal, who again's able to get well forward and defend the middle.
Well, you look at Jaiswal's footwork compared to when he first went out in that first 10 minutes. He looks like he's getting into his zone now. He was pushing forward early and getting caught out by the extra pace and bounce and movement. Then you can see him working bad. He's a fantastic cutter, so he was actually coming back, weight, and then starting to punch off the back foot, got a little cutaway, and now he's transferring his weight back forward into the ball because I think he's backing himself that he knows the pace and bounce in this pitch now.
Bumper 2024, Jaiswal waiting for Hazelwood. Bowls here, plays late, again, under his eyes.
And what's the difference is when he's pushing forward now, he's not late on that forward defensive shot. The front knee is flexed. Otherwise, it was a straight front knee with the heel landing first. Looking to play from there. I think there's a big difference now. He's just got his eye in. He's come to terms with the pace, as one would expect. When you come from the subcontinent, you need to spend some time in the crease.
Yeah, he was on the move as he was hitting the ball early, wasn't he?
89 against England earlier this year. Jaiswal dominated them, facing Hazelwood, and again he's forward, looking for one, pressing out down the pitch, but Nathan Lyon's there to tidy up. That was the third most runs ever in a series for India. The 712 he racked up across those 5 matches. To put it into some historical context, including the 209 at Vizag and then the 214 not out at Rajkot.
And the way he made those runs, dominated the attack. Once he was in, it was not just batting hours to get the runs. It was that, I want to hit you here. I want to score at this pace.
Well, hearing Jimmy Anderson talk about him, bowling to him in what proved to be his final full series of Test cricket, saying, well, what do you do? How do you bowl against him? Here's Hazelwood trying to do just that, beats the edge genuinely with movement off the seam. The type of stuff that Flemo loves. Flemo's jumping out at the end of the over. It's number 27, 3 maidens back-to-back, and that is on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your 4-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your 4-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian 4-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Experts of a 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Ravi Shastri being joined by his old mate Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Baz.
Adam, Ravi.
How
are you, Bharat?
away from us. Delivers here, Kale Rahul defending late past Gully, not quite Nathan Lyon around for backward point, no run.
I have to say, 2 Bombay boys in here, 1 Bombay boy looking pretty good out there. but what's happened to this Bombay boy? What have you done to him, Adam? You changed him. Out and out Australian, right from the outback. Look at that.
We'll put it this way, Bharat certainly didn't dress as colourfully as this when we first became mates. He's evolved the longer he's been here.
Australia gives you freedom. Ravi, you know that better than anyone else. Telling me.
As Ravi jumps on the outfield in his Audi and drives it round. The gold Audi. Here is Cummins bowling over the wicket, finding the edge, lands before Steve Smith, the second slip. Rahul played it late, played it with soft hands, good batting.
He did that in the first innings as well. Every time he laid back, it was his top hand leading the way. The angle of the bat was good, allowed him to play with soft hands. But this is a good start. You can see there's a plan in place. Let us see these first 15 overs off. Shouldn't lose too many wickets there. Take it from there.
That was really well played. Took his bottom hand all the way off the bat as contact was made. Seeing it back on the pay.com.au replay screen. K.O. Rahul. Pretty good yesterday till he was dismissed controversially. Cummins bowls to him again here. Well forward, pressing out to point.
I've always had this feeling that KL Rahul has an opener's mindset, Ravi. I mean, he has made 700s as an opener, but there's been a lot of shuffling up and down the order. But most comfortable he's looked in Test cricket is when he's had a longish run at the top of the order. But the problem he's had also, Bharat, is he's been injured. Every time he gets onto a good run and then he gets injured, then by the time he comes back, someone else is batting well, and then there's a shift in the batting order. Never easy.
650s in one series against Australia back in 2017, opening. Facing Cummins here, taking on the short ball. There's a man at fine leg. Just ended up checking the shot somewhat. Looks like he was going to launch into an old-fashioned hook shot there we used to see in Perth. First run in a while. Single to Rahul. He's 8 and for 28.
And you were in that kind of space quite often in your career, Ravi. I mean, you opened a lot, but you also played in other positions, and you would often lose that opening slot, but you would have to come back. So how do you kind of keep that? It's such a unique task.
No, my thing was very clear, Bharat. That opening slot was mine when I went overseas. A lot of the openers who would get runs in India would disappear overseas. But when I went to India, I knew where I was batting. That opening slot, all the Tigers were back.
Cummins gets another look at Jaiswal. Actually, the first time he's bowled to him. Round the wicket here, and he ducks. It'll be the first ball that Cummins has bowled to Jaiswal in Test cricket. There'll be many, I suspect.
And just on that, it's a great late evening game with Ravi Shastri. Just name the most iconic venues in Test cricket and he'll tell you what he's done there. It's amazing, your record at the Oval, at Lords, Barbados, SCG, of course.
Well, just on the SCG, where is the car you won all those years ago at the moment?
It's lying in Mumbai. It's fully restored. It'll be 40 years old on the 10th of March. And I'll take it for a spin on Marine Drive.
We've got to get out there and get in this
you got to
Audi at some point. If you want to know what we're talking about, look it up. Cummins to finish here to Jaiswal. Plays into the onside round the corner. There is a leg slip, but it's kind of more the angle of the gully, so there's one for him. He moves to 15. He retains the strike. It's none for 29, which means the lead's out to 75 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
For the Henley Homes big sale must end soon. Jaiswal, so moved to, I was going to say Mumbai, where you're both from, at age 12 to advance his cricket. So that's a big part of his story.
It is. And to sleep in a groundsman's tent in Azad Maidan, it's one of the most remarkable rags to riches stories. And that's his life story. Just for a young kid, Ravi, to break through that Mumbai system, to stand out. And some of these kids score 7, 8, 9, 10,000 runs every season.
Change of bowling for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It's Mitchell Stark in here. Langer end delivers to Jaiswal. He flashes and misses. beaten by the bounce, playing really close to his body, as you might expect from Travis Head, through to the gloves.
That's such a challenge, isn't it?
It is, because it's very competitive. You have, like the Maidan he grew up on, there would have been 15, 20 matches going on at the same time. Everyone looking to score runs. Everyone looking to grab a spot in the newspaper. You know, if you score over 30 runs in a monsoon tournament, your name would be there. You've got 31, but there would be so many 31s. So, you know, you've got to shine as a kid. You've got to be a heavy run scorer. Not just a run scorer, very heavy run scorer.
Dark gallops into Jaiswal, plays late, gives the stumps to the bowler, but places it to backward point, no run.
And it starts very early, under 15s, under 17s. The competition is immense because the interest for the game is so massive. And the volume of people that play the game, especially in the city of Mumbai, which has a history of winning Ranji trophies. You know, so to play in a Mumbai 11 is an achievement in itself. So to come through the ranks is not easy unless you put in the hard yards. There's a lot of sacrifice. There's a lot of traveling. You'll have to come from one end of the city to the other, through trains, through rickshaws, you know, whatever it may be, and then pursue education as well.
Stark bowls, Jaiswal defends, quick single to cover, he's through. Comfortably in the end, it was the captain Cummins who did the fielding. It seems almost inconceivable with the number of cricketers all vying for, I suppose, not just representative honours, but being noticed in the first place. We talk about the pathways in Australia. At least there's kind of some obvious structure to that in as far as there's a pyramid. But we often hear those amazing stories where players that have come from virtually nowhere have ended up as IPL players and so on.
And often it's word of mouth, you know, because there are a lot of players who live in different parts of the city. And then suddenly someone who's played Ranji Trophy would spot a young kid and say, you know, watch this guy. He'll come and probably tell me if I was playing as captain, or they'll go and tell a selector, you know, keep an eye on this kid. He seems to be pretty good. And it starts from there, and then we just move on.
Stark gets a look here at KL Rahul. Over the wicket, Rahul defends. A bit awkwardly, the ball drops just in front of him on the crease line.
Yeah, and then once you do get noticed, and I was explaining this to someone the other day, when you have the age group selections, there'll be 1,000 kids up there, and the selector just keeps walking around. It's often chance, it's just like right time, right place, right?
You know, I'll give you my story. You know, it was there used to be an under-21 tournament. So I went there, went into the nets. I'd got a lot of runs in club cricket. Went out to bat. You know, you get about 10 balls to play. Come back to that is start coming in.
Passes umpire Kettlebrook, bowls here. KL Rahul defends from the crease.
So you go out there are about 50 kids, like Bharat mentioned, and then you go into the nets. You get 8 balls to play, and I smashed every one of those 8, right? And then I got 10 balls to bowl. I bowled well, beat the bat 2-3 times, got the edge. So, you know, you thought you'll be selected, and everyone said, well done, well done. You were nowhere near the 50. Okay, and I've never felt more disappointed in my life, you know, because you'd got runs galore, you know, and still nothing had happened. And yet you perceive, and then there were some big club matches coming on.
Stark to finish. We'll definitely come back to this story in the next over. Bowls here to Rahul. He tries to pull a ball that starts outside the leg stump, but it dies into the gloves of Carey. None for 30, 1 run from the over. Lead 76 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for Plumbers with Jaiswal 16 and KL Rahul 8.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport with Jesse Rigolo from the Odium Club.
If you're a car enthusiast, don't miss Odium Club's charity event this Sunday.
It'll be an unforgettable day in support of disabled members in our community.
Enjoy the car show with exotic and supercars from all over the world. Plus, there's food trucks, face painting and racing simulators. Rev your engine and drive for change at Odium Club's charity event this Sunday from 11:30am.
It's at Springer's Leisure Centre, Keysborough.
See you there.
Shastri's last over. Please pick up the story.
Yes, and you know, I wasn't picked. I went home, and my parents asked me what happened. You know, I was sulking for a couple of days. But there were some big club tournaments coming up, semi-finals, finals, different shields in Mumbai, as Bharat would know. There's Cummins.
Cummins new over. Got a leg slip to Jaiswal round the wicket. Presses it just in front of point. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. They have time to get through for 1. The left-hander 17, none for 31.
So this is straight away. You have 2 matches to play against 2 big clubs, as Bharat would know, the other Union and another team, and I got a lot of runs there, got wickets, and I might not have been picked in the under-21 side, but I was suddenly picked for the Mumbai team. And that's how quickly it happens in the city of Mumbai.
Prodigy.
You miss one train, there's a fast train. 5 minutes later, you jump onto that. The next thing, I made my debut for Mumbai. A year later, I was playing for India. So that was another fast train that he jumped onto. And then I never took a slow train after that.
I have to show you where these fast trains are in Mumbai next time I'm there, Ravi. Never found one myself. Cummins has got the more conventional 3 and 1 for Rahul. He's on 8 from 29 away from us. Over the wicket here, and he defends back down the pitch.
And then you're competing with other kids who are similar. One kid makes 350, so you have to make 400. And I try explaining to them there are 80 matches going on. So in the summer tournaments, when the scores are big, if you don't make 300, I've worked for a local newspaper in Bombay, you don't get a mention. So 290 is a failure. It's not success.
So Cummins turns and makes his way towards KL Rahul. Bowls here and drives splendidly. Beautiful shot. Shot of the day. Probably shot of the match. Boundaries have been so infrequent for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. That really does stand out. A classical straight drive up to 12, number 35.
It took us 1.5 days to see a proper straight drive at the Perth Stadium, going down the ground for 4. That's how much the bowlers have dominated the bat. It's time for the batsmen now to call the shots as well. They've spent enough time at the crease. That was a glorious shot. Over-pitched, down the ground in a flash.
KL Rahul at his best. The Bangalore boy waits for Cummins. Facing up, short ball, takes it on, goes over the top of his blade. They asked the question, but that's more an exercise in pressure. Ravi's going to jump out. Great to chat, as always. We'll catch you later on. He's been doing it with ease, Ravi Shastri, for Dynabreeze, industrial strength, heavy-duty fans. So good having him back. We've had some very enjoyable times in SEN cricket with Shastri over the last few years.
Nothing more than walking right across the ground in Nagpur to get him on air.
I ran into him in a New York bar this year at the World Cup. Unexpectedly, the lower end of Manhattan. It was our day off. He goes, "Day off, get the pints in." And he sure did. Cummins, the 2 to come in the over. Bowls here to KL Rahul. Plays late into the cordon, again with soft hands. He's playing well here, KL Rahul. Labuschagne to his right. We'll see the replay on the pay.com.au screen. And yeah, it's that, isn't it, Baz? His right hand is off the bat as contact's being made.
Yeah, and he did it so well in the first innings as well. And this was my concern watching some of these Indian batters in that game at the Wacker. Hard hands, they were just poking at balls outside off stump. Now that they are bossing this game, they're ahead in this game, you can see the pressure is slightly off them. They're playing themselves in a lot better.
Cummins up and bowls, and KL Rahul's beaten. Might have pulled just inside the line. It's drinks either way. Bundaberg ginger beer break will be with India at none for 35 in the hour since lunch. Advancing their lead to 81 with the openers Jaiswal 17, KL Rahul on 12. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. As I lose that off my screen, I'll get that back. Where are we? The Tyre Power scoreboard, save on Falcon tyres. And after the drinks break, it'll be Gerard Wheately taking up commentary.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Sunday, December 8 in Werribee is as real as it gets. At the Werribee Cup. Feel the thrill of the up-close action and party on a day like no other in Melbourne's vibrant West. with entertainment, fashion and all the fantastic hospitality options you can handle. With Christmas fast approaching, why not book your Christmas party now? As real as it gets, Sunday, December 8 for the Werribee Cup, Werribee Racing Club. Find out more and book now at country.racing.com/Werribee.
Harvey Norman Black Friday sale. Shop in store, shop online. Shop big savings on big screen TVs. Save over $1,500 on Samsung 65-inch OLED with AI. Shop up to a massive 35% off Windows 11 laptops, plus up to 30% off desktops and all-in-ones. Shop for the family-size laundry. Save a huge $500 on LG Super King-size 12-kilo washer. Shop smartphones. Save $300 on the Google Pixel 9. Plus receive bonus $100 gift card. Conditions apply. Harvey Norman Black Friday sale.
On the follow-up, Jaiswal flicks off his pads. Down to fine leg. He got it so well, it goes for 4. Cummins' right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Jaiswal, who cuts. It's close to him, but he noodles it away down through backward point for 4. Bowls here. Drives splendidly. Beautiful shot. Shot of the day. Probably shot of the match.
It took us 1.5 days to see a proper straight drive at the Perth Stadium, going down the ground for 4.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
His lead has built to 81. The drinks break completed for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. An hour without loss after a period of time where it felt like a wicket would fall every 5 minutes. We've had things dry up. 90 minutes, Australia's last wicket stand, and now an hour without real threat for India after the first couple of overs. And Mitch Marsh, as he does after a break, has been tossed the ball to see if he can prove the partnership breaker. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Jaiswal is 17, Rahul is 12. Marsh with his 2 from the first innings is in from the Langer end. Jaiswal has the strike, tucks up on the back foot, rolls it to backward square and rotates the strike. None for 36 in the experts' chair for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat is joined by Simon Katich. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
What have you made of the first hour of India's second innings?
I think the 2 openers deserve a lot of credit because they've done exactly the thing that we've probably discussed over the last day and a bit, is they've gone out there with a positive mindset. They've had sharp footwork. They've got themselves in good positions and they've rotated the strike. And then that glorious on drive from Rahul, previous over against Cummins, was magnificent.
Marsh to Rahul. Pulls across the line to the vacant territory, a deep square. He sends it across the turf and down to the rope for 4. Pounced on the length and gave it a clout. Boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito power tools.
Feels like a pitch where you have to earn the right to play these kind of shots. We saw that beautiful shot in the previous over. This one just sat up from Mitch Marsh. And Rahul's always been good off the back foot. Looked good in the first innings as well. Nipped off just when it looked like he was about to break free.
It's the 14th over of the innings. 2 slips in a gully. Marsh to Rahul. It's in on the pads and turned away to backward square. They run the first hard and the second is there as Lyon slides in but can do nothing about it. None for 42.
Well, as an opener, the mindset when you get, say, 26 off 74 like Rahul did yesterday, he probably walks off thinking, I was so close to getting through, and then that could have been, a substantial score. So you can't underestimate those 74 balls in his face because he's garnered information on this wicket and the attack and how he felt out there, and he looked $1 million yesterday and he's followed it up today. So that will do him.
It's 18 Rahul as he runs the ball to point, sends his partner back.
It'll do him the world of good for then this innings, and that's how a lot of the time batsmen think. Yes, he might have got out for 26, but they'll think of the positive side of it. My feet were moving well. I felt good. And then he's taken that into this innings here now, and he's looking very dangerous.
It's a promising partnership. A no ball relayed from the television umpire. It's a bit of a problem for Marsh, isn't it? The front line. Bowls and Rahul's beaten. It's a much better delivery than what he'd sent down earlier in the over.
The other thing that's noticeable, I've just been on air with Greg Blewett and he picked it up. It was spot on. If you compare the energy in the field and the intent from the Indian fielders yesterday, and they were behind the test, they were rolled for 150, and they went out there and they created it. I know it was late in the day and it was probably a little bit cooler yesterday, but Australia have gone out there and it almost looks as if they're in their own worlds out there, still thinking about what happened in their batting innings. There's not the same sort of urgency or energy that we saw from the Indian fielding unit.
Marsh in and bowls down the leg side. Rahul went after it, never caught up with it. Carey dives away to his left to field.
And maybe it's nothing, Simon, but every time I see in these kind of scenarios, the outfielders just swinging their hands like that, like Travis Head is, that is very indicative of that. Like, there's no energy, there's no applause, there's no cheering the bowler on. And you're right, they were into the Australians yesterday, weren't they? Virat was chirping, Harshit Rana and his follow through. It does look like Australia sitting back. They can't afford to.
Rahul is forward and defending the last ball of Marsh's over. India got 8 from it. The lead is 89 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falcon tyres.
The new highly anticipated limited XUV 700 Black Edition is now at Werribee Mahindra. It's the ultimate family vehicle with black design highlights and a range of unique extras from $43,990 drive away. While stocks last, T's and C's apply. LMCT 12710.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
India running hot for Ream. Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. 43 without loss. The lead is 89. Jaiswal and Rahul are both 18. The openers at the crease, and they've seen off 14 overs from the Australians thus far. Pat Cummins, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. He's taken his time to set a short backward point. So there's the 2 slips gully, and then Lyon is about 15 metres from where he would typically be, around to his right. So it's a very specific field position that the captain has chosen. He's around the wicket. He bowls to Jaiswal, who drives beautifully through cover. Most stylish indeed. Didn't get all of it, so he'll have to settle for 2. But we're seeing the signs that have made him such a prodigious talent through his first 18 months in Test cricket.
And just looking at that field, Gerard, 3 out of the 4 innings in South Africa, he got out to the short ball. And I was expecting Australia to target him with the short ball early on, because he does take it on. Especially with the short ball, he's not one who can hold back.
Cummins has set him up. Now he digs it in. He goes after it, plays the uppercut high into the Perth sky, down to the road for 4. Vertical bat, periscope up, bang, on its way. Carried a long way. Jaiswal is 24, none for 49.
Clever batting that. He knows that fielder at almost, it's a really fine backward point, and he's hovering sort of probably 40 metres off the bat. He's in no man's land there. It's Nathan Lyon, but Pat Cummins has got pace and he got bounce on that, and Jaiswal just ramped it beautifully down to the vacant third man region.
Cummins has returned over the wicket. Bowls Jaiswal, punches the ball through the vacant point that's been opened up. It's a 50-run stand for the openers as it heads out to the rope. Lyon will slide in and stop it a metre short. Keep it to 3. None for 52. Jaiswal is warm to the task. He's 27. Rahul is 18.
Ominous signs, Australia. He's got his eye in, and this is when he really begins to kick on. He can take this game away from Australia very quickly. And even that shot he played, the shot, boy, it's such a natural shot for him. I don't think in his head he's taking a risk. He's so much in control of that. Very difficult batter to stop.
First 50-run stand of the test, a crucial moment for New Farm. Australian thrown through.
Talk about changing momentum in test matches, and Pat Cummins is one of the best at it. Comes on, gets wickets, but he needs to lift here as skipper because Australia are staring down the barrel here.
Rahul has the strike. He cuts straight to point, though, to find the run.
Two run short of 100, that lead. Australia would have wanted at least a couple of wickets by now. Instead, they have two openers, well said, and both who can begin to really score quickly and hurt Australia. Nathan Lyon can't be too far away.
Well, the body language isn't great. We just mentioned it, but conversely, you look at the body language of these two Indian batsmen, they look like they are up for it. And the way they're both moving, the way they're both hitting the ball, well on top.
Third slip out, two in the deep on the leg side. Rahul leaves outside the off stump.
Even that leave there is a great example of the intent. He got forward, he got right across to the line of the ball, and then once he sized up that wasn't quite what he wanted, he had the discipline to let it go. It was almost like a little bit of a sucker ball, that from Pat Cummins, just hoping for a loose one. He's felt bat on ball, he's going well, he's got to start. Can he just prize one out with a fuller, wider one? But Rahul was up to the task there.
Last ball of Cummins over. The scoreboard is ticking. Rahul sees it. He plays inside the line. None for 52. The lead is 98 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Vulcan tyres.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Sinopec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
India none for 52. SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Marsh in operation from the Langer end. Deep point back now, so line pushing towards the rope. Jaiswal is into his work. He's playing defensively to the offside.
Just the way he's moving around the crease has changed. There's so much more energy about him in this gap.
Certainly is. I mean, this is a young man that was playing his first Test match in Australia after a tough time of it in South Africa in similar sorts of conditions, and he's on a pair, and he comes out against arguably the best bowling attack in the world, and he's come out and played beautifully, and it just speaks volumes about his strength of character and his mindset.
Plane passes overhead in the clear blue sky. Jaiswal walks at Cummins, then lets it go when he arrives. Oh, he's getting more and more bold, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess it also comes from it's a well-publicized backstory, Simon, but when you kind of spend days on end without food, without having a place to sleep, that's real hunger, isn't there? Like, to succeed. He knows what it is to not have anything, not just for a few days, but for the first half of his young life, or more than that.
It's shoes in. Jaiswal's on 27 from the crease, tucks the ball to the leg. He has spread the field square, so there's an easy single to be taken. He's 28.
And I'm sure that would have been a learning for you as well, Simon, as you interacted with many like Yashasvi who come from nothing very different to the culture you have here.
Very much so, and it's obviously hard to replicate that because you obviously want to provide for your children and give them a great start in life, but there's a balancing act too between too much and then the extreme, not having anything at all, like he's come from. And that's an amazing story to think of where he's come from to get to now, and there's no doubt the hunger's there.
Ball on strike. He fends a ball down in front of the cordon, so he too was on the move. And played with the angled bat into the turf. Lands in front of Khawaja, who takes it awkwardly on the first bounce.
You see, I'm not so sure they need to do this against Mitch Marsh because he's only bowling 120 k's an hour. So by walking at him, you're actually giving him a chance to get you off balance and maybe catch you off guard a little bit. They've been playing beautifully just from the crease. I don't see why they need to do this to him.
Jaiswal did it earlier in the over. Rahul came down and he sort of fancied, oh, that's the older partner. It turns out it's infectious. Rahul across his stumps, watches it pass outside the off stump.
Yeah, unless they've just decided as a fifth bowler we attack him. But neither of them look to be playing an attacking shot.
Well, the other thing about this too is the longer this partnership goes, the harder it's going to be for Australia, and they start to lose that little bit of belief that they're in control of the test. They were in control yesterday, bowling India out for 150, and then they've lost it within the space of a couple of hours last night with some abject batting, and then following up today now with a great start with the bat by India.
Last ball of the over, Rahul cuts up in the air and up over the top and down to the boundary for 4. Now taking to Mitch Marsh. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Rahul to 22. The lead beyond 100. It's none for 57.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. None for 57. Lead is 103. He's increasing the urgent times for Australia. And back to Mitch Starc, the captain, turns down below us at the members' end. So far, Starc 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Hazelwood 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. Cummins 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. And Marsh 2 overs, none for 13. Jaiswal 28. He's the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Bails have fallen off, Gerard.
They have.
Indeed, the leg umpire was trusting Yashasvi Jaiswal to put it back in place, but looks like Kettleborough wants to make sure. This could be a fun battle, Mitch Starc to Yashasvi Jaiswal. You just get a feeling that he's going to try to take him on. He'll give him that full length. Go either way.
Time for an Australian wicket. Starc entrusted with the task. Jaiswal's on 28. First ball's in at the stumps and defended to mid-off. The over count is especially relevant, Kat, as this is the 17th over. This has been a new ball pitch. It's precisely what you'd spoken about at the start of the day's play. And India's openers, the time and the runs, proving critical.
Well, it gives the rest of the batting order belief that it's possible out there. They've seen how they've gone about it, so they know the way now.
Jaiswal faces out. Back foot punch. Cover is covered. No run to be had there. So Simon Katich, a lot of the Australian terrain at the moment is looking for the next generation, and the next generation is with us in the box. He's had a little taste for Australia. He learnt the cost of it too when last we saw him at this ground. He's a star for the Perth Scorchers. Cooper Connolly. Cooper, it's great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me.
How's the finger? Which finger was it?
My fourth metacarpal, so middle of my hand. Unfortunately, broke it, but hopefully back for the Big Bash, which will be good.
So that was the one day out against Pakistan at this ground a couple of weeks ago. Starc is bowling to Jaiswal and he's forward defending out to backward point. Did you know as soon as it hit that it was bad news?
It hurt a little bit, yes. I think the ball after I played it and I started running and I was like, that's not right. Took my glove off and had a look and my knuckle was gone because it just catted my knuckle as well. So unfortunately it wasn't ideal, but I kind of had a feeling something wasn't right. So we moved forward and I'm looking forward to the Big Bash season.
So what's the treatment for that? Is it?
I had surgery last week. They put a plate in it. So yeah, hoping 4 weeks. 15th of December is the target at the moment.
Okay, so right at the start of the Big Bash.
Yeah, perfect.
Starc Strides in. Jaiswal got out of the way with the limbo to shuffle backwards on a ball that followed him.
And Cooper, you made a name for yourself at this very ground in a massive game for the Scorchers in the final. You come back here today seeing Test cricket here and what's unfolded in the last 2 days. Do you want to be out there one day?
Yeah, I guess the dream as a young kid is always to put on that baggy ground, and that's still the hope for me. I just got to keep knuckling down, enjoying cricket, and just trying to be the best person I can be.
What have you made of this Optus Stadium surface over the first couple of days?
So Stark. Jaiswal drives straight to cover.
The surface has looked pretty tricky. 17 wickets on the first day. I think potentially might get a little bit easier to bat, but I think there's still, if you put the ball in the right area, there's enough. You can still take 10 wickets easily, and I think there's still plenty of time in the game, and I think if the Aussies get a couple more wickets here, it could happen very quickly.
Is this pretty typical of the pitch here, do you reckon?
Normally play on a flat wicket on a T20.
Stark, Jaiswal, full-blooded drive. Got it through the field, pierced the gap wide of mid-off and helps himself to 4. Jaiswal, the style is absolutely evident. He's 32. It's none for 61. So when you look at a pitch like this and forecast what the future might hold, what does it trigger in your mind around skill set and work to be done and how to combat this rather than maybe the flat pitches that you get for the 20-over and the 50-over games?
Yeah, so luckily enough, I've played a couple of Shield games at the Wacker, and I feel like the Wacker has been a bit tricky to bat on recently, and I think it's just about working out a game plan that's going to be successful on a wicket like that, and then from there I can adapt my game. I like to score pretty freely, so it's just about picking my times when I can score, when's not the right time to score, but being able to be, I guess, spot on with my judgment throughout the whole of my innings.
Cooper Connolly is with us in the SEN Test cricket box. We're here for Henley Holmes' big sale must end soon. India's lead is 107. Mitch Marsh is bowling from the Langer end. None for 13 from his 2 overs. He bowls to Rahul, who nurses the ball off his pads to mid-wicket for a single.
Cooper, you've had an amazing start to your career, and in particular WA in this last probably 5 years or so, probably even longer, have been super successful. What sort of influence has Adam Voges had as head coach with your game and obviously on the rest of the squad?
Yeah, he's been very good. He's obviously played at that high level and done very well in Test match cricket. He's very supportive of us, and he's, I guess, the thing he speaks about is team first, and I guess being good mates as well as good cricketers, and I think that has an effect on how you play cricket as well.
Jaiswal's on the move at Marsh, turns the ball to leg, soft hands as it trickles to square leg for a single.
And also the way he speaks to the group is very fluent. He knows he's got normally some small points, but they make a lot of sense, and I guess that's something I've noticed over the first couple of years being around that group, that what he says normally means a lot.
How the Scorchers shaping up for the season ahead, mate? Going to get back up in the winners list again?
Yeah, hoping so. That's always the plan. Nice to have Finn Allen for the whole time. He's going to be an exciting prospect, but again, we've got a lot of local talent that can hopefully get us all the way.
Rahul's on 23. Marsh to him. He's back and cutting. There's a deep point has been put back. Travis Head keeps it to a single for 64.
Looking really good. There's some young talent in there as well, and they've obviously got some experience of. I feel like Hards is sort of starting to make his way a little bit. We hopefully potentially have the Bice available, which would be nice, but I think, we've got a nice squad, pretty depthy. Bowlers are always normally pretty good at Optus, and just super excited to get out there with the boys again.
Tell us about the atmosphere here for the Big Bash. Obviously get magnificent crowds, and the wicket. I've heard the boys talk about the wicket being probably the best batting surface in the country.
Yeah, it's very nice to bat on. I like batting here.
The under one slip, Kawaj is going to square. Jaiswal defends.
Batting here is very enjoyable. I like how it's pretty short straight. I feel like there's ways to score. But I think, going back to the crowd, like that Big Bash final is one of the loudest sort of atmospheres I've ever heard, and I'll still hold that close to me to this day because you might never hear that again. But yeah, I'm very thankful to be doing what I'm doing. I love every bit of it, and I just think it's all about enjoying it for me at the moment.
And you've enjoyed your taste of international cricket with Australia?
Yeah, that's been very fun. Great crew.
Jaiswal again came forward and got beaten past the outside edge by Marsh.
Very good crew. It was lovely to go away with 7 other West Australians on my first tour of the UK, so that was always nice. Had some people to lean on, but one person that I found that got along with really well was Travis Head. He's had a lot of time for me, and on the first day came up to me, had a chat to me, just made me feel welcome and just brought me into the group a little bit, which was nice.
No ball being signalled in the aftermath, so Marsh will have to do it again.
He's not trying to poach you to the strikers, is he, mate?
West is home at the moment, and I'm happy at the West.
What is it like the first time you walk out to represent the country?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. You dream as a little kid, you want to put baggy green on, you want to play for Australia, and to do that was amazing. And to walk out with some quality players that you watched 4 years ago, and you're watching them walk out, it was just a dream come true.
Marsh has still got 2 left in the over. Collins Jaiswal is forward, just knocking the ball away to mid-wicket, but can't find a run.
And you're a good Scarborough boy, I hear?
Love my Scarborough goals. Also love the beach at Scarborough. It's always nice weather down there, but yeah, I will always say the West has the best beaches in the world, so can't complain.
How are the Scarborough boys going in the club competition so far this year?
Sitting middle of the table. I think we've had a pretty steady start, but I think there's more to come for us, and we're going to try win it this year.
Jaiswal's 33, last ball of the over. He comes forward to defend. Cooper, it's great to see you. Good luck with the recovery, and we look forward to seeing you in the BBL. December 15, every ball will be live on SEN. Good luck.
Thank you for having me.
Cooper Connolly with us from the Perth Scorchers.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just carked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. India none for 65, a lead of 111. Rahul is 24, he's on strike. Jaiswal's 33. Mitch Starc is bowling from the members' end. We're watching Nathan Lyon warm up, so one imagines he's going to replace Mitch Marsh at the far end. It's getting rather desperate for Australia. A flawless session so far for India. Rahul off his pads from Starc. He can't find a run at square. Just before Damien Fleming. Tom Morris with a good oil for Cobram Estates.
Around the grounds, AFLW. If you don't want to know the score, look away now.
I just looked at it.
It's not very good for Port, is it? 78-21 was the full-time score. North Melbourne defeated Port in the AFLW prelim final. They'll play the winner of Brisbane and Adelaide at Icon Park next weekend.
All right. Good stuff.
Welcome back, Fleming. This is a bit desperate for Australia, isn't it?
I'm just letting the AFLW stuff just sink in for the moment.
Starc over the wicket, bowls. Rahul runs the ball through gully. It skids across the turf. McSweeney slides in, saves the boundary. India come back for 3. Rahul to 27 and the lead to 114 without loss.
No, it certainly is, isn't it? I mean, this has been a brilliant opening partnership between these two Indian batsmen, and you know there was some nerves early, mainly for Jaiswal, but I think KL Rahul in consecutive innings has shown how to bat here in the top order. The ball's now getting blunted. We're into the 19th over, and it's forcing bowling changes. You know, there's. You know, you can see there's anxiety out there. Is when are we going to get this first wicket? We were talking in the morning, you know, what can we chase? You know, 250 max. They're currently 114 runs ahead.
10 wickets in hand. Jaiswal is on 33, swings hard across the line and gives that a belt into the outfield. 4 runs at deep square. We are starting to see the full suite of strokes from this young Tyro. He is 37. The boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito Power Tools.
That's one of the most insane shots I've ever seen in a test match. It's a standing sweep swat, wasn't it?
Yep.
He
It's
didn't
all
move.
back flourish.
As soon as it hit his bat, he just stayed there.
It's forced changes in the field. Head's gone to the drop zone there.
What goes
Deep
through your
square.
mind before the ball's bowled to play that shot?
So it's stand, prop, lower the back knee, hoik. Stand bowls full. Caught up in the moment. Jaiswal has a big drive, a swing and a miss.
That was an incredible shot. Mitchell Starc, pace still in the 140s. On the stumps. Just whacked it through the leg side.
Crucial moment from New Farm Australian through and through. Whenever he has that intemperate moment, KL Rahul walks down halfway down the pitch just to have a word. Not sure how much impact that he has, but
it's good leadership because he needs runs to keep his place in the team. Rahul.
Stark tries again. Jaiswal back foot defence.
Yeah, be happy with that. Yeah, the problem I see here, Rahul's the rock. Jaiswal, if he gets going, he's, what is it, 37 or 65. I think he's a runner of the ball type of guy when he gets going.
Yep. The numbers could start spinning from an Australian perspective.
And why wouldn't you? I think there is a bit of luxury now with 10 wickets in hand. Be aggressive.
Last ball of Stark's over. Jaiswal will see it and leave it. 7 from the over, none for 72. The Tyre Power scoreboard save on Falcon Tyres. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? Handle it yourself with Nutrien Water's DIY home irrigation designs. When you buy the parts to install or upgrade an irrigation system, Nutrien Water's team can provide a free design plan that's professional and easy to follow. And with only the highest quality products from Hunter Industries and specialist guidance from the Nutrien Water team, your new irrigation system will be ready in no time. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au/design to download the free planner and fill in the form.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes Big Sale must end soon. So there's 17 wickets on day 1, only 3 so far on day 2, and now India have galloped up to a lead of 118. They're none for 72, and Australia are calling upon Nathan Lyon. Flem, feels about right.
Yep, certainly. Let's change up the pace a little bit. Jaiswal's looking to be more aggressive. Nathan Lyon, 27 wickets in only 4 Test matches here at Perth Stadium. Didn't get much of a bowl, really, in the first innings, but, he's been a match winner here in Perth in the past Test matches. They need him here. They need 10 wickets. No more than 150 runs.
Nathan Lyon has been in the form of his life over the last few years. Of course, that injury in 2023, but his bowling average now is as good as it's been for a dozen years, right at the very start of his career. More wickets at a better average than anyone at this ground. So if you're going to throw the ball to someone, it's the bloke with 530 Test wickets to his name. KL Rahul's 27. Jaiswal, wow, 37 and looking the goods big time. So with half an hour until tea.
Turn there is. There'll be a good bounce.
Smith with slip, head at short leg. Line begins. Delivers here. Rahul well forward, deflecting to backward point. Gets 1. 28. For the right-handed, for 73.
I think this is the matchup we think will be very exciting.
Yes.
The young dynamo, Jaiswal, exhilarating stroke player. Nathan Lyon's seen a lot of them over his time. There'll be subtle changes in pace, in angle. Looking forward to this.
I wonder whether long on goes straight back. We know that Lyon doesn't mind doing that. It'll be Labuschagne heading back down there, which rather suggests that they want a catching player out there. Labuschagne, near enough the best fielder in the Australian team.
Well, it's just testing, does he have the patience to just blunt singles? If there's no turn and he's bowling on the stumps and it's a bit short, you can just punch him through the leg side easy.
Long off back as well, so's deep point. Line round the wicket to Jaiswal for the first time, and he takes one to Labuschagne at long on. Turns the strike over. 38 for him, none for 74 India.
But I think Nathan Lyon will just work into the test a bit here. You know, just want to get some stop balls going. He'd love to be able to bowl a few balls that just either right-hander or left-hander too. He won't want too much rotation of strike. Rahul sporting the long hair these days, flapping on his collar. Line to the right-hander. It's well forward and blunts the spin.
Come on, guys.
Here's the other one. Here's the wild card. Rahul against off spin. We've seen him take down spin in short form cricket. Not that that's what's called for right now, but they want to get on top of line.
He can equally turn into an explosive stroke player.
It'll be interesting. Crucial passage of play, that's for sure. Line approaches and bowls, and Rahul defends once more.
Nice,
well forward. Nice bowling. Found his range straight away here, Nathan Lyon. 88 mile an hour.
And Australia needs him. He needs to obviously get wickets, but tie up this run rate, let the quicks rotate from the other end.
Line delivers, and Rahul plays just a point. Quickish shingle that would have taken something special from Khawaja, and indeed even that wouldn't have been sufficient because Jaiswal was on his bike and down the other end. 29 for Rahul, none for 75. That lead 121 in the context of a low-scoring game. That already feels like a big number on that board. Nice ball of the first line over. Jaiswal gets forward and defends it as well. Well bowled and well played through the over. None for 75 after 20. They're off to a flyer here, India, leading by 121 on the tyre power scoreboard. Save on Falcon tyres. Rahul 29, Jaiswal 38.
The holidays are coming. Buy a 160 kilowatt T60 Max and get a saving of $3,000 off and a free $1,500 gift card to put towards your summer holiday. Hurry to get the T60 Max, backed by a 7-year warranty with a $1,500 gift card and a massive $3,000 off from just $35,990 drive away for ABN holders. Visit a dealer today. LDV. Bring it on. New stock vehicles only. T's and C's and exclusions at ldvautomotive.com.au.
Around the grounds with Tom Morris, the galloping gasometer. Not quite. Tell us what's going on in the Shield.
Not quite. Never been called that before. Well, Cam Bancroft was out first ball of the match at Adelaide Oval. Spencer Johnson had him nicking behind. Judging by his reaction, I don't think he thought he hit it. Could have got the back right pocket, which is...
Again, Flem. Twice has happened to Bancroft now. Cut the pockets off.
When you're having a bad run of form, a couple of bad decisions just put the screws into you too.
Imagine that, being caught off the pocket twice for a duck. Blimey. Stark round the wicket from our end. KL Rahul defends to cover.
So in that game, Western Australia are 2 for 42 against South Australia. There's 2 more Shield games starting tomorrow. Bancroft this season in red ball cricket has 52 runs at 4.7, including 4 ducks, twice the first ball of the match.
They're brutal numbers for Jung Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems.
Made a mountain of runs, hasn't he? To put himself back in contention.
Going to have to start again, isn't he? Oh, all that work from the last couple of seasons will count for nothing after a run like that. Stark 2 slips the gully for Rahul around the wicket, and he nearly chops him in half. He tried to cut too close to the body. Ball went above the bat, so he was fine, but not the most convincing stroke. And on that angle from around the wicket, that's flirting with danger, Flem.
Gee, that's tight.
Yeah.
That's very tight. It's the beauty of Mitchell Starc. He's equally effective, over the wicket, around the wicket. Just thinking, one of the commentators going around, Wasim Akram was probably one of the first left-hand fast bowlers to perfect that.
Used to almost default to left arm round, didn't he, Waz? Yeah. All the time. Stark in his 7th over delivers here. Rahul goes back and defends from the leg stump line to the bowler.
What Wasim used to do when he come around the wicket too, he'd deliberately run behind the umpire and then jump out at the last things. So you just didn't really get a look at when he was coming in. It throws out your timing. How's he holding the ball? And then he can still bowl around the wicket wide, angle in and swing it away and take out your off stump.
It is an interesting question, Flem. When bowling around the wicket, be it right-handers or left-handers, right arm, left arm, but they kind of don't start on that angle. When you think about the line they're running on when they're bowling over the wicket.
Starkey's giving him a look all the way.
Stark bowls here. It's Rahul again able to go back and defend out to the onside, mid-on this time. That's the fielding. But if you think about the angle that Stark runs on when over the wicket, starting not well wide, but wide enough. If he ran on that line right now, he could do what you're describing and kind of run him behind the umpire.
Or just do it every now and again.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what's happening here? And I still, particularly in T20 cricket, I don't know why fast bowlers don't have a second run-up. One that's about Bumrah's run-up, shorter.
Yeah.
Years ago, you try just a real short one and you might bowl a bouncer.
Right.
Just to rush the batsman. Don't let them just go through their routine every ball.
Stark up, bowls here, around the wicket, full and straight, and defended by KL Rahul. I mean, your most prolific summer for Australia 25 years ago was when you kind of cut your run up in half, when you were
virtually in half. Yeah.
What was the catalyst for that?
Well, it wasn't far off, Lancashire League run up that you had playing for Enfield in Accrington for a couple of years, but it was for Victoria at the Gabba, very hot, oppressive day, and we had a young attack. And we weren't going well, and I went, I think I'm going to have to bowl 30 overs here today. And then just start off a short run, and you end up with 5 for. So it gives you a tick of confidence.
The rest is history. Stark bowls, completes the maiden. None for 75, Jaiswal 38, KL Rahul, who faced it's on 29. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falcon Tyres, lead 1-1.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket, built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The 7-seat Isuzu MU-X. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Bridges for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and be Jazz Halal Financial Services. Talking to Damien Fleming, had the most beautiful, long, flowing run-up and cut it in half, and he's telling us why.
Didn't look the same. Always felt, when he saw it on TV, too short.
Lion bowls, wide of the crease. Jaiswal defends the short leg. Head does well, diving to his right.
It's funny, you only want to maintain your longest stride for a few steps. If you're maintaining it, fatigue can set in. If you lose momentum before you jump and take off, you're not going to maximise momentum through the crease. And that's what Jasper does. He's stuttery, but that step before his jump really gets momentum.
Bouncing in on the angle round the wicket. Jaiswal using his feet swing for the first time, and in the manner we saw from Pujara so many times across those 2 summers. After getting to the pitch, defended it out to cover. Easy as you like.
Just feel like he wants a boundary early against Nathan Lyon.
5 men back. Lyon bowls, Jaiswal defence. Sorry, that's 4. There's one with a high vis vest on who I've miscounted. So a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deepish point. Short leg and slip catching there. And that short run up, if I recall correctly, your pace didn't drop in the latter part of your career, did it? If anything, as Lion bowls here and Jaiswal defends from the crease.
So for the rest of the summer, I actually didn't feel comfortable with the new ball, so I bowled off the long run with the new ball, and then off the short ball with short run with the old ball.
Nice.
So it took me a whole pre-season to get comfortable using the new ball off the short run. But I felt quicker. I didn't jump as high, so, I didn't sag on my back foot as much.
Line up, bowls here. Jaiswal looks to drive, but doesn't quite get it out the middle. Inside part of the bat, so Lyon can collect his follow.
So then, by not sagging as much, I felt like I had a higher release, and I could just bowl more overs. And not only that, in one-day cricket, if I was bowling with the late, great Andrew Simons, we were getting through overs. He'd take about a minute and a half at Simo.
Could have done that for the over 8 yesterday. Lion bowls here, and Jaiswal defends going back. Another maiden, 2 in a row. None for 75 is the score. Jaiswal on 38. Australia haven't celebrated the wicket yet this session, but they will for Tobin Brothers Funerals. When they do, they will. A family-owned business since 1934.
Escape the weekday worries on a Royal Caribbean short getaway. A game of pickleball or cricket in the middle of the ocean awaits, or surf it up on the Flow Rider surf simulator. You can relax with a couple's massage at Vitality Spa, or a dip at the adults-only Solarium Pool, followed by a robot-crafted cocktail at Bionic Bar, or a beer at the pub, followed by a free slice at Sorrento's Pizza. It's the ultimate getaway in just a few days. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au.
Leading run scorer today is Jaiswal, and that is for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. He's on 38. No 50s yet in the test match. Stark round the wicket. 2 slips the gully, bowls the KL Rahul, clipping through mid-wicket, finds the gap. Doesn't hit the cover off it, but does do well enough to get a couple to start the over into the 30s. 31 for him. Run for 77 India. 123 the lead.
Also, a nice happy birthday to an ex-roommate of mine. Sort of a quiet, reserved chap, so we won't want to get any publicity, but happy 63rd, I think, to Mervyn Hughes.
MG
big fella.
Yeah. I have experienced you and Merv together in the pub.
That's right.
I have a recollection before a World Cup semi-final in 19.
Young fellow turned up. Didn't get a lot of love early. Got told to go straight to the bar. There was no hug. What's that?
So I'm sensing the way Merv might celebrate a birthday as Stark bowls round the wicket and turning behind square easily enough is KL Rahul, 32 with the single. You two together telling yarns and shifting pints in an old, proper old school English pub in Birmingham. Jeff, myself. Yep. It's a memorable night, the way you two have that long rapport.
That's right. You do have bonds with roommates, because you spent so much time with them. Not a lot of privacy, which was tough at times with Big Merv. But if you've got a senior roommate like that, you do learn a lot. And no one tried harder for Victoria or Australia than Mervyn Hughes. You'd have to say that he's up there with getting the most out of his ability too. 200 test wickets, 1,000 runs. So when he didn't score for his first 4 innings, I don't think. He set a great example on giving 100% every ball and providing as much fun and being the biggest pest in the dressing room that there's ever been.
So Stark's going to go round the wicket to Jaiswal as well. Trying to change it up. 2 back for the short ball. Fly slip as well. Bowls here nice and full. Well conventionally played out to the offside. I guess Merv just precedes you as a full-time member of the Aussie team. You think about how important he was in that transition with Bob Simpson and Alan Border, that 88-89 series against the Windies. The only Australian cricketer who was able to enhance their reputation was Hughes, and then, of course, 89 in England, and on it goes. But, that laid the foundation for the guys like you who came after.
Yeah, definitely. And in combination with Craig McDermott, we're talking about, 3 great fast bowlers. You very rarely get 3 great ones, but you need 2 very good ones if you're going to be a dominant team, don't you? Craig McDermott was a great fast bowler.
Stark bowls Jaiswal, goes short, plays it off the hip, big gap out at deep square leg for 1 though, turns it around the corner and walks 1. He's 39, none for 79 the score.
Yeah, and that time, if Bruce Reid body had held up, if you had those 3 for more test matches, the Australian team would have dominated more. I mean, Bruce Reid was probably up there with the most gifted fast bowler that, you played against. Fast, swung the ball, 6'7", could bowl cutters.
Big part of the reason Australia won 4-0 here in 91-92 against India, wasn't it? Those 3 were fit at the same time. Hughes, McDermott, Reid, and then Wheatney at the end of the series as well, with Paul Rifle making his debut. But, the big 3.
Underrated. Mike Whitney, Carl Rackerman.
Yep. Around the wicket, Stark. Bowls here, short to KL Rahul. There was that test match at the G in that series where Reid took 6 for in both innings.
Just, the times the MCG of that era, Sydney spun, it swung it at the whacker. It was a good batting pitch, but then it spun and reverse swing in Adelaide. It seemed a bit, and was a good batting track at the Gabba. The MCG was a lottery. And when that was flat, it was hard work getting wickets. But Bruce Reid, I think he took another 10 the next summer against India at the MCG.
Stark bowls here and defending into the onside. Yeah, it was England in 1991 and then India the year after. That completes the over. Yes, it does. None for 79. 39 for Jaiswal, 32 for Rahul. And Australia haven't celebrated a wicket yet this session for Tabor Brothers Funerals. When they do, they will. A family-owned business since 1934.
Jimbo, could really use your Hilux right now. Took my ute off-roading and I managed to get it wedged between a rock and a hard place, which is another rock. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The boundaries have been flowing from Jaiswal. They've been for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. He gets another look here at Nathan Lyon. And tidy so far. Can he penetrate? That's the question before tea. 9 minutes till the break. Bowls here, and he nearly gets one to go on with the arm. Ever so close. You can see Cummins at mid-off, my apologies. They know that one well from Lyon in recent years. To the left-handers from round the wicket. Trying to keep both edges in play. Lyon on the approach and bowling, and Jaiswal using his feet and getting to the pitch. I thought he was going to fail to get there for a moment. It would have had the wicketkeeper Carey in play. Instead, Lyon fields off his own bowling.
He has no fear that Nathan Lyon's going to turn the ball past his bat, has he?
That was the straight one from Lyon. If that was the off-break from Lyon, got nowhere near the pitch, he would have been right in the game for a
stumping.
That almost
got between pad and bat too.
Lyon game on here. Bowls here to Jaiswal. That's a bit too short. And Jaiswal misses out, thus the frustrated grunt from him. Batting with pads with just two straps like Tendulkar, another man from Mumbai, noted by John Donohoe, our colleague back in Melbourne. He's found that very pleasurable to watch. The two strap pads as opposed to the three. Lyon delivers and Jaiswal drives out through cover. One man to beat at deep point. Doesn't quite do that. They'll rotate for two. Hazelwood doing the fielding. Jaiswal into the 40s. He's 41. None for 81. That lead 127.
He wanted to lay into that one. He got a little bit of width.
You're right about Bruce Reid. Just to come back to that, to finish off what we said last over, as Lyon bowls here to Jaiswal. He comes forward and defends. 2 Melbourne tests in a row where he just out of nowhere just absolutely dominated England and India. It's kind of weird thing. One ground dominated.
Yeah. In a pitch that just didn't have a lot of character to it. You know, often the first session of day one in Shield or Test, you know, it was hard to drive. You want to get some wickets then. But it was a bit of a battle.
Lyon bowls and Jaiswal defends once more. 2 from the over, none for 81. We see that on the pay.com.au screen here in the commentary box. The lead's 127.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
It was coming. He wants to be an umpire, wants to be a third umpire. He wants to do everything for IMAR Insurance, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13-IMAR. It's Marnus Labuschagne bowling some seam up. He's marked the run up. He's been bowling it in the Shield. He's been bowling almost all bounces. This might be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I love him as a cricketer. Gets everything out of himself as well. It's never a good sign when he's got ball in hand and it's medium pace. I can handle his leggies in spinning conditions in the subcontinent, but this doesn't excite me at all.
We were at the Lords last year.
This is like we might as well be bowling for run-outs.
Absolutely, point taken. And I mean, it is very reasonable. I'll flip it around and see how you appreciate the next point. So I'll wait till he bowls his first.
So he'll probably get 5 for.
Third man, fine leg, deep backward square, deep forward square. So this is the field we've seen a lot in Test cricket recently, which is the point I'm about to make. Labuschagne bouncer first ball, left alone. Now, at Lords last year...
Gee, the crowd's got behind.
We watched this happen for a couple of sessions, and it wasn't fast bouncers that were doing the damage. It was the Ollie Robinson 75-mile-an-hour bouncers that were primarily problematic. And we hear that a bit from batters. They find it difficult to get used to. Maybe that's what they're assessing here, that bounces
there
that
is
aren't quite as
also
quick.
a little bit of, I don't want to get out to Marnus. There's a bit of that in there as well.
130 kilometres an hour. So it is a bit quicker than maybe I'm giving him credit for, but we'll see. Can they resist, I suppose, is the point. Rahul, bouncer, does pull just in front of square. Didn't quite middle it. It's not for nothing. So Rahul's 33, none for 82. Slightly interesting passage of play about to break out.
And I don't want him to get injured either. It's just another thing when because he's bowling flat out here, bounces. But yeah, I mean, that did happen at Lords. I remember we sort of got stuck into the English batsmen. How could they fall for that? And then the next day, our batsmen did exactly the same. It's your last go-to, isn't it, these days? You know, you just back, let's go, bowl bounces. The one thing, the advantage you do have here is it's square legs very wide, isn't it? It's a big hit if you're going to hit a 6.
Roughly the same field for Jaiswal. 3 back on the leg side, 2 back on the offside. Labuschagne over the wicket. The bouncer goes above the helmet. And Jaiswal knows it's coming. He just watches it gently into the gloves. There's the grunt, though. His pace is 135 kilometres an hour.
So that's officially wrong. That's not 135.
That's bowling short, too. That's reminiscent of when...
Was that called a wide? No. It looked like it was a bit round arm, too, from Marnus.
Labuschagne.
Oh, he's got a cheer.
Slipping a gully, crowd like it. That's a better short ball. Took him a moment to adjust there in the crease, Jaiswal. Reminds me a little bit when the speed guns first started, when you were playing, and, you know, Steve Waugh and Greg Glute were bowling as quickly as Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, well, I remember we were in Sharjah for one, and Wasim Akram was 128. There's no way he was 128. How many overs do you reckon he can... Because you spend a lot of energy bowling these bounces. How many? 3, maybe?
Yeah. Only got to bowl 1 before 2. We're going to break after this. Defending into the onside, or I should say there'll be a break after the next over. So it'll be only 1 over from him before the short break.
And he's running in the danger area. He's already got a warning.
Interesting what you say about the side straight.
So what's happening here is he's not driving through with his back leg. I reckon he's got that follow through which spinners have, but with the momentum he's getting further down the pitch, so he's getting into that danger area. And that's not easy to fix. The only way, he'd have to go wide of the crease.
So 1 ball left in this over to Jaiswal. And he surely used his 2 short ones as well. That's the other consideration. He's above shoulder height. It should be called a no ball. Labuschagne to Jaiswal. It is short. It is a bouncer. Will they call it?
He's in trouble.
Now, why don't they call it? You're only meant to get 2. Anyway, bugbear of mine. End of the over, none for 82. Jaiswal 41, Rahul 33. We've got 1 more over until we reach the tea interval. We haven't had any appeals for leg before in this session. When we get them, they yell, how's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Our player of the day so far. That'll be an open question. I suppose it's Jaiswal on the basis of what we've seen in a low-scoring game. That's for Bing Lee, better living every day.
But just interesting with the LB shouts. You know, that's an indicator of the length that you're bowling on a pitch that was seeming a bit that we maybe didn't quite get the ball in the right area.
Nathan Lyon to continue. Can he bring the third umpire into play? That's Richard Illingworth. Yeah, nah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Slip, short leg, and still a long on back. Bowling to KL Rahul, who's forward to defend. I'm sure he'll knock those on the head with T round the corner.
Yeah, you'd think the experience of Rahul won't try anything too much here. Big session for India, isn't it? You know, potentially the match-winning session here for India.
Line bowls. Rahul defends after coming forward, deflecting to Smith at slip, playing late. It's been a feature of Rahul's innings, hasn't it? Playing late.
But I thought he did that in the first innings too, like under pressure. He really let the ball come to him. He left the ball outside off stump. He got a half volley, you know, he punched it through the offside. It's been a very experienced innings so far.
Line delivers closer to the stumps, going back, and a little bit extra width he uses to place it out to deep backward point where Marsh rocks in and Rahul gets down the other end, 34 with the single. None.
This could still be interesting.
Yes.
Jaiswal on strike.
It's what we've seen from Jaiswal in Test cricket so far. He ignores convention.
Yeah.
The way he played against England, I watched all of that series, was utterly ridiculous. So they've still got the 4-man back despite being 3 balls till tea. They know this as well. Lyon bowls, Jaiswal's forward defending. That's conventional.
Yeah, but that shot he played off Mitchell Stark was just... I don't think I've ever seen a shot like that before, off a genuine fast bowler.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing you might see when you're batting with the tail and someone's got Ben Stokes kind of shot, right? But not with a test match in the balance. Wild stuff, brilliant stuff, thrilling stuff. Line to Jaiswal, turning into the onside. Well played. Could be 2. He's weighted it well. Rahul doesn't fancy it. Jaiswal to 42. None for 84. 1 ball left before the break. 1 ball left to make it a wicketless session. Would have been unheard of yesterday.
We're not rocking up here today thinking we're going to say that.
29,329 here, I see, on our pay.com.au screen. So just a few fewer than yesterday. But the second highest attendance here at Perth Stadium for Test matches. Lyon, last ball of the session, round the wicket, changes the angle, the result's the same. Rahul goes back and defends, and that is 2 hours of very effective Test match batting from India's openers, Yashasvi Jaiswal and KL Rahul, who go to the breather at an even 130 ahead with 42 and 34 respectively. Flem, that is, they will be wrapped with that downstairs.
Yeah, certainly so. I meant... you just thought that the Australians would have made early inroads in that first 10 overs. The ball was still moving. I think Jaiswal was the one that looked more vulnerable. He took his time adjusting to the extra pace and bounce and movement all through that Rahul. Just carrying on from the first innings, he just looked very assured in defence. When he got the chance to play some shots, he did it. But that's disheartening for the Aussies. 130 in the deficit, and they've still got to get all 10 wickets.
Travis, a tough session for Australia.
I thought it was a pretty good one. I would have liked a few more wickets, but that's okay. Still looks like a little bit there. We're just going to be patient. We talked about being patient this morning. I thought Paddy spoke really well this morning. Looks like the wickets got better. Looks like they're playing really well. So just get into the groove, get into the grind like we have in the past, and try and add a couple of wickets.
And tactics going into the last session?
Yeah, I think, Marnus had a little look then, but whether that be something that we go to or... I'm sure we'll talk about it now, and I'll let Paddy and Ron do that bit, and then the bowlers execute, they always do. We just got to back them up in the field and keep the energy.
Cheers, Trav. Go and refuel.
So that was Australia's vice-captain, Travis Head, speaking to Michael Vaughan on Fox Cricket. Says they've just got to try and be patient, the prevailing line there. And, they're 130 behind. They're going to need to take a number of wickets before the close to just sort of stay within touching distance.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's got a big role to play here. He averages around 7 wickets a test match. He didn't get much of a bowl in the first innings. Such was the dominance of the Aussie quick. So he needs to hold that Justin Langer stand end, build pressure, hopefully get some wickets, because they're going to need to rotate the quicks, from the other end there. They're going to have to get at least 4 wickets this session. They're going to be another 80 runs, 210 ahead.
Still 39 overs.
You've got to make sure that you got 4 or 5 wickets.
All right, we're being told to take a break. We'll do exactly that. Tom Morris and Simon Katich will be with you to take you through the tea break for Daikin, your air conditioning specialist. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, India, a none for 84. They lead by 130 in the second innings with Jaiswal 42 and KL Rahul 34.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepex Premium Lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
Ben, you sure it's a good time to build a house?
Apart from missing some cricket, Henley's house prices bowled us over. Plus, we're saving 40 grand on luxury upgrades I'm using for our facade, flooring and battery system.
What a spell.
It's the Henley Big Save Sale. Where are you going? The cricket's starting.
To get Chloe and go see Henley.
Don't leave. Let's enjoy the cricket. Call Henley's property hotline later on 1-800-OI-OI. That's 1-800-64-64-64.
The Henley Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 on extras for any new home built. Henley Homes, backed by a $7 billion parent.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Best sunset I've ever seen is Uluru. It's just so open. There's nothing around but just the skyline. Stunning.
Rooftop pool overlooking the city, and even though it was a kind of like bit of a muggy, hazy kind of day, just the colours and then the cityscape, yeah, it was just beautiful.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
This festive season, experience the magic of sound with the Sonos Holiday Shopping Event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the festivities with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos is also a no-brainer gift for everyone on your list. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 2nd.
Jimbo! Could really use your Hilux right now. I tried to rescue Monty from a snowstorm, but my ute couldn't handle the ice.
Hey, Jimbo!
Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Tasman Butchers is your local butcher with an extensive range of pasture-fed yearling beef and pork products, all sourced locally from Victorian beef growers. Frequent shoppers enjoy quality meat every time and save with Tasman Butchers' loyalty discount program. Collect a point for every $1 spent to save $10 for every 200 points. Simply provide your mobile number at checkout to locate your rewards account to start saving points. Get saving with Tasman Dollar Rewards. For more info and to sign up, visit tasmanbutchers.com.au.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If your tyres are more than 5 years old, they might be unsafe. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner. The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Cummins' right arm over the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal, who cuts. It's close to him, but he noodles it away down, through backward, point for 4. Bowls here, and drives splendidly. Beautiful shot of the day. Probably shot of the match.
It took us 1.5 days to see a proper straight drive at the Perth Stadium, going down the ground for 4.
Cummins has set him up. Now he digs it in, he goes after it, plays the uppercut high into the Perth sky, down to the road for 4. Ball the over, Rahul cuts up in the air and up over the top and down to the boundary for 4. Jaiswal is on 33, swings hard across the line and gives that a belt into the outfield.
That's one of the most insane shots I've ever seen in a test match.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Tea in Perth, and India has reaffirmed its advantage. They are 0 for 84, leading by 130 runs over the host, the Australians. This time yesterday, Simon Katich, the Australians were cock-a-hoop, and all of a sudden, the game, well, not all of a sudden, but in the space of 24 hours, the game has turned on its head, and the Indians have a huge advantage.
And they deserve all the credit for it, because when you think about what the scenario was yesterday afternoon that faced them after being bowled out for 150, they could have been forgiven for thinking, we'll go out there, we'll be a bit dejected with what happened with the bat, but they didn't. And they turned it around with their body language and spirit in the field. Their skipper led the way with an inspired spell to really rip through the Australian top order. And now what we've seen is the opposite from Australia. They found themselves behind in the game, getting bowled out and a 46-run deficit, but they were flat. And you could see it in the body language there. There was no one in the field giving the quicks any sort of backup or zip that India gave their quicks last night. So India are well on top here, and the openers deserve a lot of credit because they've played with skill and they've played with really good intent and teamwork. They've rotated the strike well, they've put away a bad ball, but India, they're on top massively now, and it's swung around quickly.
You say India showed a lot more intensity and were up and about, but who is Australia's hype guy? It used to be David Warner. Do they have a hype guy? Do they need a hype guy in the field?
Well, they do. They do, because you can't go into your shell in this situation as a team or as a fielding unit when you're behind the game and then the quicks have got to back up again. And let's not forget, these quicks haven't played a lot of four-day cricket in recent times. They've all had spells and they've only had a little bit of white ball cricket leading in. I mean, Pat Cummins didn't even play a red ball game in the last few months. Stark and Hazelwood, I think, played one Shield game each. So they're not coming in with a huge amount of work. And now they're having to back up day 2 of a test. It's getting warmer out there. And if you're not getting any energy or vibes from your fielders, it puts all the onus then on the bowler. So they need to change it up after tea, because what we've seen there in that middle session, I don't think was good enough. It was flat.
Yeah, Pat Cummins hasn't played any red ball cricket since that series against New Zealand earlier in the year. Day 1, 7 for 217. Day 2 so far, 3 for 121. And those 3 wickets are Carey, Stark and Lyon. Have the conditions changed markedly in your view?
Look, they've changed a little bit. I don't think we've seen as much movement off the seam as we saw yesterday. And I think we've seen it harden up and a little bit less moisture. But I think the difference is what we've seen is pure mindset from the Indian openers, because it wasn't that long ago Jaiswal was out there facing his first ball and he's on a pair and it's his first time to these shores. So he would have been feeling a fair bit of pressure, but he's managed that. And now we've seen him play exactly how he plays, with aggression, putting pressure back on the bowler. But it's been controlled aggression. It hasn't been slogging every ball. It's been using his feet, getting into good positions, and more importantly, getting in a partnership with Rahul, none for 84, and rotating the strike. All the basics of the game.
This is the tea break for Dakin with Simon Katich, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. There's about 15 sitting around us and we're enjoying them this afternoon. Player of the day contenders thanks to Bing Lee, Better Living Every Day. Who are you nominating for that, Cato?
Giving it to the youngster, Jaiswal.
Fascinating. And he's playing some unbelievable cricket and he's attacking as well, walking at the bowler. What's been the Bendix breaks big moment? Bendix, the best known breaks.
Hard to go against the great man Ravi Shastri, and the way he called that on drive, the first one of the game really, and KL Rahul. He looked great yesterday, and now today he's making the most of that time in the middle yesterday, and that was a beautiful shot.
If you have a chance, head to our socials or our podcast and have a listen to Ravi Shastri talking about his own cricket career. His fascinating story. Well, all of a sudden he was on the fast train and the slow train. What an amazing person he is, and it's great to have him on SEN Cricket. Keep cool this summer with Reams Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. We just heard Damien Fleming say Australia needs probably 4 wickets in this last session. Is that achievable? Is that even possible?
Oh, definitely. I think it's that sort of wicket where if you do get a wicket and then you can put pressure on the new batsman and really get it in good areas to then try and get a cluster. And we've seen that obviously yesterday. Hasn't happened as much today, but that's something that Australia, just in that last little period there, it looked like with the field that Nathan Lyon set and Mitchell Stark coming around the wicket to KL Rahul, it just looked like they wanted to dry things up for a period of time because they know that these two are set and they want to find the boundaries regularly. So just deny them those boundaries for a 20, 30-minute period, shut the scoreboard down, and then if they strike, that's when they can start to attack again.
Who are you starting with in the second session if you're Pat Cummins?
Well, the ball's now 26 overs old, so I think Pat Cummins has got to get into this test match. And I don't think he's been at his best yet. And so whether he grabs it and says, right, boys, come with me, just like Bumrah did last night, maybe he's one option. But I also think maybe Nathan Lyon's got to start again after the break and use that break to his advantage with these two starting again.
This has been the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India, no wicket for 84. Gerard Wheately and Peter Lalor are up next.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
Jaiswal is on 33, swings hard across the line and gives that a belt into the outfield. 4 runs at deep square. We are starting to see the full suite of strokes from this young Tyro.
That's one of the most insane shots I've ever seen in a test match.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Are you looking to join the electric vehicle revolution? Discover why so many are choosing to get their EVs with a novated lease from Paywise. Paywise could get you into a new EV for under $200 per week, including all running costs. Plus, mention SEN and get the choice of a free home charging kit or $500 charging credit if you sign up for a new EV with Paywise before December 31. Visit paywise.com.au to start your EV journey today. Terms, conditions and eligibility criteria apply.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
Ring-a-ding-ding! All aboard! It's time to set sail with Tasman Butchers. Shop at Tasman for your chance to win a 10-day ultra-luxury Silver Sea cruise voyage for 2 people. Worth $23,000, you'll be sailing from Melbourne to Fremantle aboard the ultra-luxury Silver Nova. Stay in a classic veranda suite with butler service, gourmet dining and premium beverages all included. Just make a purchase at Tasman Butchers and complete your entry form online. Comp closes Sunday, December 1st, 11:59pm AEST. T's and C's apply. Full details, tasmanbutchers.com.au.
Vinidex is a leading manufacturer of plastic pipes and fittings in Australia. Vinidex has a range of twin-wall polypropylene corrugated pipe systems perfect for non-pressure stormwater and drainage applications. Known as Storm Pro, Vinidex's PP pipes are designed and made right here in Australia, are 100% recyclable and have a 100-year design life. Flexible and lightweight to install, Storm Pro can be installed without heavy lifting equipment. Vinidex's Storm Pro range can be found at your local Nutrien Water store or by visiting nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Need to reno? Beaumont Tiles Black Friday bargains make every reno affordable. Aussie-made tile specials, a massive 44% off the marked price at your local Beaumonts. Hybrid flooring up to 25% off. Yes, a massive 25% off hybrid flooring at participating Beaumont Tile stores. Overseas tile specials under $20. You'll be so happy you chose Beaumonts and saved. T's and C's apply. Limited time only.
Jazz?
Yes, Dad.
I was thinking.
Yes?
Let's start our Black Friday Binger deals early.
Have you asked Nana?
Yes?
No. Well, I'm thinking the Bissell Spot Clean, now only $188. The Germanica 8-litre air fryer is hot for just $79. Clean up with a Dyson Gen 5 Absolute Hand Stick for a ridiculous $899.
I was thinking.
No, Lionel. Get in early. Black Friday Binger deals are on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
The Henley Homes Big Sale. Save up to $40,000 ends soon. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. the Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
India none for 84 with the final session of day 2 shortly to commence. We announce today's Liquorland local club legend. Liquorland, your 12th man, bringing you the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Today we recognise Phil Hope from the Brighton Union Cricket Club. Phil's a life member of the club, served more than 40 years. He's having a rough time with his health at the moment, but he still shows up every week and scores for the ones and twos. He puts out the cones and he is a much-loved figure around the club. He's always just wanted success for Brighton Union. For your chance to win the $100 Liquorland voucher, text in your local club legend nomination to 0433 98 11 16. It's as easy as that. Peter Lawler, good afternoon.
Brighton Union Cricket Club, Hurlingham Park, isn't it? I was just round the corner from there last weekend, actually, celebrating my sister's... sorry, try and speak English, Peter. Celebrating my sister's 60th birthday party. And I was talking a bit like that after her party.
So what
it's a good part of the world. Hurlingham Park, isn't that where they are?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very nice.
Yeah.
The weather here in Perth, it's 28 degrees off a top of 29. So the scene couldn't be better for Beacon Trade. And Tradie's key partner is lighting, fans and electrical. And the pitch, it's all settled for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map. 1 check, 2 experts. 84-run opening stand. Jaiswal is 42 and Rahul is 34. Pete, how are you seeing it?
Well, Gerard, walking into this box after that last session was kind of like walking into a footy game when all the fans are leaving before the final siren's blown. I've never heard such negativity. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving this. I think we've got a treat here. You got to make your fun where you find it. And seeing this kid Jaiswal bat, you'll remember this moment. If this kid goes on, this is a very, very special young cricketer. And you can feel it, can't you? Just the way he sets up at the crease. Those shots he plays off Pat Cummins, just that ram shot over the slips, that run past the full, that cover drive off Stark. He is a beautiful batter. And we knew that. We knew that when he made that 170-odd on debut against the West Indies, and he confirmed it with a pair of double centuries at home. And he's in extraordinary company, stats-wise there. You know, he's hanging around Sonny Gavaskar for runs scored in a series. Vinod Kambli, Donald Bradman have done things like that, and we can see why he does go, Gerard.
He's on strike at the start of the session. Cummins pitches up to him and blocks him away to mid-off.
I just had this terrible thought that he was going to be out first ball. The Lawler curse. But he has looked magnificent, hasn't he?
His stroke making is something, but then just the moments of audacity that he has, the ball that he picked up where he dropped the back leg and just hoiked Stark off his front pad to deep square. That's modern shot making at its absolute best.
But it's not slogging, is it? It doesn't feel to me like slogging. He kind of holds his shape. He looks good in it.
Cummins 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 in the middle session. He bowls and Jaiswal is forward, running him out to point. He's been sent back by his partner as Mars gets around to his right.
You think I'm being a bit silly? You think that is a slog?
No, I think it's quite controlled. Yes. And, whether it's premeditated, but there's something about his stroke making that he's got the lovely blend between the classical and the inventive.
And it's probably something that short-form cricket has brought to Test cricket, that ability to really pounce on a bowler when they give you an inch. You cannot give this kid an inch. But it's slipping away from Australia, Gerard.
Well, 1 session from oblivion, really. Cummins over the wickets to Jaiswal and he defends the ball again to mid-off. If Australia don't make inroads in this session, they'll close the day about 240 behind. And India will go 1 up in the series. So it has to happen in the next 2.5 hours.
Really, that first day has really cost Australia. India's looked like they'd cost themselves when they scored 150. But Australia's inability to start today with a significant number of wickets in hand and prosper when this pitch has flattened out a little bit, I'm sorry to say, and this batting does get easier as the ball gets a bit older.
Jaiswal faces up and he leaves outside the off stump. Yes, the difference between being 3 down at stumps last night and being 7 down is probably the test match.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Australia lost the game last night, or Jasprit Bumrah certainly put his side well in front. There's always chicken and egg in this stuff, but that was as good a test bowling yesterday by both teams, as you will see, in one day of test cricket.
So Fleming thinks 4 in the session, and that feels about right. You might push as far as 5, but it feels like a minimum of 4 wickets for Australia. On the way to stumps on day 2, Jaiswal blocks Cummins.
There's been so much talk about this pitch. You and I walked into the ground this morning, and then I doubled back later and actually wandered out there, and it looked. There were so many people gathered around that pitch muttering. It sort of looked like a crime scene investigation unit. You know,
they should have had
what the hell's going on there? You expect to see little triangles and the lines around bodies, but the colour has changed as the day's gone on. It's got firmer.
Last ball of the over from Cummins. Jaiswal went after it. A drive which he flashes at and misses. A maiden from the Australian captain to start the session. None for 84. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Yeah, that's a poor shot. That's a very poor shot. That's reminiscent of the shot that got him out yesterday. Please don't do this to me. I'm writing you for my yarn tomorrow. My yarn tomorrow's got to be Jaiswal. Otherwise, it's just a miserable state of this game if you're an Australian. And he's a great story to tell. I mean, it's such a rich history, isn't it, that he has. It's such an extraordinary story. I think by now we all know about him as a boy coming into Mumbai to make his own. It's a hard-earned place in the side that he has. He really put in the miles for it, and I was talking to an Indian friend at the back of the box there the other just before, saying there's a real lack of depth in your cricket in Australia. You are turning to players in hope. India's not doing that, do they? They have a very strong supply of young cricketers ready to go.
It's Hazlewood from the Langer end. He's in and bowls to Rahul, who runs the ball to point. There's no run to be had. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon.
I mean, one doesn't want to, reflect. It's unfair, the comparisons and things, but if you look at the options that Australia had for an opener in this series when that place became vacant, they weren't really great, were they? There was nobody banging the table. What luxury to have somebody like this kid.
It was impossible to miss that at the moment Australia was searching for Warner's replacement. India had him as a 22-year-old. And he rolls out on our shores. Second most runs in the calendar year already. 42 unbeaten in Perth. Rahul tucks the ball around the corner from Hazlewood. He'll pick up a single to square leg. None for 85.
Atmosphere's been good again today, Gerard. Has the crowd passed 30,000?
The last count was high 28s, and it'll be touch and go, I reckon, as to whether there's 30 here or not. They did, as soon as the sun was beating down on the lower decks, they split and went up the top, so it's not as concentrated a crowd as it was yesterday, but a bit harder to judge.
When I was a kid, as soon as that sun came out, everyone just took their shirts off and made the most of it, drank more beer.
Yeah, well, the parochial gold shirts headed upstairs, half of them didn't. Very sun smart. Jaiswal's on strike. He, on the back foot, opens the blade to point. No run.
I think Perth can be proud of its attendance.
I think it's
the
a
way
start.
It's conducted this test.
I think it's a start. I wouldn't be super over the top. It's 31,000 is their biggest crowd, but come on, it's a stadium that seats 60. You've been granted the honour of opening the summer. This is a major event against India in preparation for the Ashes. If we came next year to the Friday of the test match and there wasn't 50 plus, you'd be disappointed. So from where it has been, it's a good step, but I wouldn't be handing out the bouquets just yet. Jaiswal's wrapped on the pads. They liked it behind. Hazlewood knew it wasn't out. He didn't turn to ask the question.
Yeah, it's the first. Well, these traditions need time to establish themselves, don't they? Being the first test in the calendar and setting your clock by it. We already know the dates of the Ashes, don't we?
We do, yeah.
So people can lock in on that, can't they? It does take some planning at this time of year to turn up to the cricket.
And we know there will be such a strong English representation as well, both what's here in Perth, but those who will travel at the start of that series. Jaiswal's on the back foot. He wanted to drop and run. Rahul sent him back.
Very athletic-looking cricketer, Jaiswal, isn't he? He's got a neat frame. He's compact, like all good batters are. He's lithe. He's very physical.
So he's second to Joe Root only across the calendar year for runs scored. He's got 4 test matches before the close of the year on these shores. He's got 42 runs to his name. Hazelwood bowls to him, and he's beaten on the outside edge. So they've asked good questions, Hazelwood and Cummins, and challenged Jaiswal twice. They haven't got him just yet. End of 2 after tea. It's none for 85 in the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. None for 85. Jaiswal's 42. Rahul has the strike. He's 35. Pat Cummins is about to begin his 7th over.
If I was at home right now, I think I'd be thinking about making a trip to Liquorland. It'd be 6:30 Saturday.
Cummins is over the wicket. He bowls and Rahul plays straight back to him.
I get the feeling we're living in India's century, Gerard Wheately. I was in an Indian restaurant last night. You've got to go to an Indian restaurant when Indians are in town. But fantastic scene at one point. I looked up and two young Indian men walked in, and the entire restaurant broke into applause. It was great. It was Kumar Reddy and Harshit Raina coming in after a hard day's work, walking through their fans.
Cummins to Rahul, who's on the back foot, dropping to leg. I enjoyed Bharat's story of seeing them on the e-scooters and Nando's as an attraction, because this is the things they can't do in India. There's a bit of freedom on the streets when they come to Australia.
I mean, you would even think that the applause was an intrusion, but it's just lovely for them. They weren't molested. They weren't bothered. Nobody came to their table. They just went up the back of the restaurant. There were a few other players over in the corner that I couldn't see.
Yep.
They cannot do that at home. I mean, these guys get pressed for autographs when they eat in their own kitchen.
A no ball called from the TV box, so none for 86. Cummins tries again. Rahul's for defending.
KL Rahul looked good in the first innings. He's looking good here too. 35 from 74. Got out here early. Didn't make a lot of runs in that tour match that he played, but still, he found his feet a little bit, didn't he? It was time well spent. And probably, better to make small scores there than in the first Test match. And it does take a while to adjust. If you've got the opportunity to arrive early, take it, because it doesn't come very often in modern cricket.
And not guaranteed his place in the team either as he headed into this Test match. Rahul pulls a ball from his hip down to fine leg. And will scamper through for a single, so he's 36. He was in that battle for 6 with Sarfraz and with Jarrell, and then Rowett's not here, so up to open, reprise the old deeds, with no guarantees of going back into that slot at 6, but the way that he has looked in this Test match, he certainly looks part of their first choice lineup.
Well, when the door opened, he was ready to go, wasn't he? He says, I'm here, take me.
Not used in the last tour here and dropped prior to that, so outside of that second Test match that he played, which was his century at the SCG, it's been a hard graft on Australian shores. Jaiswal is on the back foot defending Cummins.
Very comfortable this Indian pair now. more comfortable as it goes on. And I think they're not going to be in any great rush to move this game on. I think we were joking that possibly this game could end today or early tomorrow, but there ain't no rush. Do them slowly. This is sensible test batting.
Twofold is build a big number for this test match, but pump the overs into the legs of the opposition quicks, which we know is part of the modern strategy. Cummins to Jaiswal. Bouncer got away from it. Some good bowling after tea from Cummins and Hazelwood.
Yeah. Hasn't been a boundary, has there, since we've been sitting here?
No, it's a good duel. I think Australia knows precisely, as we all do, watching in, just these early overs before everyone is totally set again. And before the ball is 40 overs old, as India have looked comfortable since about the third or fourth over.
To be as successful in Test cricket as these bowlers have, you don't get frustrated in situations like this. You believe in yourself. You just attend to your work. And Pat Cummins is an expert at that.
Head pushed back at backwards square. It was outside the off stump and left alone by Jaiswal. So a single and a no ball in the over. India none for 87. The lead is 133 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Jimbo, could really use your Hilux right now. Took my ute off-roading and I managed to get it wedged between a rock and a hard place, which is another rock. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. None for 87. Jaiswal 42, Rahul 36. The ground staff doing its work down on the popping crease, banging away after Josh Hazelwood asked them to. Crowd update. This will be the second day in a row we've broken the all-time record for a day of Test cricket in Perth. 31,807. KL Rahul's on 36. Hazelwood begins the new over. Rahul defends the ball to mid-off.
It's a great experience, the Perth Test match. I mean, I do miss the WACA because I'm a terrible romantic and was brought up watching cricket there and love a real cricket ground, not a stadium. But this is, as far as stadiums go, I love the precinct ground here is fantastic. You know, the grounds, they've done a great job with sort of creating entertainment and all that sort of stuff around the grounds. There's a nice little pub over there where you can have a drink after play. On the river. It's a very, very nice spot, Perth, if you see it.
Hazelwood hits the crease. Yeah, the old golf course around here.
Is there a golf course on the... Yeah.
So it's a peculiar spot because it's quite isolated from the rest of Perth.
Yeah, it's cut off by the river, isn't it? It's one river.
Once you're in the precinct, it's gorgeous.
It's only a short walk across the bridge to the Trots and to the old WACA ground. Have you been over to visit the WACA since they've redeveloped it?
I don't reckon I have. I suspect the last time I was there was the last Test match that was played there. Hazelwood hammers in, Rahul covers his stumps, box to the offside.
You get to go to the WACA much, Gerard?
So my nostalgia is from watching on television, and the terror that it wrought on batsmen. But by the time I started to do Test matches there, it was just a shadow of its former self. It might have been my first Test match or an early one, the Test against New Zealand, which in a parallel universe is still going. That was one of the most god-awful sporting events I've ever seen, let alone had to be part of. Hazelwood bowls and Rahul defends. So that's where Mitch Johnson decides during the Test match that I can't be a fast bowler anymore. This is absurd.
They were grim days. And if I were to be honest, it had let itself go a bit, and there was no hope to redeem it. It was beyond repair. It was a little bit like that.
The old idea that it was frontier cricket at the WACA, and anything could happen. Players could disappear down the cracks in the pitch, and you'd get done by a grubber and you get terrorised. You could even get assaulted by the crowd there. It was to be feared and marvelled at all at once, but it wasn't that by the end. It was let alone by Rahul.
My memories of it are almost monochromatic. You know, the players were silhouettes, and it was hot, and it would bounce, and there was fantastic stories about the nets where the bounce was so high, the balls would sometimes disappear over the fence. That in the crack. The Fremantle dock, you see? Where's it gone, Gerard?
Yeah.
I should have kept the wall open there.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. Nothing given away here. A maiden on the build. And Rahul will let him have it as he leaves a ball tight to the off stump. None for 87 after 30 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test crickets for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Australia and India doing battle. India none for 87. So India won the toss, batted first 150. Australia 104 in reply. They had trailed overnight by 83. They reduced that deficit to 46, largely due to the 25-run stand of Stark and Hazelwood at the end. And having been bowling since after lunch, have made no inroads on the Indian batting. The lead is 133 as Pat Cummins leaves from below us at the members' end. Jaiswal is on 42. He's forward defending. Oh, we've got a... I shouldn't interrupt the whacker memories for too long, but we have a bit of accounting to do here. Is we had a little wager that where I owe you the craft beers is I didn't think Marnus would be allowed to bowl seam up. And the fact that it happened before the end of day 2 of the series, you could have taken me for 10 times what you've taken me for. Which sort of gave an insight into how desperate and futile it had all become so quickly. But apparently, Marnus and Joel Fletcher, one of our SEN Sydney hosts, had a side wager on air where Fletch bet Marnus that he couldn't bowl 135. Cummins bowls, Jaiswal leaves. And Marnus did straight out of the gates. So I'm told from our Sydney listeners that Fletch owes Marnus an Ethereum coin. Are you a crypto player?
Me?
You strike me as a crypto guy. An Ethereum coin is worth $5,279.40 right now.
Oh gosh!
A couple of weeks ago, not even nearly that. But there's a look at the boom in the crypto market in the last month. Makes no sense whatsoever. Cummins bowls and a short delivery, which Jaiswal goes down underneath.
Look, I think they think they're a chance of getting him in that sort of gully 3rd to 4th slip region. I think I saw Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins talking between overs there. And if you look at the first 2 slips in a usual position, that the 3rd slip's probably 3.5.
Yep.
A little bit wider, not so wide that there's a big gap there. Looking to sort of get it up off the shoulder of his bat a little bit.
Jaiswal 42, faces up, ball coming right at him, rises to the challenge, drops it down at his toes.
So probably the one they're hoping that he won't get on top of, but he got on top of that one easily.
Lots of memories of the whacker coming through. 0433 98 11 16, and that sense from a lot of us that it was TV and terror. What was peak whacker?
And the West Indies were there.
The Ambrose.
Yeah. That was terrifying, wasn't it? Yeah, that was peak whacker. Dennis Lilly, of course.
Cummins into the crease, bowls, driven by Jaiswal down the line of the offside. It sets the chase towards the side screen. Marsh will get there. They'll take 2. Rahul just sent Jaiswal back. He was turning for 3. 44 for Jaiswal.
Sorry, Lush Grass pulls that one up, doesn't it? But I think I would have been introduced to the whacker. I think that my earliest memory is Dennis Lloyd taking 8 for 28, something like that, in that Rest of the World series, which was, I would have been pretty young then.
The Terry Alderman assault. Adam Gilchrist plonking balls onto the roof.
Oh, of course. Yes, I was there for that one. I recall that one. I owe somebody an apology over that. I've just realised, actually.
Okay.
Tell you the story.
Cummins to round out. Here's over. Jaiswal's on the back foot defending. 2 from it. None for 89 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Pete Wacker, 0433 98 11 16. John has text through. Crypto is up because Trump is back in. Say that on radio. Oh, John, you'll have to do better than that for me not to say it on radio. 0433 98 11 16.
Wash your mouth out with
John. You got to try a bit harder than that.
Yeah.
When do you reckon you might have gone to the Wacker for the first time? What vintage are we talking?
Test me up, but I'll take you back to that Adam Gilchrist innings in the 06-07 Ashes. He got rolled for nothing in the first inning. He played a terrible shot, and maybe Monty got him actually. I'm trying to find the scores here now. Maybe you can help me, Tom. No.
Nathan Lyons coming back into the attack from the far ends. Rahul has the strike for the first ball of the over. There's a slip and a short leg in place. He's defended the leg side, no run.
There it is, yes. He got out for a duck in the first innings in Perth there.
Come on, Nathan. Come on, lads.
Court Bell bowled Monty Panesar for a duck. It was a stinker. And that night, it's hard to tell the story when the spinner's on, isn't it, Gerard? You think I know that by now?
Rahul defence.
That night we were having a drink with the editor of Wisdom, a chap called John Stern. And I was a brash young fella, younger fella. And he said, Gilchrist is done. Gilchrist is done. I said, mate, you're a joke. Every single person in Australia knows that Adam Gilchrist is about one shot away from something extraordinary.
Rahul leans a long way forward to block.
Just needs it to click and it'll come back. Adam Gilchrist is not done. It's not over. And of course, the next day, Adam Gilchrist goes out. He makes that brilliant 100. John Stern's sitting around behind me. I kind of turned around and blew a raspberry at him, and I think I even gave him a bit of a mention in my column, which was pretty cruel.
Line bowls, Rahul blocks.
And boy, it was a spectacular innings to watch. Him putting Monty Panesar up into the breeze, and the ball was dropping down onto the Barmy Army. Almost needed the UN's protection that day. Anyway, I heard an interview with Adam Gilchrist last week where he said that after that first innings,
Rahul back on his stumps, knocks the ball away to third and pinches a run, in doing so none for 90.
Gilchrist said that after he'd been rolled by Panesar in the first innings for a duck, he went home to his wife and said, that's it, I'm done, I'm quitting Test cricket, I've had enough, I'm going to retire. And his wife called him a sook and told him to just get out there and play some cricket and get on with it. So John Stern, you were right, I was wrong. The apology is about 20 years in coming. But boy, oh boy, that was a fun innings.
Jaiswal drives line, but he can't get it off the square. The single was there to long on, but line thwarts that. None for 90 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? Check out Hunter's Wireless Valve Link System, available at Nutrien Water. These products are cost effective by being easy to install, no digging, boring or ploughing. And the Wireless Valve Link allows you to add valves over 650 metres line of sight, including across footpaths or driveways, without installing new valve wiring, allowing for seamless expansion of your system and isolating valves in the event of storms or surge events. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au/WVL.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. India's lead is 136. Jaiswal 44. Rahul is 37. Pat Cummins 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. He's got a good spell going after tea, striving for this breakthrough to reinvigorate Australia's efforts in this Test match. He's got 2 in the floating slip, so 3 in the cordon. Bowls, Rahul nibbles the ball to the third of those. So Andrew, never seen a Wacker crowd as fired up as the day Jeff Lawson has his jaw broken and Merv got Greenwich first ball for his hat-trick. Funniest moment was old school Wacker where Max Walker ran in from fine leg to try to catch Graham Wood and fell over his own feet, and the razz he got from the bar as he ran back to the boundary to pick the ball up. Brad Hodges double century. I was there at the Wacker. A bit further back from Andy from the Central Coast. Rahul is back and cutting the ball straight to point, no run. What about Doug Walters hitting the last ball for 6th century in a session versus England in 1974?
Oh, good call. Great moment in Australian history there.
Check out Aidan Blizzard's 6 for Tassie in a one-day game on YouTube for a great Wacker moment. .04 33 98 11 16.
And after play, you'd go across to the Trots on a Saturday night, and there'd always be a massive fight. Both sports were on at the Trots. There was horse racing and fighting.
2 in the deep on the leg side and a deep backward point. Cummins around the wicket, bowls, and Rahul defends from the off stump. There's cricket at the Wacker tonight. There's a WBBL game. We're giving away free tickets at the tea break on the screen, if you're so inclined. I would have liked to have ducked across to the railway today. Where are we? It's on
the railway?
Yes, it's the big horse race here. Probably the best that they have, which is either just run or soon to run. Not yet. Rahul leaves outside the off stump. So when do you reckon your first Wacker trip might have been?
So long ago, I don't remember. Sometime in the 90s.
Yep. I feel like this stadium needs one great cricket game just to start. It's had 4 tests which have all been fine. Rahul pulls across the line out into the deep. He got it to the turf safely enough, and Mitch Marsh pick it up immediately. He moves out to his right. A single taken, none for 91. So
could be this one, Gerard. It could be this one.
It absolutely could be.
Twists and turns could happen. It's very early in its career, this ground.
Just the stroke of luck to get something lasting that you can build. So you talk about everything takes a little while to build. The notion of the West Test, second summer that they've opened, they're locked in for 3, the Ashes next year. If they could get a thriller here, just to give it some heritage and history. It's at the moment it's got, maybe the best BBL atmosphere in the country, and it's footy. That's what this ground is known for, not yet for Test cricket. Jaiswal clips the ball, angling it at the stumps. He's played that ever so well. Down through mid-on. Stark gets there to overhaul. And 2 more to the youngster. He moves to 46. That is the end of the over. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Adam Collins is coming in next. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life reads none for 93.
Dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled? Your adventure awaits with Maverick Campers and Caravans' wide range of off-road caravans that are tough tested for all kinds of wickets. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
9 runs added in half an hour since tea, so I think you put it best, Pete. They're going to do them slowly here. At least they're going to try. KL Rahul 38. Jaiswal's 46. Nathan Lyon to continue from the Justin Langer end. And I'm going to tangle here with my cord. I think I get used to this by now.
You got your microphone cord strapped around your neck. Careful you don't...
We're getting there. 31,000 in, by the way. Lyon bowls here over the wicket, slipping a short leg. KL Rahul knocks it on the head. I like talking whacker memories.
You do, yeah. What's your favourite whacker memory?
My first one is the ball before Merv Hughes' hat-trick.
Come on, guys,
It's usually a good quiz question. It's what happened the ball before Merv Hughes completed his hat-trick in 1989 here at the Wacker. Across the road at the Wacker. Line bowls here and going back and carving away. Nice shot from KL Rahul. The deep backward point. Mitch Marsh cuts it off, gets one. I did this the other day. I described it as the Wacker in a video. 94 without loss, India. The ball before Merv Hughes completed his hat-trick. Curtly Ambrose broke Jeff Lawson's jaw.
Oh, it was that test, wasn't it?
That closed the Australian innings when Lawson was retired hurt. So it was I guess I was
terrible.
Not yet 4.5-year-old watching the coverage from Perth, and that's a visceral memory early on. Line bowling for Jaiswal, 4 out, and he drives down to one of them. At long off, easy as you like, to 47 he goes, none for 95.
Brought out the worst in journalists. There were 3 great fights in the press box at the Wacker. We used to get very ill-tempered in the old days. There was a classic between Martin Blake and Malcolm Conn.
Punch on.
Hey?
Punch on.
Well, as close to a punch on as you'll see. Blakey's collared him and dragged him over the desk in a heated argument over Joe the cameraman and Shane Warne. In fact, at a recent dinner, we got them to reenact it and retell the entire event.
Line bowling with mid-off up to KL Rahul. Reverse sweep for the first time. The backward point for 1. That's the modern game right there. Up to 40. Number 96. Hello, Flem as well.
Hello, Pete. I want to hear more of that.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight, yeah. Blakey was very much a Warney man. And, of course, Blakey bought the story that it wasn't Warney who said can't bowl, can't throw.
And I'm assuming Connie was the other way.
Connie announced, as Connie does, Malcolm with a big voice.
Line delivers round the wicket. Jaiswal plays off his front pad, round his front pad to short fine, but Usman Khawaja's there, no single.
Having there been an official release to say that, in fact, it wasn't Warne, that they'd isolated the camera or whatever it was, and it was Joe, that anyone who believes that is a goose. And Blakey said, well, I believe it. Malcolm said, well, you're a goose. And oh, man, it was like the heavyweight battle of the world.
Line again to Jaiswal, who defends on the front foot, ends the over as well. None for 96, 12 runs since tea. Lead of 142. KL Rahul 40, Jaiswal 47. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
Change of bowler is going to be Josh Hazelwood for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. I've got Pete Lalor and Damien Fleming with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. One of my other favourite Wacker memories was a test match you played in, Flem. In 25 years ago, we referred to the tests that, or the series where you guys won all the tests against Pakistan and India.
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting making 197 here after you were 3 for not many. You bowled them out cheaply. Then Ponting hooking
Pakistan.
everything.
Yeah. He might have been coming off a pair.
Yeah, at Hobart.
Rick.
Yeah.
And Shower bowled very. There's another guy called Wasn't Akram who's pretty quick. And Rick was it 197 or
197,
was it?
Yeah. You don't forget that.
Yeah,
that Ricky Ponting pull and hook shot.
Yeah.
You'd pay to watch it, wouldn't you? In fact, I think Lloyd Marsh used to charge people to come and watch him play it in the academy in Adelaide.
Hazelwood frugal so far, starts a new spell. Straight away out to cover on the bounce, crowd catch. Labuschagne made the most of that with the commando roll, no run.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. My first memory of the Wacker, it might have been Terry Alderman tackling the spectator and doing his shoulder.
Huge moment.
And I reckon, Dennis Silly did his knee in that test match. So the next test match, no Dennis Silly, no Terry Alderman. Right. And Tavare batted really slow.
283, that would be. Hazelwood away from us. Bowls here and leaving alone, pulling inside the line is KL Rahul.
That's probably my first memory, I reckon. Wayne Phillips doesn't like talking about it, but he scored a century on debut against Pakistan. Graham Yallop got 100. Carl Rackerman got 10 for it, I reckon.
I was at an event the other night. Wayne Phillips was talking about that.
Really? Could he recall it?
Yeah, he broke his silence.
He knows as much about his 100 on debut as this bloke knows about his hat-trick on debut, I reckon.
Yeah, but, I mean, plenty of people have got hundreds on debut. Let's be honest, as I always tell him.
Including Jaiswal is batting now. Hazelwood delivers and playing and missing here is...
Diamond doesn't, really.
What about 2000, a year later, when Glenn McGrath, in the first session of the Test match, picked up a hat-trick, including his 300th Test wicket? That weren't bad for a whacker memory.
I don't know, it was more remarkable him taking the hat-trick or Stuart McGill taking a catch in the slips for the middle one. What was McGill doing in the slips?
Which was the 300th, remarkably.
Well, Glenn would know all that.
Yes.
McGill in the slips, really?
Yeah.
Sherwin Campbell, Jimmy Adams, Brian Lara, I think. Here's Hazelwood bowls again. KL Rahul, full face of the bat, out towards cover. Labuschagne gets another touch at cover, no run.
Well, I'm really hoping when we talk next year about great moments at Perth Stadium, Nathan Lyon gets like 6 for quickly and someone makes a dominant 100 to get the Aussies a win.
How about the fact that the Wacker was the place where, after tea, players would make centuries in a session? Because Walters, which has been mentioned, Gilchrist, which has been mentioned as well, but Warner was the third in the set. All of them happened in the final session of play on days just like this. Hazelwood in, delivers here. KL Rahul on the front foot pushing.
It was a great place to score.
Well, it was, because, yes, you could get wickets, but compared to the outfield here, if it wasn't fielded by cover or point, it was full. If it got past mid off a mid, no one's chasing it down. So you went for runs as well.
Well, it was a bit like those Indian outfields back in the day. Nothing like this thing, which is a carpet, isn't it?
Yeah, it just feels like the cut here at Perth Stadium seems halfway between the AFL cut and normal Test cricket cut of grass.
Hazelwood away from us to finish his 8th over. Quickie shingle wanted by KL Rahul, but sent back because Cummins at mid-on scampers over. Hazelwood has none for 8 from 8 doing his job, but no wickets as yet. None for 96, Jaiswal 47, Rahul 40. The lead 142. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Got one in here from Brett saying, does anyone remember when Australia played Zimbabwe at the Wacker and they lost by 1 run after Damien Martin made 144 not out?
No.
I do remember that. Doug Morillia, last over. Before people were scooping, he was scooping for Zimbabwe.
Sorry, I did play that game. That's right. I remember now because of the scoop.
Round the wicket, bowling here, cutting to backward point. Got the card up here. Now
he scooped Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, at the end.
No, I did play that one.
So McGrath bowled the last over, and Doug Morillia, who didn't do much else in international cricket, scooped him twice before it was even a shot.
Yes.
Wild stuff. Funny the things that you remember. Round the wicket, line bowls, field spread for Jaiswal. That's the one that goes on with the arm. He's leaving the wrong ball, and it's just missed the off pole. We'll need a second look here on the pay.com.au replay screen. So out of Lyon's hand, it's the overspinner, and it's gone straight on, and fourth stump would have been tickled, I suspect. Beautifully bowled.
Yep. He's landing him pretty well here, Nathan Lyon.
Lyon delivers, and Jaiswal plays off the front foot, but it skews out to backward point where Hazelwood is fielding. It's a good point made on the text as well, that someone tuning in and it's none for 90. They've been playing cricket all afternoon. What's going on here? Yeah, it's a fair question. How this game has changed so dramatically from the first 4 sessions to the next couple. Smooth sailing, pitch flattening out. Lyon bowls, Jaiswal cuts again to backward point where Hazelwood is busy, no run.
Yeah, he sweats on the cut shot against the quicks. He's a very good old traditional cutter over the top of the ball. Quick hands.
Lovely wrist.
But it could lead, Nathan Lyon won't mind that because he looks like he's trying to create room for the cut shot. And that might be what he's talking to Cummins about now, Nathan Lyon. Just a subtle change in his field.
Hurry him up with one.
2 left in the over. They're staying with the backward point, long off, long on, deep square. Lyon bouncing in round the wicket to Jaiswal, who forces off the back foot and beats Cummins at extra cutter, down to long off for 1. He's 48, none for 97. Relatively slow going, 13 runs since 10. Which allows us to drift and talk about old times in Perth.
Nathan Lyon puts so much time into his field, doesn't he?
Tweaking every ball at the moment. Keeping them thinking. Liner finishes 7th over. KL Rahul defends from the line of the off-stump. Well bowled, fraction quicker. None for 97, lead 143. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life with Jaiswal 48, KL Rahul 40.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Coverage is for Henley Holmes' big sale must end soon. One in here from Andy on the Central Coast. Warney's 99, which should have been a no ball against New Zealand in 2001. Daniel Vittori.
And what about Warney? He could have just... There was plenty of room just to bunt one on the leg side, but that's not the way Shane Warne went. It had to be a 6, didn't it? Bring up the 100 with a 6.
Do you remember Warney's reaction when
big
they
regret.
revealed it was a no ball?
Yeah, they revealed it to him years later, didn't they? Here is Hazelwood bowling over the wicket to Jaiswal, leaving on the angle across him.
He was so annoyed that somebody would actually tell him that. It was such a cruel thing to tell him. Why would you tell me that?
He'd get the chance to make a couple of hundreds at the end of his career for Hampshire.
They're not test hundreds.
Not test hundreds, though, but for a long time it was would he get 100 in professional cricket, and got one up near my place at Southgate, around the corner from my house, actually.
Really?
Over the wicket, Hazelwood bowls here, 2 slips in the gully, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump.
I've never been invited to Shea Collins.
Yes, you have. Gosh, your memory is shocking. Doesn't matter. Current partnership, 97 from 221 balls.
But it was, such an exciting test match, wasn't it? Because of the 3-hour difference, being able to watch it late at night.
Wasn't that a big part of the story, right?
Pardon?
Wasn't that a big part of the story? It was that if you lived on the eastern seaboard, it was the joy of, get home from school and you can kind of watch 2 sessions of cricket.
Prime time viewing.
Part of the reason why they brought in day-night test cricket was the inspiration of Perth. Hazelwood bowls here and deflecting, as he's done pretty well today. Jaiswal out to point. No run, though.
And probably the reason my childhood memories are of those long shadows and the silhouettes and, the setting Perth sun.
And on commentary, there'd be a certain time, Flem, often when you were bowling, I hasten to add, Fremantle Doctor.
Yes.
Fremantle Doctor's in. This will change the way that... Let's get Fleming on now. Let's get Terry Alderman on now. Fremantle Doctor's in.
But that uniqueness, but even, as quick as the whacker pitch was, the practice pitches were 4 yards quicker. So when you first bowl on them and bat on them, it's extreme.
Hazelwood to Jaiswal, beaten outside the line. That's a beautiful delivery across the left-hander. Had to play on that line, hit the seam, deviated away.
Well, that's that story about Dennis really hunting Kim Hughes in the nets, isn't it? And bowling the bouncers to him, and just how terrifying those nets were.
Those ones, compared to anywhere else, would have been scary.
And that's when they were bowling towards the trotting track.
That's where
they switched them around the other way, didn't they?
Well, they're saying I never played when it was angled the other way, the pitch. They reckon once that, they relayed that, it was never as quick from about 1987 afterwards.
Two back for the short ball. Hazelwood bowls on the hip of Jaiswal, and he locates the square of those two men, racing it from deep square leg. Jaiswal 49, none for 98.
And that's where, debatably, the greatest test innings was Roy Fredericks. What, 160 against Lilly, Tomo and co. It was quicker than a run of ball, wasn't
Hooking
it?
all the way.
Yeah.
That was the test where the Andy Roberts...
And Andy Roberts,
the
7 for and took us apart, yeah.
But that was the thing. You could score at the WACA, and you could score very quickly at the WACA. Or you could lose wickets very quickly if things went against you.
David Lloyd was hit on the box and had the... it fell in. Last ball here. Hazelwood bowls and deflecting out to point. It will be no run. Might come back to that. Maybe not. None for 98's the score. Jaiswal 49. Rahul 40. Lead 144 on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
We are in the Liquorland last session. Cheers. Liquorland choose to drink wise. Yes, when David Bumble-Lloyd, our colleague on SEN Test Cricket in England last year, got hit right in the middle of the old boxes that would fly open, and things happened and it snapped back shut and there was a lot of blood. It tells that story.
Yeah.
Sportsman's nights to this day. Lion bowls round the wicket. Jaiswal on 49. Make that a half century. Slapping at the deep point. This guy is a serious deal already. This innings has been class so far. It's been chanceless. It's taken India to a lead of 145. And he's laying the foundation for a career that could be absolutely anything. Jaiswal, a half century in his first test match in Australia. Damien Fleming.
Yeah, backing up after a duck, which is really important here. His strike rate's been steady compared to other batsmen. I think he's going to be able to accelerate from here, which is a real concern for the Australians.
His record this year already up towards 1,200 runs. As a young man, he's been ranked number 2 by the ICC this year. Line bowls over the wicket to KL Rahul, knocking it on the head. He's ahead of his time, Pete.
And another WACA memory to go with this, really. February 1, that test in February in 1992, when a young Sachin Tendulkar came out here and made 100 runs. I thought, gee, who is this kid? How good is he?
We said to Ravi earlier, there's one player that defines each Indian generation, right? Tends to be the way it is. Line bowls and going back is Rahul, riding the bounce line, stops it in his follow-through. Yeah, Sachin's era, which overlaps with Kohli's era. Might it be that we have that link in the chain
Dhoni
here?
in the middle of that.
Quite, but if you're looking at behemoth, Test cricket behemoths, two guys that have done it so well, and then you've got maybe it's Jaiswal's going to overlap with Kohli towards the end of his career, and it might be the next 10 or 15 years where he is the guy who is the hottest property in global cricket.
Yeah.
Does it in all formats. Gets the fastest IPL 50 as well. Lion bowls to Rahul round the wicket, change of angle. Opens the blade, gets it out to backward point for 1. The 100's up for India. The roar for the 100 when Australia got there this morning was when they were 9 down. Well, very different story here. Yet to lose a wicket. A lead of 146. Jaiswal at exactly half of those. And it feels like we're in a part of the game where it could just drift away from Australia. A crucial moment for New Farm. Australia's number 1 on hard-to-kill weeds.
Dhoni?
In that bit of inspiration required from line to Jaiswal, driving down to long off for 1. 101 without loss, lead of 147. I think it's a fair point in terms of the stature that Dhoni has, but of course Dhoni's stories are more about limited overs cricket.
Is he? No.
Pardon?
Dhoni's not among those batters that we're talking about.
I think more like who defined the generation, Dhoni, because of what he winning the T20 World Cup as captain, 50-over World Cup with that helicopter 6 and so on.
Very, very impressive cricketer.
But sort of between the cracks a bit because of the way he was more a white ball player. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, true.
As Line finishes the 38th over. Round the wicket to Rahul, defends it. 3 coming from it, including the half-century to Jaiswal. India getting to 100. None for 101. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. The lead's 147.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Got Tom Morris with us as well with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
Jaiswal's 9th Test half-century. What a great start he's had to his career. And it's his slowest Test half-century. We know he can go pretty fast and whack it if he wants to, but he's been patient today.
His strike rate this year before today was 77. So, again, you got a sense of up the gears, down the gears as required. He's back on strike here to Hazlewood. The most probing of Australia's bowlers on show. Bowls here and he's leaving close enough to the off stump. He's got the 3rd most runs for a player in a calendar year before turning 24. They play 3 test matches before the start of 2024. I wonder whether he might be at the top of that list in a few weeks' time, Jaiswal.
He's already setting records wherever he goes, isn't he? I mentioned before that 712 runs I think he scored in that series against England at home. That was only second only to Sunil Gavaskar, or equal to Sunil Gavaskar for the most runs. I think Sunil's the only other guy to score more than 700 in a home series in India.
Hazlewood up, 2 slips the gully, bouncer here, ducks it. Yeah, it was the 3rd most for an Indian in a series, and the other 2 were both Gavaskar.
Sunil Gavaskar, of course, played, I think, his 2nd Test in Australia at the Wacker in that rest of the world game.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he was talking about it the other night. Said he quickly realised he needed to learn how to get on the back foot. Pushing forward wasn't the right thing to do to Dennis Lilly at the Wacker.
It's one of the quirks that they don't get counted as stats yet, that ICC against the rest of the world game in 2005 does get counted. But there's a reason why they can't uncount it, as Hazlewood gets to the crease and bowls and Jaiswal leaves. It's because Murali took 8 wickets in that game. And if you no longer counted as an official test match, you've got a bit of a problem. It takes him to 792 wickets, not 800 wickets.
Is that what happens?
Yeah. So anyway.
Why can't they reinstate those games, those rest of the world games?
Good question. Yeah. Don't know.
I reckon they were my entree into Test match cricket.
Yeah, right.
I think they're my earliest memories, going with Dad to the MCG.
Oh, the Sobers innings, were you there for that?
No, I wasn't there for the Sobers innings. I went for one thing and one thing alone, was to see Dennis Lilly bowl. That's all I wanted to see. Australia, and unfortunately, Australia batted for the first 2.5 sessions of that day, and I was pretty annoyed about that. But fortunately, they got themselves out, and I got to see the great man running in with the shirt billowing and the long hair and the change.
Hazlewood delivers, and again, Jaiswal leaves. That's closer to the off stump. So Hazlewood's gone from over the wicket to around the wicket in order to keep the stumps in play. It's good bowling. Sorry,
yeah, it's been very good. Very good bowling here, but equally it's very good game awareness by that young Jaiswal. You know, his slowest half-century. It just shows he's got some nous.
So what would you take had you had your time again watching Lilly bowl for a session, or had you gone the next day to watch the Sobers 254?
I was unashamedly an Australian fan, and you know, I guess now I probably should have said the Sobers innings that Bradman called the greatest of all time, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I just wanted to see Dennis bowl, and had such an influence on my life.
Hazlewood round the wicket. Jaiswal leaves again close to that off stump. He's not quite doing it on length, I don't reckon. I reckon that's on line.
Yeah.
Very tidy. Hazlewood is landing it in a shoebox from round the wicket. They have dried things up. 17 runs since tea. The question is, can they exert some scoreboard pressure the other way now?
I was so excited after that. I went home and I wrote a letter to Dennis Lilly asking him for his autograph. I addressed with thumbnail dipped in tar to the Wacker. Dennis Lilly at the Wacker. It found its way to him, and he wrote back. And I think I can recite the letter to you.
We'll pick it up after the break. Last ball of the over here from Hazlewood, and he beats Jaiswal on the same line and the same length. That's what he does so well, working batters over. Deserved a wicket, that. What a great setup. None for 101. Jaiswal stays there, though, on 51. Rahul's 41. Hazelwood throws his head back in dismay. The lead's 147 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
And Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Pete Lalor telling us all about the letter he wrote to Dennis Lillee.
I think I can even remember lying on my stomach in front of the TV in the lounge room, 26 Clark Street, Kennington, Bendigo, writing the letter to Dennis. And the letter that he wrote back was just magnificent. It was written in a sort of black texter type pen, clearly addressed by him because the same handwriting inside. It said, "Dear Peter, please keep up your interest in cricket as it has many rewards in life. I'm only too happy to provide you with my autograph, Dennis Lillee."
Line round the wicket, new over. Rahul knocks it into the onside, patted down by Travis Head at short leg.
Just Dennis Lillee written with, just in normal font. And then the big swirling Dennis Lillee autograph that was almost like his run-up, almost like his delivery. I cherished that letter. I still cherish it. I mean, I can recite it 40 years
Line
later.
bowls, sweeping is Rahul, doesn't get it fine enough to beat Hazelwood at fine leg. Where is it now?
Sorry, I'm getting a bit carried away talking over the cricket there.
Where's the letter?
There was a flood. There was a flood in the shed.
No.
It's there, but it's kind of murky and
Sorry,
it's somewhere at home. Yeah, it's all right. It's in my heart. Should be the answer.
Mid-off's up with line round the wicket to Rahul. He's defending into the offside. Carey, the keeper, runs around and grabs it. Do you have anything like that, like an early autograph or something where you...
We just weren't around to get autographs.
Yeah.
Like they take it for granted now, the kids, and they get selfies and that. I don't know the first famous autograph I would have got, but my first day of cricket was watching Dennis break the record for the most test wickets, so that was golden.
Line around the wicket, down towards mid-off, no run on offer.
When he had 3 for 11 overnight, and he only needed 1 wicket, wasn't it? And you went the next day.
Like Gomes.
And he nicked off Gomes to Greg Chappell, and then he's right in front of you. Like, it was just amazing.
So you were there when they played Waltz and Matilda or something, did they, over the loudspeaker?
I don't know. I remember Dennis was at fine leg and he moved.
Line bowls, going back with it is Rahul. Goes to short leg. Head has a throw at the stumps. He misses. They get through. So by dint of that, it's a misfield. But nevertheless, it was a sharp bit of fielding from Head. Sorry.
And they was chanting Lillee, and then he was so overcome, he come down to third man, and that's where he's in front of me. Because if he'd gone to fine leg, he's 50 metres away. So I remember that, and that was a vivid moment.
I met him.
Good day of first day to go to the cricket.
Yeah.
He walked into the crowd one day when I was at the cricket. I think it was in 1977. I don't remember who was playing, but there'd been bushfires in Victoria, so they were doing some fundraising. They sent the players into the crowds with buckets when their side was batting, and he came into our bay with a bucket, and my dad gave me a brown $1 note to run down and give to Dennis. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant. Dennis Lillee, the childhood idol of so many. Line changing angle, 1 ball over the wicket. Jaiswal, he gets in behind it and pushes it to mid-wicket. There's going to be a change in commentary after the break with Tom Morris in for me. Pete's out as well. Flem's going to stay around. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. It's none for 102. Jaiswal 51, KL Rahul 41.
Financial freedom. What does it actually mean? Paying off your mortgage, extra income, or setting yourself up for retirement? Whatever it means to you, Invest by Metricon can help make it happen by building a brand new rent-ready investment property. So take advantage of the Queensland property boom and start your property portfolio today with Metricon. Search Invest by Metricon or call 1300 Metricon. Build wealth. Build today. QBCC 40992.
India no wicket for 102. This is SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean for Jazz Halal Financial Services. Damien Fleming, change of bowling.
Well, they might as well change it up.
Well, it's not Marnus
Nothing's
Labuschagne.
working. Yeah, no Marnus. Gee, it's getting really desperate, isn't it? I still think there's enough in the pitch if you can get that right areas. But now there's 2 set Indian batsmen. Australia are close to 150 behind. But who's going to be the bowler to go, right, I need to change momentum here? Like Bumrah did late last night. It's still not, it's getting into that area similar to last night, isn't it? The ball's older, but it's as I keep saying, it's well-grassed pitch. There's still movement.
He'll start around the wicket to Rahul with 3 slips in place. And he's driven to cover for no run.
Get one, you get a second. No one's coming in with a lot of confidence.
What do they say? 1 brings 2.
Generally, you put 2 on the scoreboard. So how does 2 for 102 look? Yeah, not bad.
I was interested to read Bharat Sundaresan's piece in The Australian, and he believes in India 1 brings 2 more often than Australia because the crowd is so loud, it creates an atmosphere which puts the batter under more pressure than what they would do in other places around the world. Not scientific, anecdotal. Rahul's on 41. He's facing Stark. It's full again, and it's a carbon copy straight to cover. No run.
Yorker length, isn't it? Just from around the wicket, unless you can get the ball to straighten. He does bowl that wobble seam. It's a tough work to get the outside edge. I think I'd like him to have started over the wicket and just use that angle as the left-hander and then come around. Just saw him and Hazelwood talking. Hazelwood just sort of put his 2 fingers over the other 2 fingers. Time for the wobble seam.
There's a slight delay here as Rahul fixes his grip and then puts his gloves back on.
Which is the trendy ball for the quicks now, isn't it? The wobbled seam. Generally you used to try and swing it or cut it.
Stark around the wicket. It's worked off his hips, Rahul, and he'll get 1 to fine leg. Did the wobble seam exist when you bowled?
Not that I know.
So when did the wobble seam come in?
Well, it's only recent, isn't it? Maybe in the last half a dozen years. Hazelwood and Cummins have been bowling it for a fair few years. I think Stark is more in the last couple of years. Because I remember last tour when they bowled India out for 36, Cummins knocked over Pujara with one that pitched middle and hit the top of off, and I'm going, that's a good ball because he was a nip-backer then. And then the press conference after said he reckons he looked up at the big screen and saw it nipping in. He goes, what happens if I change it around and see what happens? And I actually did direct message him that night. I go, please tell me you didn't just do that, and instead of nipping in, it pitched middle head off. He goes, yeah.
You did?
I go, what? What do you mean? And they were doing these angled seams.
Stark approaches, long limbs, and Jaiswal is defending off the back foot to Nathan Lyon at backward point for no run.
And you think about it, well, particularly if the pitch is grassed, by changing the angle but don't change your action, that's the important thing. It could behave differently, isn't it? Because instead of the angle being towards second slip for your outie, you angle it to fine leg, but you bowl an outswing action. Actually, Terry Alderman used to bowl a similar delivery to that when he used to get LBWs in England, wide outswingers, and he'd angle the ball to fine leg and still bowl with the outswinger's grip. But I found when I angled to fine leg, I still had to bowl the in-swinger.
Jaiswal drives back to Stark, who fields off his own bowling. So how do you bowl the wobble seam then? Can you explain to the listeners who can't see you how you hold the ball for a wobble seam?
Yeah, it's just, as I said, instead you're either angling it towards the slips or fine leg, but the important thing is you're bowling through the centre of the ball.
So your fingers aren't down the seam in a traditional way?
No, your fingers are still, and wrist are straight down the pitch, and you angle the ball either way and you bowl straight. Whereas in my area, we bowl more cutters, so you try and manipulate your fingers to make the either off cut or leg cut.
Good bowlology. Stark. Just short of first slip, might have just carried. It looked like a chance to the naked eye. Khawaja, the fielder, has gone through his legs. They'll get 1. We'll have to see the replay whether it did carry to Usman Khawaja at first slip. He was falling back onto his heels. It is the end of the over. India none for 103.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Homes. Big sale must end soon. Half chance. India no wicket for 104. Khawaja the fielder at first slip. Did it carry?
I think it almost half-volleyed him, didn't it? Or yorked him. I think he would have had to have dived forward, but you could see how it might have been dying on the way down to him.
How does that ball not carry?
A false shot.
Haven't seen many false shots this afternoon from the Indians. Rahul survives. He's on 42. Jaiswal.
Gerard as well. I mean, generally here and at the Gabba, they just carry that extra.
Stark was frustrated. So line is over the wicket. There's a slip in place and a short leg. Jaiswal is defending to the offside. There might be a run out. It's fielded by Steve Smith. The first slip needed to be a direct hit. He pivoted and he threw at the bowler's end. There was panic. And in the end, Rahul survives at the striker's end, and Jaiswal as well.
Well, if you're coaching the under-12s, you'd say that was Rahul's call behind point. But Jaiswal said no pretty early, didn't he? And Rahul just sort of went, no, I'm coming.
Smith picked the ball up. It had to be a direct hit. I think a direct hit was out. In the end, it was about a metre to Nathan Lyon's left. It's defended into the onside from Jaiswal. That's a chance. That's more of a chance than Khawaja's catch.
Yeah, I wonder with the throw too, with Rahul running back, whether Smith thought, well, I might hit him as well.
The throw was well off. Had to be a direct hit.
Had to be right. Yeah, probably a direct hit.
Jaiswal on 52. Rahul at the non-strikers. He survives. He's on 42. The lead is 150 to India. Nathan Lyon bowling his 10th over. He's defended into the offside. 24 overs remaining today on the scoreboard. Not going to get them in.
What an amazing tournament.
So yesterday was 7 for 217. And today we've seen 3 wickets.
17.
Line bowled and it's left outside the off stump.
You're at least budgeting on maybe 12 after 17 on day one, aren't you?
It's quite incredible.
But they're into that happy zone now. The ball's over 40 overs old.
Line to Jaiswal. It's worked to the leg side. Fielded at short fine leg for no run. Inglis at short fine leg, wearing his brimmed hat. Sub fielder. Good fielder for a wicket keeper.
Yes. Yeah, very good.
He's played as a specialist batter for Australia before when Alex Carey's been keeping.
Stephen Smith was indicating something to Nathan Lyon.
Smith's at first slip. Line bowls. It's worked off the back foot to long off for 1. Jaiswal moves to 53. India no wicket for 105.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
The pay.com.au replay screen tells us for sure that if Steve Smith hit, it would have been out at the non-striker's end just a few moments ago. He missed. And the Indian openers survive and their partnership continues. No wicket for 105. Mitchell Stark will continue. There's 2 slips, and a gap at third and a 4th slip. He's bowling to Rahul. He's trying to flick down the leg side, and it's well taken by Alex Carey.
Yeah, back over now, Mitchell Starc. Let's see if we can get that radar. There's 3 slips in place. He was able to get the outside edge in the previous over. You hope the slips will come up a metre, Tom. See if that next opportunity can be caught.
What could Usman Khawaja have done more? I know you said it yorked him.
But no, we'll jump forward.
Is that easy? It's difficult to do.
No, but I'm just... That would have been able to...
What would Mark Waugh have
get
done?
to it? He's normally at second. He probably would have had a go at it.
Starc to Jaiswal, and it's left outside the off stump. He probably dived
you
across.
Just got to back. You got to back that they were in the right positions, and I'm not sure if they have moved up. Because as you said, generally, at the Wacker and these quicker, bouncier pitches at Perth Stadium, they're going to knee roll.
Mitchell Starc said post-game yesterday that he expects the pitch to get quicker today. If anything, it's got flatter. Obviously,
but
3 wickets.
Carey's still a long way away, isn't he? So there's still good pace and carry in this pitch. The batting's been excellent.
Starc, he has no wicket for 27. He's right on the money. It's defended to fourth slip for no run. Jaiswal and KL Rahul. Like they're in very good touch.
Yeah, and Rahul's done a good job as the senior partner too. At times early on when Jaiswal looked a bit indecisive, not picking up the pace and wanted to find the boundary, he'd go down and have a chat to the youngster. So it has really been not only a good batting partnership in regards to runs, but in communication. I think their singles have been good, haven't they? Like, I'm bowling the left-hander, now I'm bowling the right-hander. That's messed with the Australians.
Starc hits him on the pad, but that's going down the leg side. There's half an appeal. It actually was more of an appeal from behind the stumps than Starc. He turned around almost as an afterthought. Alex Carey signals to Starc and Cummins that it's sliding down leg. DRS timer counts down.
There hasn't been a lot of LB shouts, has there?
Like Mitchell Starc knew it was going down leg from the very start. It was more behind the stumps from the slip cord and Steve Smith and the like.
Did move across the crease. No, going down leg.
No DRS. IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13 IMAR today.
So a little bit's happening. He's found the outside edge. He's hit the front pad.
Not enough, though. They need a wicket. Or 2. Or 4, as you said at tee. Starc. He's left. Well, he didn't really leave it outside the off stump. He went to play it and pulled his bat away at the last moment to Jaiswal.
That's exceptional pace and bounce, wasn't it? Yeah, if you're critical, it's just a little bit short. He had the chance just to take the bat out of the way.
So how does Pat Cummins create something? How do the Australians create something now? Late in the day, they've been in the field for a session and a half. The deficit is 151 runs. India batting them out of the game. They need to create one.
As I said, the ball will be getting, the seam will be getting nailed here.
Starc approaches again. Left arm over the wicket, and it's flicked to the leg side. Jaiswal for 1. Just the 1 run off the over. And that will be drinks. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, drinks break. The great Australian brew. India in a very comfortable position. No wicket for 106.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
Charisma Potatoes. The potato with lower GI for lasting energy. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, lower GI, tastier potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Line bowls round the wicket. Jaiswal on 49. Make that a half century. Slapping at the deep point. This guy is a serious deal already. This innings has been class so far. It's been chanceless. It's taken India to a lead of 145. And he's laying the foundation for a career that could be absolutely anything. Jaiswal, a half century in his first test match in Australia.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
India looking very comfortable at the moment. No wicket for 106, a lead of 152. The Glencore scoreboard is grim reading from an Australian perspective. As I welcome Bharat, Sundaresan into the commentary box. This Glencore scoreboard, Advancing Everyday Life, is so heavily in favour of Australia. And this time yesterday, well, maybe not quite this time yesterday, 25 hours ago, it was so heavily in favour of the Aussies. It's incredible.
Beauty of Test cricket.
Yeah.
What a difference a day can make. Not just in terms of how the game has turned and the fluctuations between Australia to India in terms of who is in front and who's dominating the game, but also between bat and ball. This time, yesterday, the fast bowlers were ruling the roost. They were in control. They were dictating terms. Australians had run through India. Jasprit Bumrah was doing the same to the Australians. And now this opening pair have made this pitch more or less look placid. There have been a couple of plays and misses, but Shastri Jaiswal and KL Rahul have been in complete control.
So Mitch Marsh is on to bowl. From the Langer stand end, there's a slip and a fourth slip in place, and it's short outside the off stump, and it's left through to Alex Carey.
And just to look out at the field that Australia have for Shastri Jaiswal tells you where the game stands. There is one slip, Steve Smith slightly wide at first slip, and then right next to him, McSweeney at, what would you call it, a fourth slip maybe? Moving further to his left, and field otherwise is spread out.
Two wickets in the first innings. Mitchell Marsh, 2 for 12 off 5. This is his fourth over of this innings. He bowls outside the off stump, and it's left again through to Carey, who takes it low to his right.
I won't be surprised if Shastri starts playing a few more shots off Mitch Marsh. And that's the thing. He's developed this reputation of being a swashbuckler, which he is. Has hit a lot of sixes this year. He's hit a lot of boundaries. But if you actually break down the different innings of note that he's played through the year, Tom, there have been such a variety. Even in India, on those often ranked turners, he's had to bat time at times. He's had to grind it out as well.
He's got gears. He's facing Mitchell Marsh, and he's just gliding it straight to that man McSweeney at fourth slip for no run. So he can bat however the game demands.
Someone so young.
Skill to have.
No, exactly. At this stage of his career, he's so young still.
Did you know him? Had you seen much of him play before he made his Test debut?
Oh, a lot. I mean,
was he a prodigy? Is what I'm asking.
He was a prodigy. I mean, he was fortunate enough to grow as a journalist in Mumbai while he was growing up in Mumbai. So but he must have moved to Mumbai around 10, 11 years ago. So I started covering Mumbai cricket in 2008.
Marsh over the wicket. It's cut hard. Nathan Lyon's on the boundary at third man, but that's 4. Lyon only had to move about 5 metres to his right. Rahul looks damaging.
Yeah, I mean, that's Yashasvi at his absolute best. He hits it so hard. And just a little bit of width from Mitchell Marsh. And Nathan Lyon didn't even bother trying because there was no way he was going to get there. He was hit very hard by Yashasvi. He's just growing into this innings. I said it looked ominous a couple of hours ago. Now it looks dangerous for Australia.
It's a boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. Marsh again. Jaiswal. And he plays into the offside for no run.
So yeah, so going back to watching Jaiswal bat, we first heard of him when he started making runs at the under 14 level. And I'll be honest, like, for all the runs that he made, it was his backstory that really got him into the papers. This amazing story of this little boy who moved from far away.
He's 58. Jaiswal is facing Marsh. He's looking for a single into the offside. He won't get it. India no wicket for 110.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra. LMCT 12710.
Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. India no wicket for 110. The lead of 156. Jaiswal on 58. KL Rahul, who's a right-hander, will be on strike 42. Mitchell Starc looks as if he'll be going around the wicket as Pat Cummins sets his field. 6-3 field, fairly simple.
Looks like Josh Inglis is on the field there, just in front of square leg. I mean,
Josh Inglis with a brimmed hat. Hasn't earned a baggy green yet. He might be too far away. Baz Starc from around the wicket to Rahul, who drives it through extra cover. He hits it beautifully. It was full from Starc. It's a long chase. Marnus Labuschagne has that responsibility and he dives. He won't be able to stop 3.
He's been a feature of KL Rahul's batting throughout his career, but especially over the last 2 days, the way he's sat back and waited and then just leaning into the drive. Very classy batter, just pushing it to the gap. Slow outfield denying him what should have been a deserved boundary. But yeah, just back on Jaiswal. So obviously we heard about him, and then the massive Mumbai cricket media contingent started following his cricket, started watching him bat, and he was destructive from the time he was 12, 13, 14.
So you knew about him since then. Wow. Starc, Jaiswal off the back foot is just prodding it to backward point for no run.
And there's no better time than now to tell you about how well I got to know Jaiswal's batting, because we were playing a media game against one of the club teams, Police Gymkhana. So there was this young boy, 15-year-old left-hander, and I can see Mitchell Starc running in. I know exactly how he feels, Tom.
You're also left arm.
As a fellow left-arm fast bowler who bowled at sprightly pace, we're playing at the Police Gymkhana, just off Marine Drive with the railway tracks on the other side.
Baz knows how Starc feels. There's no wicket for 31. Starc to Jaiswal, edging very safe to 4th slip where McSweeney fields.
I thought I was bowling reasonably well, off the wrong foot. And then Jaiswal gets on strike. One thing with Yashasvi that's not changed is his pads have always looked bigger than they should on him. And I fancied myself against this left-hander. I wasn't sure it was Yashasvi.
Had you heard of him before this?
I knew who it was, but I wasn't sure that was Yashasvi on strike. Ran in on a hot day. Beautiful delivery, I thought. In-swinger just coming in. He just whipped me and it flew over the railway tracks. That's the day I realized this boy is going to be a big star.
Starc to that boy, and it's driven Straight back to the bowler for no run. For 6.
For 6. Not just for 6, the ball was lost. It flew over square leg, over the railway tracks. I think the ball's still rolling away somewhere. But my takeaway was, must have been a pretty quick ball for him to have hit it that far. So, you take the positive, you always look for the silver lining.
What was your follow-up delivery?
Oh, forget about the follow-up. My follow-through went all the way up to him and said, look, I'll write nice stuff about you. Can you just take a single and get off strike? Which he did. He was always a polite kid.
Good on him. What a gentleman. Jaiswal, that man is on 58. He's facing Stark. He's going to pinch a single to Hazelwood at mid-on.
And here he is.
So how quickly did you bowl at your peak?
Well,
no, come on.
Maybe I shouldn't compare myself with any of the Mitches present today in the Perth Stadium, but that was all right. I thought I was... we didn't have speed guns.
Ish.
I don't know whether it's...
120?
Thankfully, we didn't have speed guns or... Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would have hit 120 off the wrong foot. Look, when I was in rhythm, it came out right. You saw what could happen with no batter at the other end. I knocked out middle stump at the Adelaide Oval 2 weeks ago.
In casual clothes?
Oh, yeah, in sneakers. So, enough about my cricket. Maybe we should go back to Yashasvi.
Well, Rahul is on strike. The field is the same. Just to the right-hander. Stark from around the wicket. Oh. Rahul is on the back foot and defending into the offside. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. India no wicket for 114.
Get on the SEN win page. Here's why.
In 2025, Sport Next Melbourne returns March 12 to 14. Global and domestic leaders tackle the biggest issues, trends and opportunities sport will face in the decades to come. As the largest sport conference in the Asia-Pacific region, you have extra incentive to book now. If you purchase your tickets by Friday, December 20, you could win an ultimate SEN corporate box experience for 2. Sport Next Melbourne 2025.
Enter now. Head to the SEN win page.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Homes big sale must end soon. Thank you to Tom Morris, who's with us for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Adam Collins back with you. Message in here, Baz, on Twitter. You can engage with us on that platform at SEN_cricket from Reece Jenkins, listening from a snowy Lowfell in Gateshead, UK. And he's enjoying it. I'm seeing here, it's snowing an awful lot in the UK.
My God.
Yeah. My family woke up to snow the other day. My 4-year-old Winnie was like, what is going on here? Over the wicket. New over begins, deflecting into the cord. Mitchell Marsh, the bowler, on the angle. Jaiswal keeps it down. Got Simon Katich jumping in as well. At experts for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Bharat, all our listeners.
28 runs since... They make that 30 runs now in, 23 overs since tea. So they're keeping it tight.
Yeah, they have been. They've been really disciplined, been really impressed. Hazelwood set the tone early. Yeah. So did Cummins. I think Stark's been excellent. They've created a few little half chances with that run-out opportunity from Smith, which was a tough one, given he had to sort of throw past KL Rahul. Probably the only one is the Khawaja drop.
Here's Marsh. Slip, gully, bowls, Jaiswal leaves. Yeah, it's one of those test matches, isn't it now, Baz, where owing to the fact that it was low scoring in the first innings, now accelerating, every chance feels doubly important.
Yeah, very much so. And they haven't given too many chances. I think as well as Australia have bowled since the break, these two have shown a lot of patience. I mean, the number of balls that Yashasvi has faced, and I was just talking about it just there, Simon. If you really break down his career, or at least the year that he's had, he's played different kinds of innings, hasn't he? It's not always been thrill a minute.
Deep backward point in for him as well. Cuts out there so well. Marsh to him, leg stump line, tucks it. Gets one to backward square. Easy pickings, none for 115. Jaiswal into the 60s.
And if you just go back to the first home test that India played this year against Bangladesh, I don't remember the name of the Bangladeshi seamer, had run through India's top order. And Yashasvi didn't make 100, but he batted for a long time in very difficult conditions. And he gave India the chance to then come back and post a big score and then eventually go on to win that test match.
Yeah, and that's what's been impressive, because there was a little period, probably, I don't know, 20 minutes or so ago, where Lyon was starting to make him look a little bit flustered. He was starting to cut a few balls that he hadn't. And I think the other part of this is that he's got an experienced partner at the other end in Rahul that just settled him down, got him off strike, and keeps talking to him. And I just think, as you said, Bharat, great point, his game awareness and understanding for such a young player is impressive. to understand that in these conditions at the moment, maybe he can just bat within himself for a bit. There's plenty of time tomorrow.
Marsh to Rahul defending, as he's done so often.
I'm just wondering, Simon, I mean, you came through the grassroots as well, but especially when you come from a city like Mumbai, we had Ravi earlier on, you play the number of matches these kids do. I'm sure it plays a role in hastening your understanding or awareness of game, because you played in so many different kinds of matches.
Correct, and I think that's the best way young players can learn the game, is to get out there and play in match situations, because there's pressure to try and win a game for your team, and you learn so much through that experience.
Marsh up to the crease, bowls to KL Rahul, knocks it on the head, back down the pitch.
Yeah, because in school cricket or junior cricket in Mumbai, there are at least 20 tournaments that you play. So through the week, it's not like here where you only play on Saturdays. You play matches through the week. And some of these kids who, like Shastri have said, notionally have gone to school, never had to really go to a classroom. So a lot anyway. So he would have played, 2 games every day through a week. It's incredible the amount of cricket you play before you reach this level.
That sounds fun. Marsh bowls here. Rahul keeps a fraction low, perhaps, judging by the way he had to thrust the bat down to keep it out. Ends the over. Marsh has bowled 5 of them, none for 22. Lead 161 with India, none for 115. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The One Blade 360 effortlessly trims, edges and shaves any length of hair, easily reaching the most difficult areas with fewer passes. Forget about using multiple steps and tools. One Blade does it all. Visit phillips.com to find your nearest store.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
And Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek some Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, as Mitch Stark prepares to set off again. 161 on the pay.com.au screen. Stark delivers. Jaiswal turns out through square leg. Beautiful shot. He's hit the cover off that. It goes all the way for 6. Blimey. Off the front foot, clipping with panache and with confidence that he was going to get the placement right. This kid's a gem. He's 66, Cap.
Yeah, that was just erring in line. We've seen Mitchell Stark probing outside off stump, but he got that one wrong. And that is an absolute beauty. Clipped all the way down to fine leg, or backward square. Serious timing.
I mean, it's a whip, but it's not hit with any real gusto. It's all timing. A boundary for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tools. 6 takes in the none for 121. He bowls again here, and it keeps a little bit low perhaps as well. Off the seam. He's played over the top of the ball. Jaiswal, hand on hip, teapot style, looking at the bowler. Stark, hands up to his chin, laughing. Let's see the replay. That is missed off stump. No, it's not about the bounce. It's just the degree to which it's held its line. Maybe it is a bit low. Either way, it's missed off stump by, we're talking half a stump.
And just going back to that 6, Mitch, I know exactly how it feels. That's the same shot he played 10 years ago. Good to know that it can happen to a test bowler as well.
Saw it back on the pay.com.au screen. Stark here, 2 slips the gully, bowls here, Jaiswal, front foot, pushing through cover, gets it to Cummins, gets 1. The throw comes in, but Carey tidies up. None for 122, Jaiswal 67, halfway through the over.
Just going back to the delivery that kept a little low. We've seen in the past on this pitch when the sun really bakes down on it, divots forming. I wonder if that's happened, because we've seen 2 balls keep low, haven't we, in the last few overs?
Yeah, you just wonder whether there's a couple of those little runner cracks starting to open up after a hot day here, and I think tomorrow will be the one where we could see some real opening, because if it is 35 as expected, then that's when they start to really show underneath the grass that's covering it.
Yeah, that was the view of Mike Hussey as the TV pitch report of the morning. That he thinks they start going across the pitch tomorrow. Round the wicket, Stark looking for something like this. Goes short, but down the leg side, and Rahul gets the gloves out of the way. Carey does well to his left. Yes, we saw, was it last year? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Pakistan, day 4, where it got really, well, day 3, day 4, it got really lively here, didn't it? And they bowled out Pakistan for 89 in the 4th innings. So reinforcing how important it is that India build this lead, currently 168.
Taking no prisoners at the moment. It's been ruthless this afternoon. I think Australia fought back well in this period after tea in terms of controlling the scoreboard, but they haven't got the inroads, and that's what India is working so hard to preserve.
Stark up to the crease, bowls here. It's left alone by Rahul, wide enough for the off stump.
Because next man in's on a pair. Virat Kohli found it tough yesterday, so they're not taking anything for granted, and that's what you need to do here. You can't just assume, yeah, we're in a good, strong position, because you add 3 or 4 wickets to that scoreboard and all of a sudden the momentum can swing again.
Last ball of the over. I am going to come to Tom Morris for some WBBL scores. I've been promising to do it for about 3 overs. We will do it out of the next break.
The scores aren't going anywhere, Colo.
Thank you, Thomas. Stark to finish. KL Rahul driving square all the way out towards the rope. It'll have the steam to get there too. A check drive out to the rope. Started with a 6 this over, finished with a 4. 11 from it. Our boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Rahul, 1 short of a half century. Jaiswal, 67. It's none for 126 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
In the Liquorland last session, cheers to the cricket. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Tom, WBBL, catch us up.
Melbourne Renegades thrashed the Sydney Thunder by 9 wickets. I'll tell you about the significance of that in a moment.
1 slip in the gully for Marsh, bowling to Jay as well, moving through the gears, works it off his hip, gets 1 to start the over, moves to 68, none for 127.
What it means is the Renegades are now top of the table, and it was set up because of Sophie Molyneux. She took 4 for 23, and then she made 42 of 29 balls. The Renegades chased 134 with 34 balls remaining, just 1 wicket down. And it sets them up because, of course, if you are the first place finisher in the WBBL or the BBL, you go straight through. And that's what they'll be gunning for, albeit it's not completely done yet. There's another WBBL game on tonight. The Scorchers, just across the road, the Scorchers versus the Hobart Hurricanes. There's also a Shield game going on today as well.
We'll come to that as well. Around the grounds. Marsh bowls here. Rahul deflects out deep backward point. And in doing so, collects himself a half century. He was the man who needed to come here at Perth and make the most of his opportunity. Batted nicely yesterday, even better today. None for 128 India. And KL Rahul has brought up a half century that might prove to be so important, not only in the context of this match, but getting himself going in this series, Simon Katich.
Yeah, it's been all class. He looked very good yesterday, and he's made the most of that into today. Started again, looked positive right from the word go. Some beautiful shots. I think the on drive that Ravi Shastri described earlier was the shot of the day. And now he's making it hard for him to be left out.
Marsh, the Jaiswal bowls here. Knocks it on the head, back down the pitch, no run.
Well, I think the other thing that might be driving him too is he knows that Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill come back into this test team given their experience and standing in the team. So he knows that with 2 coming back in, 2 potentially go out, and he doesn't want to be part of that too. So that's always the dynamic that presents when there's players missing through injury like Gill or the birth of your second child like Rohit Sharma.
So while it might be a team in transition, India at the moment, a senior player like KL Rahul not wanting to give it up and trying to get those young blokes back out of the team in Jarrell and Patikal when inevitably Rohit and Gill take their place at Adelaide.
Yep, and he can end up playing the Pujara role.
Marsh up, bowls again. Jaiswal inside edge onto the pad. The Australians are pondering what might have been had it missed the blade, but it didn't.
And KL Rahul's last 5 or 6 years especially, been one of those cricketers that's frustrated Indian cricket fans, and the poor guy is often felt like he's carrying the weight of India on his shoulders. His divided opinions, the low average after having played 53 tests. Has always been used as a rider to question his place in the side. But he's played so many different roles for India, and credit to him. He was built up as a middle order batter leading into this series.
So Marsh bowls, and Jaiswal gets the chance to cut. Never going to miss out. Work to do for Lyon from third man. Collects it at deep backward point, right in front of the rope. In the heat of the sun as well. Jaiswal advances to 70, none for 130.
So credit to him for having taken on this responsibility, or taken it on again. And look how well he's done, Simon.
Oh, he's been superb, and I think he's looked right at home opening the batting. So you wonder whether it begs the question, does Rohit Sharma come back in the team and bat maybe at 3 or in the middle order with his experience? I mean, he started out as a number 6.
Marsh to finish the over. Jaiswal takes it off the hip. Gets another easy single. He's up to 71, none for 131. Doing it with ease with Dynabreeze, industrial strength, heavy-duty fans, and it's all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Our experts are for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. We've got Simon Katich, Sundaresan, and also at the back, Tom Morris.
Cobram Estate, of course. Very good people there at Cobram Estate. Rain has stopped play at Adelaide Oval. That's your hometown, Bharat. What's going on?
I just hope the dogs are indoors. It's not the time for them to be getting wet. Sorry.
So South Australia against WA. WA a 3 for 95. And not out batsmen are Jaden Goodwin, who's 48 not out, and Ashton Turner is 14 not out. Hilton Cartwright made 18, Sam Fanning made 7, and as we discussed, Cameron Bancroft out for a golden duck on the first ball in match.
Important game that. First versus third. Cummins bowls here, round the wicket, slashing his Jaiswal, but this time not making contact. That was more enterprising with his feet splayed when the ball went above his bat. So West Australia, they're second on 20 points and a bit, and South Australia are on 19 points and a bit with the way they manage the points these days. I don't understand entirely, but I do know that if South Australia win there, they'll leapfrog WA.
Oh, for a moment, that would be
going on.
They've already knocked out Victoria. Knocked them down. Sorry, son. I'm just getting a little parochial. It's a big moment.
When did you go for the Shield Cat? Is that a tough question? Here's Cummins, round the wicket, leaving alone. I mean, you played in Shield wins for both states. I was looking through your Shield win
neutral,
the other day.
Yeah, I'm neutral.
At Brisbane in 97, 98, 98, 99. Whichever one it was. The one at the Gabba, which was such a difficult thing to do.
Yeah. 1-2 Shield finals at the Gabba. One for WA and one for New South Wales.
Very good. The one for WA, that team's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Moody captaining, but you, Martin, Langer, Gilchrist, Joe Angel, Brenda Julian.
Yeah, it was against the odds, that one, so that was a big one. And then the one for New South Wales was probably as good because we didn't see the wicket until the morning of the game. And you couldn't tell which one it was on the centre strip.
Cummins delivers and Jaiswal defends. Out to mid-on, no run. Were that the days when Queensland had Bickle, Dawes?
Yeah, it was Dale, Dawes. I don't know. Castle was playing. I don't think Bick might have been away with the one-day team, but there'd been a lot of rain around, and the covers weren't pulled off it until morning of day one, and it was one of the greenest things we've ever played on. But I think we scrounged 270 in the first innings, and that was enough to basically set us up for the win. And we won comfortably.
Cummins needs to find something here in his 10th over. Halfway through it, bowls to Jaiswal, goes short. It's accurate, but he ducks nice and early.
I've been really impressed with the way he's played the short ball there. Shadow practice with a hook. He wanted to hit it all the way into the stands there, but I think he's ducked under it really well. Honestly, he's grown through this innings. What we saw yesterday is he didn't hang around for too long, but even in the 170 odd balls he's faced, Simon, looks like he's gone through phases where he's evolved in front of us.
Cummins away from our members' end, round the wicket, short again. Jaiswal tries to get it over the keeper. It ends up there. It's going to be signalled wides. That'll be 5 runs added to the tally. It was so high that Jaiswal was like, well, if I get anything on it, it's likely to go over the keeper. None for 136, and just in the last 10 minutes or so, the runs have started really flowing. The lead's 182. Australia have to keep the train on the track, Simon.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Pat Cummins because he did everything right. He's trying to go and get it up and test Jaiswal with the bouncer, but that one just trampolined off the wicket. I don't know whether it's maybe hit one of those cracks, but it really took off and jumped. Went over, 2 metres?
Yeah, seeing that on the pay.com.au replay screen, over 2 metres. Cummins again, behind it, defending, out to cover, no run.
What I've loved about it, Bharat, is the fact that regardless of what happened yesterday, just to go out there and block it all out and not assume anything about the wicket or the match situation and just play it for what it is. That's a really tough thing to do for a young player, let alone, well, even an experienced player can find that difficult to do. So, you know, players can get drawn into thinking a lot about what's happened the day before and, you know, being on a pair and all of that, but it just looked like he put that to bed early and had a really clear game plan.
Last ball, Cummins delivers. Jaiswal, leg stump, easy single to mid-wicket. Keeps the strike again. He's occupying a lot of that at the moment down the business end. He's up to 72. None for 137 at the end of the over. Lead of 183. And our final session is for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Charisma Potatoes. The potato with lower GI for lasting energy. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, lower GI, tastier potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
One man who loves to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals is Travis Head. It's a family-owned business since 1934, and it's Travis Head who'll get an opportunity for the first time in the series from the Justin Langer stand end. Baz.
The villain of India. He's spoiled a few parties for Indian cricket fans in the last 18 or so months, so I'm sure there are some Indian fans moving towards the edge of their seats. They just want this over to go through. If Yashasvi chances his arm here, this could be free runs for him.
Ed's got 12 at 32 in Test cricket, including a couple at Lords when Nathan Lyon went down last year. Bowls here. First delivery to Jaiswal. Slaps him in T20 fashion down towards long off. And by that I mean horizontal bat, thumped it into the turf. That single moves him to 73. None for 138.
He's got a knack of picking up wickets, Travis Head. So Pat Cummins has rolled the dice here and felt like he's tried pretty much every other option. And Travis Head's the man to try and break this partnership. Maybe with a little lapse in concentration late in the day here.
4 of the 12 wickets were on a snake pit in Gaul where we were a couple of years ago, so put it into some context. But he does give it a rip. 2 wickets in that World Cup semi-final in consecutive balls that really opened it up for Australia. Could he present a crucial moment for New Farm, Australia's number 1 on hard-to-kill weeds? Head bowls here over the wicket. Rahul lunges forward in defence. So that's what we're looking for. The point of difference to Lyon is that Head's trying to get as much side spin as possible on the ball, even if it risks dropping short, more akin to a wrist spinner.
I mean, if there's any turn on this pitch, he'll get it. He'll find it.
Head bouncing up front on action, bowls to Rahul, back of a length, cuts and beats Khawaja at backward point. They come back for a couple. The throw was in from Hazelwood, but there's no risk of a run out in the end. None for 140. Rahul 52. Lead 186. They're really running hot now for Ream. Steady, hot and strong India. The run rate's gone up considerably in the half an hour I've been on. Partnership 140. Could they get the stumps? None down. Imagine that after yesterday. Head, fall back to Rahul, too short. Plays it out to long on with a minimum of fuss. He's 53, none for 141.
Something's happened to this Indian team from the moment Jasprit Bumrah had that new ball in his hand yesterday. It's gone from... They looked defeated already when they were bowled out for 150. From that point on...
Head gets something going around the wicket fully to Jaiswal. He's like, instead of trying to pop you on the moon, I'll just place you down long on for another easy single. 74 for him, leads 189.
But they didn't dwell on it because as soon as they got out there with the ball and the body language in the field, and then Bumrah set the tone early and got the early wickets, that just shifted everything back into their favour once they had Australia, in trouble with the first 3 or 4 wickets for probably less than 20 runs, I think it was.
Last of the over. Head back to Rahul. Allows him to drive through the covers and does so with some ease. Caught it just on the full, I reckon. He'll get 2, he might get 3. He will get 3. Hazelwood tidying up, but they all accept that they're going to turn for that 3rd run. So Rahul's up to 56. He keeps the strike. The first over from Travis Head has 8 runs taken from it. None for 145. The lead up to 191. After the break, it'll be Gerard Wheately in the blazer, taking you through to stumps.
Hi guys, Warren Treadray here. If you're dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled, get your adventure sorted with Maverick Campers and Caravans. Check out their wide range of off-road caravans. Maverick's caravans are tough tested on all terrains and backed by an Australia-wide repair network for peace of mind wherever your adventure takes you. Plus, discover your SEN secret deal. Visit their website and find the footy. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek a Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India none for 145. The lead is 191. And business has really picked up. The first 17 overs of this session netted only 20 runs. But since then, we're up to 39 runs in 7 overs. So the value of occupation and then being able to take toll, winning the right to attack. Rahul's on 56. He runs the ball to point, calls off any thought of the cheeky single. Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
What a stranglehold India have over the test match at the moment.
They certainly do. You look at the body language of the Australians. They fought hard the first part of this session, but it's been hard work for them, and they're just getting no opening. And Pat Cummins has decided he's got to be the man to do that late here today. He's been uncharacteristically quiet this test match.
Yes. It's almost as if the lack of bowling, which might have had him physically fresh, hasn't had him conditioned for what's been in front of us. Australia has tried everything. There was some excellent bowling for 90 minutes, but they are wilting now. It has been sort of 28-degree heat for a long time. Rahul on strike, drives, knocked down by Labuschagne, and he's hurt his finger in doing that at cover. He's crumpled. Australia can ill afford any injury to go with all of this. The crucial moments for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds.
Some serious footwork there from KL Rahul. Over pitch from Cummins, but he is seeing the ball beautifully and moving beautifully. Lovely stride into the ball. He just wants to get it, Pat Cummins. Not easy to get that far forward on the front foot to him.
3 in the cordon. Cummins is over the wickets. Rahul clips safely in the air. Out to square. The field is set deep. Single taken. The direct hit from the outfield doesn't cost anything as it ricochets away to Labuschagne at cover. Travis Head from the deep. I'll just give you the figures. So Stark 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 45. He's going at 3.5 and over. Hazelwood 10 overs, 5 maidens, none for 9. So he's not even going at 1 and over. Pat Cummins 10.3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35, going at 3.3. Marsh 6 overs, none for 27, 4.5. Lyon 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16, 1.6. Labuschagne 1 over for 1 run. Head 1 over for 8 runs. Cummins around the wicket bowling to Jaiswal. Plays with a straight bat, strokes it to mid-on, no run. A test match that saw 17 wickets on day 1, 2 in the first half hour today, and 1 in the 6 hours that's followed. The vagaries of it all. Cummins shining the Kookaburra as he reaches the top of his mark under our position in the members' stands. Jaiswal upright in his stance. Edges short and through the cordon, down to the boundary for 4. And that will add to the frustration of the moment. Smith diving to his left, McSweeney diving to his right. The ball pitches and runs through them and all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, it was beautifully bowled from Pat Cummins, but equally quite well played from Jaiswal. He squared up a little bit, but safely went between the gap of the diving gully fielder and second slip where Steve Smith is. Just another sign that this wicket might be starting to open up a little bit, because that ball died a little bit off the surface. So
the boundaries for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tools. The 150 up in the 51st over. Cummins with one more to come, and Jaiswal clips him off his pads wide of Stark and pinches the single at mid-on. Jaiswal is 79. The lead is 197 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
For a zero alcohol beer that tastes like beer, it's a simple yeah, nah. Yeah to great tasting beer and nah to the hangover and not making a deal of yourself. Play on this summer with yeah, nah. Available in Coles and Coles online supermarkets.
Yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
India none for 151. Jaiswal might just be battling the early stages of cramp as he's called for the medical staff to join him in the middle. Joining us in the broadcast box, Damien Fleming for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Flem, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm not cramping. I'm ready to go. How they get a wicket, I reckon there is a little bit what you're saying there, Simon Katich. The ball not carrying through. Like Mitchell Stark had a couple as well. So that's worrying, batting in a 4th inning.
I feel like we've seen the best of the pitch.
We're going to get a lot of LBs
right through the middle of this day, but she might have some demons to come.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Jaiswal's 79, so maybe just feeling the effects of the innings at the moment. They're working on his right forearm and elbow.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Like it's warm but not extremely hot.
It's been there for a long time. There's a bit of frustration coming through on the text machine. You won't be at all shocked to know. 0433 98 11 16. It's probably best encapsulated in this one, which starts Wheately, which feels just a bit rough. None of this is my fault.
No.
Has there ever been 11 changes in a test side? The National Selection Committee is a bit fed up with this performance.
That's not George Bailey, is it? If it is, that's trouble.
Yeah. We were actually talking before about selections as recrimination, and the last time that happened in Australian cricket was Hobart.
Yeah, that's right.
The national batting crisis inflicted by South Africa, and there were proper recriminations after that. Not really for the long-term good, but just as a reaction to an unacceptable performance. It's very rare, and we haven't seen it since. Jaiswal has sent the medical staff on their way, loosened up, fighting off the cramp. The final crowd has been posted at 32,368, so breaking yesterday's record.
Well done, well done.
So it's on its way, the West Test, opening the summer, 31,000, 32,000.
Plenty of cricket to watch tomorrow
Sunday,
too.
and then set up for the Ashes next year. Jaiswal faces the line, clips the ball past head at short leg. It rolls to the square leg umpire, and they'll take a single. All of our stats are for Jung Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems.
Well, talk about recriminations. Yes, the Australian batsman didn't have a great time of it yesterday and into early today, but they only have to look at the way the youngster from India has gone about his second innings, where he entered the fray not having scored a run in this country under big pressure on a pair, and look at the way he's responded. He's now moved to 80, and he's done it. Yes, he's had the drop catch, but that aside, it's been an imperious knock, and he's had true faith in his own ability, and he's had a clear game plan to each and every one of the bowlers he's faced.
It was a very nervous first 20 minutes.
But he rode it out.
He was really struggling with the pace and bounce.
Rahul faces line, and he plays to the opening at cover.
field spread their singles wherever India wants them, none for 153.
And I thought Rahul was very good at the other end, settling him. But, you know, there was a bit of me going, I don't know if he's going to have a solution to this. And his solution, you know, not coming hard at the ball, was to go back, and he started to punch off the back foot, give himself more time, got a couple of cuts, and then all of a sudden when he went forward, he was fine.
Jaiswal leans a long way forward to defend.
So he's problem solved in game, which is very impressive. And then, yeah, I mean, the counter-attacking has been excellent. I thought their rotation of strike, which Australia didn't do, it's just annoying, a right-hander, and then next ball it's a left-hander.
And to Jaiswal, dances down the pitch, goes long and strong, and over the head of Martis in the deep, and 25 rows back. Behold the awesome force that is Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Mate, that was just... That had 10,000 frequent flyer points, I reckon. That went that far and that high. And no one reacted, did they? Like, who's at long on? Yeah, they didn't even... Yeah, they just... There was no reaction, was it? That was just going miles over his head. What a beautiful strike of the ball.
Pickle juice must have been the spinach. Swallow that down.
I think it does help you play spin.
Miles. On the follow-up, Jaiswal flashes the ball out to deep cover with the horizontal bat all the way across the turf and goes to 87.
Yeah, he's got the weapons, this young boy. Just came down, made sure he didn't get to the pitch of it because he wanted to get elevation. Timed his run perfectly and absolutely put that one down the fairway, didn't he? Up and under.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a slice. That was a big draw.
As good as you'd see. Line to Rahul, who blocks the last ball of the over. So 9 from the over, none for 160. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
This is how US investing feels on stake. It's just fluid. You can tap into the world's biggest market on a platform that makes everything easier. Wall Street is effortless on stake. Get started on hellostake.com. Onwards. This is not financial advice.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Jaiswal's 87 and he has 23 minutes. So if he doesn't go out, he'll be 100 by stumps. And he is a six-hitter. We'd spoken about that. The most sixes this year. He's struck 34 of them in his 12 matches, and the next best is 19.
So we're going to the old Lord's tactic. You know, Martis had a go at it, but the Quicks haven't really had a go at it.
Not sustained. They've done it for like maybe a couple of balls, but they haven't sustained
I think it would have been worth a go earlier. I don't like it. It's your last attempt, but we saw at Lord's. It worked with our bowling, and it worked against our batting as well.
Damien Fleming and Simon Katich for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. So mimicking some sort of bodyline field here. They're deep on the leg side. It's a short ball attack. It's pitched up on the off stump and run away to point for a single. So the fine leg, the deep backward square, the deep mid-wicket, mid-on up, the fly slip, the deep point. They'll all move around now with the rotation to strike. And your point, Flem, is that drives you even madder. Because if you set up for that, you need a sustained run at it.
Yep.
Tip and run.
Attempt to.
There you go. You're not doing
it wasn't
that.
Quick enough, wasn't short enough. So they're trying it late in the day. But it is sort of when you've got no other options. But been critical of it in the past, and it's ended up getting wickets. It's also with quite an old ball as well.
It's India's highest opening stand on Australian soil, and it's second all-time in terms of any partnership at 161. 193 is the historic marker. Rahul's on 58. He faces up. That was uncomfortable. In at the chest. Played it down in front of short leg.
It was the first 100 run opening partnership in Australia since Sehwag and Chopra put on 100 at the SCG in early 2004 in Steve Waugh's last test. And in that test, India batted first, and they were still batting on the morning of day 3 and made 711. So we know what happens with a strong opening partnership.
I'm assuming we didn't win it outright.
We fell about 90 short.
Cummins bowls, digs it in, Rahul sparred and then stayed out of it. So he got into position and he moved the bat, but he was always underneath the line. These are critical moments now for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill leads.
Let's get 2. And get that wicket and then just knock over the new batsman. I mean, this tactic, at least it's forcing him to think a bit about it. You know, am I going to take it on? Am I going to ride it? So it is posing some questions, but we need pace, bounce and accuracy.
Just might shut the scoring down because it had really accelerated. Rahul tucks off his pads. It'll go for 4-8 fancy past the dive of Carey. And despite the fact that Lyon is set very fine, he couldn't get across to it. 4 leg byes. The lead at 211. So I mentioned it had been 20 off 17 overs. Australia put their absolute best at India. But since then, we are up to 58 from 9.4.
Oh, jeez.
I love learning my lessons from Kat. You win the right to score like this.
And what, they're going to get another 20 overs at least with this old ball. You know, tomorrow morning, you're not coming with a new ball to try and knock them over.
Cummins from around the wicket, digs it in. Rahul rides the bounce and plays it out to deep point. Takes the single.
That's handy as well, Kat, isn't it?
Well, not only that, it's also they know that young Padikal's on a pair, and so they've got to win this next 19 minutes to make it easier for him tomorrow. So if he starts his innings tomorrow in the sunlight, 35 degrees, it helps him out.
Yeah.
And it's all part of team play where, you know, you could see in situations like this, guys can get complacent and think, oh, I've done my job, I've got my 80 or 50 or whatever. But they look like they're trying to dig in and make sure they get through to stumps here and get the job fully done today, completely put Australia under pressure tomorrow.
Cummins to Jaiswal, end of the over, bouncer got down underneath it. Cummins thought it might have brushed the periscope on the way through, but he'll have no joy on that front. That is the end of the over. None for 166, the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Jaiswal's on 88.
Acquired Financial Services knows that bringing your dreams to reality is about more than numbers. Their brokerage will fund any type of asset with tailored options to suit you. It's fast and easy without the stress. Visit acquiredfinance.com today.
Dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled? Your adventure awaits with Maverick Campers and Caravans' wide range of off-road caravans that are tough tested for all kinds of wickets. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
The pay.com.au replay screen reliving the towering 6 Jaiswal hit from the previous line over. India has added 60 in the past 10 overs now. None for 166. The lead is 212. Line is operating from the Langer end. 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. Australia desperate for a moment of celebration. Line over the wicket, starts his over, covers up, plays past the dive of Lyon and gets the single to long on. So no chance to build any sort of pressure there. Australia has not taken a wicket. They've bowled since the change of innings at lunch. So no celebration for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
Jeez, it's going to be tough if they don't pick up a wicket tonight, isn't it? Plenty of chat. What are we going to do in that first hour tomorrow? You know, what are we going to show?
They paid the price for being flat at the start of the innings.
Yep.
Like we spoke about it a couple of hours ago. I know Greg Blewett mentioned on TV, and he was all over it. The body language of the fielding unit was just flat, and it was in complete opposite to India yesterday in exactly the same position, given they got bowled out for 150.
2 covers in the infield. Jaiswal blocks the spin of Lyon.
But it's all attitude, because it's just about going out there. It's free. You've got energy, you give it. And if you don't, this is what happens.
Which contradicts the Australian chat coming in. Everyone feels fresh. That's the word they used a lot.
They haven't been.
Line around the wicket. Jaiswal stays home and he clips the ball down to the long on. He sent one right over the head of Marnus. This one just trickles to him for a single. Jaiswal moves to 89. He is going to be the player of the day for Bingley. Better living every day. He's going to give himself a good look at the player of the match with his performance too.
If you're fresh, Flem, you know you give everything you've got for the day, and you walk off, and if it hasn't worked, it hasn't worked, but you give everything you've got, and then you go again the next day. Freshen up overnight, and you go again. And that's part of playing Test cricket. It's hard work. But you've got to front up day in, day out. You can't just expect it to happen. And I think early on they probably just thought, oh, yeah, the wicket will do a bit for us and we'll get some wickets, and it didn't happen.
And Rahul covers his stumps, strokes the ball out to deep mid-wicket. There's just no shutting down the runs now.
But I also think that these two in particular deserve a huge amount of credit, because they have applied themselves so well. At the start of the innings, once they got going, they've been ruthless. And this next 15 minutes, if they finish this off strongly, then they deserve to be well and truly on top in this Test match.
Jaiswal's on 89. Lion bowls around the wicket to him. He's back cutting late. Can't beat the field. Stark was there. 1 metre to the right, and that's all the way to the rope.
Geez, he's got quick hands, hasn't he? He loves playing square of the wicket, the offside.
And whirring away. Jaiswal played the big expansive drive. He misses. Carey whips off the bails. Never lifted the foot. 3 from the over. None for 169. Bundaberg Gingerby.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
India's batting lineup for IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Just the two used so far. Jaiswal's 89. Rahul is 61. Padakal and Kohli. But if a wicket falls, I'm sure they'll go to the night watchman from here. Australia spreads its field for the bumper attack. Cummins is below us at the members' end. I did wonder, I was just about to ask you, how do you think Jaiswal will go about picking off the last of his runs? Or big was the look of things with the last expansive.
I want to see a single. I want to see how he goes against this type of field.
Mr. Rahul under the armpit, got it safely to turf and away from Head, who's under the helmet.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a single. Get Jaiswal on strike and see whether he's young. Does he take it on? Does he back his power? How does he play this short ball attack?
Well, it's a great stage to do it, because he knows he needs 11 more for the century, and he's starting to run out of time. There's 13 minutes left of stumps. So it's starting to become a game of cat and mouse here.
He might just think 3 balls, so I've got that.
Cummins over the wicket. Oh, that's too short down the leg side.
Well, it looked like the last ball he faced off Nathan Lyon, which was thrown wider, was one that he was eyeing off. But just watch Steve Smith. He was clapping like that to Nathan Lyon, because he'd spoken to him the over before about just taking the ball wider.
Yeah, that's what he's
that's really probably the only area they haven't really targeted enough.
No ball has been signalled on the front foot. I am a bit of a believer when teams set up for this, they should narrow the margin on a wide. Is if you're down the leg side and you're way up over near the batsman, so just call it a wide.
Yep.
But the no ball does the trick anyway. To the pitched up delivery, plays it away to deep point. So the television umpire involved for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13 IMAR today, and Fleming gets his wish.
Yep, I just want to see the contest here. The one thing too, bowling this, it does tire you out. So you want to make sure that it works. But the young fella's batted beautifully. Jaiswal, he's got Not too many fielders in front of him to have a look at. There's bat pad, cover, mid-wicket. And everyone else is behind square, basically.
So the crescent goes from deep backward point to fly slip to fine leg to deep backward square to deep square. And man under the helmet. Jaiswal ducks the bouncer from Cummins. It was well directed.
Okay, so he's ducked it. It wasn't actually a searing bouncer. It was one he probably could have kept down.
So Australia's catches around that fielder. Khawaja, Lyon.
Maybe he won't take him onto the leg side, but if he gets any width, he might just free his hands and try and smash it through that offside.
Sharp, Shane and Smith, they're the 5 catches in the deep. Jaiswal faces up to Cummins. And he went the swishing drive. Plays and misses. Cummins left with his hands on his head again.
That was worth it. It didn't quite come off, but, you know, just messing a little bit. Was it going to be another short ball? No, it's a wide play, your cover drive. Tempted him. Unfortunately, didn't lead to the dismissal for the Aussies.
Leads to another little chat from Rahul to Jaiswal.
He's worked really hard. He's been excellent, KL Rahul.
Jaiswal is in a spot of bother again with the right forearm, which I suspect he started to cramp in 10 minutes ago. Had the pickle juice, hit the big 6, which will stand as the player of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise, but is having an effect again late.
Maybe he holds that bat really tight. And he gives it a whack too, doesn't he? Like the bat's plane and the bat speed is sensational.
9 minutes out from start.
Limit those overs left.
What a funny test match it's been. India 150. Australia all out 104.
I can't recall one like that. You know, where both teams score low.
And everything just settles one way or another. The tricks are probably on the horizon. Hot today, really hot tomorrow, top of 34 expected.
Yeah, I'll be interested to look at the pitch tomorrow morning because, yeah, from the members then there was a crack going down the pitch on a good length. That would have got baked a bit today. It'll certainly get baked a lot more tomorrow. And there's still thatches of grass, but there's bare patches as well. So the ball has to behave differently if it hits the thatchy grass compared to just eroded grass. And then maybe some cracks coming up.
So it's a good lead at 217 as we approach stumps on day 2. And not a wicket lost. In fact, only 2 chances. So Rahul edged a ball that either did or didn't reach Khawaja. He didn't pick it up one way or another. And then the very next ball on the change of over, Rahul was out of his ground at the non-striker's end. Steve Smith didn't come up with the direct hit. But outside of that...
How many LBW shouts?
Well, I was just going to say that. How's that get amongst it with
one?
Tinnies, how's that? Hazy Pale Ale, available at Liquor Lounge, choose to drink wine.
Stark hit the pad and just said, no, going down leg side. So, you know, if we do look at the stats in the first 20 overs, there was 0.63 degrees of swing in the first innings, down to 0.52 today, but that's still swinging.
Yep.
The seam yesterday was 0.79. This is for the Aussies bowling. It was down to 0.65, but that's still moving. So it was still swing seaming. The average length was 60 centimetres shorter. I think they had the opportunity to bowl fuller.
Jaiswal cleared for action. Cummins is back at him around the wicket, digs it in short. Jaiswal tried to defend, it goes past the bat and through to the keeper.
Particularly early, I think they could have been fuller. Take the challenge if they want a cover drive. It was open, but that still suggests that the ball was still swinging and seaming, and we didn't maximise it, and with some really good batting, gritty batting.
Jaiswal's seen 191 balls and Rahul has faced 142. Attritional cricket. Cummins bowls. Jaiswal fins it down just short of head. He rode the bounce and turned. It's always dangerous. But he got it to ground and gave head no play under the helmet. End of the over, only 2 from that. None for 171. India running hot for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years.
For a zero alcohol beer that tastes like beer, it's a simple yeah, nah. Yeah to great tasting beer and nah to the hangover and not making a deal of yourself. Play on this summer with yeah, nah. Available in Coles and Coles online supermarkets.
Yeah, nah, yeah, nah.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
2 overs left in the day's play by the looks of things. Nathan Lyon from the Langer ends, and I've seen Marnus warming up. He bowled the last over from the members. Field spread for Lyon now. Rahul on 62, Jaiswal on 89. The lead is 217. Lyon around the wicket bowls. Rahul comes forward and defends. So cover is wide open. The Biz covers. Biz cover, switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. There's a backward point and a mid-off, and everyone else is on the leg side, including Smith at leg slip. Rahul tucks in that direction. Head comes around under the helmet.
It's just cramping off spin, isn't it, from around the wicket? He's hoping for something, a bit of extra bounce or a leg glance to Stephen Smith. He's not a big one to throw it outside off stump and tease the cover drive.
Lyon to Rahul, goes his stumps, turns around the corner. That's where Stark is.
When he comes around the wicket, he often has a first slip, though, for the one that goes straight on.
Yes, 7-2 fields are for Lyon. It's rare. Sometimes you would have had Warner at leg slip and Smith at slip, but Smith has gone to the leg slip. And that's where the ball was turned by Ravi.
Yeah, he's got a lot of catches from over the wicket with the batsman playing for the spin. I'm not sure he needs square leg. Is that Usman? He's virtually straight behind Travis Head.
Yes, you're right.
Weird position. I don't know how the ball gets to him.
Rahul from his crease plays to the offside. I don't think he quite had that covered as convincingly as the others, but there's margin for error given the way the field is set on that side of the pitch. Lyon's last ball of the day, 13 overs. Potentially the third maiden. Rahul said he's back covering his stumps, and it will be a maiden. None for 171. Nothing for the third umpire. No, yeah, nah. 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
It is going to be Marnus Labuschagne who bowls the last over of the day from the members' end. It's popular with those who have remained in this record crowd of 32,000. His first over was on the way to tee. It was respectable enough. Went for 1 run. There was some short pitch nonsense,
Marnus, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He enjoyed himself.
There was a chance that this would happen at some point during the series. I'd have given you any old odds that it would be day 2 of the series that Marnus would be sending around his rubbish overs. But Australia, these are desperate times. We know that no one would celebrate a wicket quite like him for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
I think the faster bowlers should have tried this tactic earlier in the day.
The bounce off on.
Yeah.
So they are set up for it. Spread the crescents around the back of the field for the batter. Labuschagne bowls to Jaiswal, who rides the bounce, drops it on the popping crease, and takes his 90th run. So all going well. Jaiswal will begin tomorrow in the 90s.
Good feeling, wouldn't it?
Oh, he goes big too. I mean, run ahead of things, but 171 with his first Test century, and then the next 2 times past 100, he went past 200.
And about 23 overs with the old ball. You know, it's going to go deep into the first session. That it's not going to be swinging and seaming excessively.
Lead is 218. Shadows have engulfed the playing surface, but because of the roof structure here, there are those shards of sunlight, and one of those is right across where the batter stands. So there's a certain glow about KL Rahul. As Marnus comes out of the shadows, bowls a bouncer quickly down underneath, and troubled by it. At 134.4. Being sent around the field. Admiration from the crowd as the speed is posted on the big screen.
Popular. He's popular with the crowd.
Short leg in place. Bouncer. Underneath goes Rahul. Umpire comes up. Marnus, you keep this up. It's intimidatory bowling.
I reckon he's just said that to him, and it may be the highlight of his cricketing career.
Well, if it doesn't work out, if he can't remember how to bat, maybe life is a bouncing medium pacer.
And he's given it all here, Marnus, isn't he? And Rahul not having anything to do with it.
No, it'll have to be right on the money to get him involved. Labuschagne hits the crease, outside the off stump. Umpire wanders up to have another word to him.
It's 2. It's 2.
Now, little fella, if you do this again.
He's bowled as many bounces as he has runs in the Test match.
He used to jam him in a bit quicker than he did with his runs. 2 in 4 balls.
Quicker strike rate.
Okay, so Head has abandoned the helmet now and gone to a more conventional mid-wicket. 2 balls left in the day's play. Marnus sends it down. Oh, that rose steeply of KL. He got it to ground. That's as uncomfortable as he's been in an hour.
That's a ripper. Well done, Marnus. Let's have a look.
Back, jammed it in. Steep rise up on the gloves.
Oh, that has hit glove. Repeat that one. Same line and length.
Last ball of the day's play. KL Rahul sees it. He's up behind it. And India reach stumps without loss. 5.5 hours of batting to build a lead of 218 and have Australia by the throats. Jaiswal's been a delight. He's 90. Rahul has been stoic. He's 62. None for 172. Virat Kohli strides out to meet his batters who have done the job for India. And as for Australia, they are hard yards. That is a big toll, and they are miles behind in the first test of the summer.
Okay, I'm giving that day to India, Gerard. I've just had a bit of a pause and to think about that. No, that to date, that's an absolute thrashing, isn't it? Stark and Hazelwood, made India battle for that last wicket, but I wonder whether it was better getting bowled out quicker so Australia could be bowling with the new ball into that first session. But having said that, after lunch, a fresh bowling lineup, Jaiswal on a pair, KL Rahul batting for his Test career, only playing because Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill are not playing in this Test match. And the game's alive, 46 runs behind. And it was a balance, I think, of the execution not being quite the same as the day before, because there was still swing and seam in this pitch and carry. And then after an uncomfortable 20 minutes, I'd say, with Jaiswal, who looked like getting out at any stage, KL Rahul, as the senior player, really worked hard with him. He looked after his own game as well, very good in defence and scored when he had the opportunity. And then, really from an hour on, the Australians didn't really look like getting a wicket, did they? Like, it's been probably 3 hours where we've been questioning how they get it. And the run out was looking a real possibility to be our first wicket. So, all legendary bowlers, Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark, Lyon, couldn't get a wicket against, an inexperienced, although superbly talented Jaiswal and KL Rahul, as I said, who's been battling to keep his spot. So that's an emphatic day for India, for Indian cricket, but for the whole series.
Let's get into our post-game show.
The post-match show for Sonos. This festive season, feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for the Isuzu D-Max. Life reinvigorated.
88 runs in that final session of play, and I referenced the 20 from 17 overs where Australia tried everything, and the quality of bowling was excellent. And India rode it out, and then they scored 60 from the next 10 overs as they cashed in late in the day. Our post-game show is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and Sonos. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. So this will be the start of our conversation tomorrow. So just have a little sampler at it and then think about it overnight. Is there any way back into this game for Australia?
I can't see how we win this game. I mean, we've got 3 days to go. Depending on how long India bat, a draw might be our only prospect. But we've seen signs in this pitch of some inconsistent bounce low. So I don't think that's going to play a bigger part as this test match. We've got a very hot day tomorrow and gets baked. I think it's going to still be very good for batting tomorrow, but then it's going to deteriorate, and it could deteriorate quickly because I think there'll still be green patches so the ball can move. There'll be bare patches, but it was starting to crack after day one on a moderate day's weather. So no, unless someone makes a phenomenal, it might have to be a double ton.
It might. You are dead right. You start to run it through. India bat most of tomorrow. Australia has a really nasty 90 minutes tomorrow night. Off the back of exhausting heat throughout the day, you tip into day 4 and the numbers will be astronomical, really. So India's only ever won the first test of a series in Australia once. That was in 2018. They won the series. That's the compromise series. And they've only won once in Perth. So we're in rare air. Have you got a play of the day for Drink-Wise? You won't miss a moment if you Drink-Wise.
Can I say Jaiswal 6 against Mitchell Stark? I don't think I've ever seen a shot like that. And I've commentated and watched a lot of T20 cricket, but it wasn't a lap. It wasn't a sweep.
So he collapsed the back knee, and then he yanked the ball off his front pad to deep backward square.
But it went for 6.
That was amazing.
Against Mitchell Stark, who's 140 kilometres an hour. So that's the moment or the play of the day for me.
Choose to drink wise. Our post-game wrap is for Sonos. This festive season, feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee, he's going to run the table here.
I'm going to go the young fella, Jaiswal again. As I said, I mean, he was really tested early. And it was, he was processing in his mind. He's a run machine. He works hard. He was problem solving. He was getting in trouble coming forward. That's not working. I'll go back a bit. That gave him a bit of time to get bat on ball. And then once he'd worked out the pace and bounce, he could move forward to the quicks. He could go back. A brilliant innings. And as you said, he's already got 2 double hundreds in Test match cricket, so he can score big.
90 runs from 193 balls with 7 4s and 2 6s. He's the player of the day for Bing Lee, better living every day. I think his second 6 is the Bendix breaks big moment of the day. Bendix, the best known breaks, is the straight hit offline, 25 rows back. I might have shortchanged him. It might even be more than that. He absolutely... And the elevation...
Could be the biggest hit in Test match cricket here at Perth Stadium.
It was glorious.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
And just the way he held it too, it was like hitting a draw in golf. You know, he made sure he was hitting from left to right. No one moved. Everyone knew it was 6 at the time it impacted his bat.
Yep. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. There's more action on the CA Live app. Download today. Replay every wicket of the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the CA Live app. Download today. You might have to download yesterday's action to see the wickets. None for 172, Damien Fleming.
Wow.
Thank you. Let's go and have a little think about it. We'll reconvene tomorrow.
What's going to happen tomorrow?
Ahead of the first ball. Well, you wouldn't dare guess.
Turn it on ahead again? Because there's no way last night we were thinking this result today.
17 wickets one day, 3 the next.
Let's catch up. Let's have a debrief.
All right. It's a big lead, 218. That's been our post-game show for Sonos. This festive season, feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX. They're an unhappy bunch in the constituency. The Australian audience has turned a little bit, as you can well expect, after a couple of days like that. We'll pick up with you tomorrow as well. We sign off with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments of the day. Tasman Butchers, eat better meat. Bumrah around the wicket, bowls, and Carey nicks immediately. Straight to Parks. Bumrah's got his 5. Lyon popped it up, straight to gully. He's out. He was just offended a venomous short ball.
Round the wicket, Stark, straight in the air. Tried to pull across the line, punts under it, in front of gully. Its innings over. Australia have been bowled out for 104. Bowls here. And drives splendidly. Beautiful shot. Shot of the day. Probably shot of the match.
It took us 1.5 days to see a proper straight drive at the Perth Stadium, going down the ground for 4.
Cummins has set him up. Now he digs it in. He goes after it, plays the uppercut high into the Perth sky, down to the road for 4. Jaiswal is on 33, swings hard across the line and gives that a belt into the outfield.
That's one of the most insane shots I've ever seen in a Test match.
Line bowls round the wicket. Jaiswal on 49. Make that a half century. Slapping at the deep point. This guy is a serious deal already.
Marsh over the wicket. It's cut hard. Nathan Lyon's on the boundary at third man, but that's 4.
Stark delivers. Jaiswal turns out through square leg. Beautiful shot. He's hit the cover off that. It goes all the way for 6. Blimey. Marsh bowls here. Rahul deflects out deep back with points. And in doing so, collects himself a half century.
Jaiswal upright in his stance. Edges short and through the cordon. Down to the boundary for 4. Line to Jaiswal. Dances down the pitch. Goes long and strong. And over the head of Martis in the deep. And 25 rows back. Behold the awesome force that is Yashasvi Jaiswal. And India reach stumps without loss. 5.5 hours of batting to build a lead of 218 and have Australia by the throats. Jaiswal's been a delight. He's 90. Rahul has been stoic. He's 62. None for 172. Virat Kohli strides out to meet his batters who have done the job for India.